Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Feared Villain. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. No, you cannot become a hero without a quirk. All Might tells a young Izuku Midoriya as his hopes are crushed by his idol, his heart breaking as his one last hope is extinguished. I see, Izuku says as he begins to silently cry. All Might looks back and says if you want to help people there are plenty of other ways to do it. You can become a police officer. They may get crap because the heroes catch all the villains, but it is a fine profession. All Might leaves without saying another word as Izuku sits on the roof and starts crying hysterically on the roof. After a few minutes, he goes home thinking about what has happened that day with All Might and Bakugo saying, if you think you'll have a quirk in your next life, go take a swan dive off the roof. Izuku opens the door to his home to find a truly horrendous sight. Mom! Izuku rushes to his mom lying on the floor and starts shaking her saying, Mom, wake up. Mom! As Izuku Midoriya continues to stay still, Izuku checks her pulse and comes to a horrifying discovery. She's dead. Mom! Izuku yells at the top of his lungs. Several hours later at a police station. Izuku, my name is Detective Naomasa Tsukachi. An average-looking man in a suit says to Izuku as he sits in a chair in the police station. Izuku keeps staring down at the floor, his mind wallowing in sorrow. Do you have anywhere to go? Anyone to stay with? Naomasa asks Izuku. Izuku keeps staring down at the floor, his mind wandering. If there is anything you need, please don't hesitate to ask. Naomasa says as he turns to leave. Did she suffer? Izuku whispers. Naomasa turns around and in a slightly startled tone says no, she dies quickly and painlessly from the heart attack. Honestly, I'd be surprised if she didn't die in a few seconds without a bit of pain. Izuku stares down and says, that's good I guess. He wipes off the tears rolling down his face and says, to answer your question, I do have somewhere to go, so unless there is anything else you need, I will be going. Naomasa stares at Izuku for a few seconds before shaking his head and letting Izuku go. As Izuku goes to the nearest train station and begins going to his destination, he thinks about his mother, the one person who believed in him, all of the cakes she made for him, all of the times she hugged him, all of the love that would no longer be there. He gets off the train and starts walking towards his destination, still thinking about his mother, and as he walks up the stairs of the building, he knocks on a door. A woman with a hand over her face answers the door and grabs Izuku's throat, saying, you have 5 seconds to tell me who you are and how you found this place before I turn your body to dust. I am here to see my uncle. This is the address he gave me if anything were to happen to my mom, Izuku says as he claws at his throat, gasping for air. Enough, Kurogiri says as he rushes towards the woman with the hand on her face, ripping her hand off of Izuku's throat. I apologize for my associate's behavior, Izuku. It is a pleasure to have you here. Thanks, Kurogiri, says Izuku as he walks forward toward the center of the bar. The woman with the hand says, wait, Kurogiri, you know this kid? Yes, Nana, I know him, Kurogiri responds. How do you know him? Nana says as Izuku gets in front of a TV screen. Hey uncle, long time no see. The TV flickers on as All for One says, hello Izuku, my dear nephew, what seems to be troubling you? Nephew, Nana screams, running up to the TV master. What is the meaning of this? Why did you never tell me you have a nephew? Kurogiri covers Nana's mouth as AFO responds through the TV saying, my sister and co requested that I never tell another soul in the criminal underworld that I had a sister or a nephew to protect them from any potential criminals or heroes who would use them as hostages against me. She even requested I change birth records and age documents to make sure no one would realize her relation to me. So tell me, Izuku, how is your mother? Izuku stares down at the floor, tears rolling down his face as he says quietly, she's dead. There was a pause on the other side of the television and then AFO angrily said, what did you say, Izuku? She died last night, Izuku says as he wipes some tears from his eyes. Static begins flickering on the TV screen as AFO says, what goddamn bastard murdered my sister? Izuku looks up and says quickly, no, she wasn't murdered. She died of a heart attack while I was at school. The police did an investigation and everything. There's a pause and using one of his many quirks, AFO teleports to the bar where Izuku is and bends down to hug him. I'm so sorry, Izuku. AFO says if I had just given her another quirk, I could have saved her. Izuku looks up and says in between tears, don't blame yourself, uncle. You already gave her a quirk that let her live for 150 years and you continuously erased her birth records so the government never found out. After a few seconds, AFO nods and says thank you, Izuku. After a few more moments of AFO and Izuku hugging, Izuku looks up and finally realizes the extent of the damage that has been done to AFO as he says, what happened to you, uncle? AFO pauses and says, All Might. We fought a few years ago and he inflicted these wounds upon me. Izuku looks up and says, so that was the fight he talked about. AFO looks down at Izuku as he explains his meeting with All Might, and after Izuku finishes his story, AFO looks down and notices the countless burns and scars on his nephew's arms and asks, Who did this to you? Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku replies, but please don't hurt him, he's the son of my mom's best friend and it would hurt her to see him end it. AFO looks down at Izuku and sighs gently, seeing her son inherited the kindness that was so prevalent in his sister. He shakes his head as he looks down at Izuku and says, fine, we will not end him out of respect for your mother. Please feel free to stay here as long as you like, but first I should probably introduce you to Nana. AFO turns around and waves Nana over as he tells Izuku, this is my adopted daughter Nana Shigaraki. Her quirk is decay, she can destroy anything she touches with all 5 fingers. Nana walks over, finally shaking Kurogiri's hand off of her mouth as she walks towards Izuku and says, oh yeah, what's your quirk, huh Izuku? Izuku looks Nana in the eyes as he says, I don't have one. Nana's eyes narrow as he says, so you're useless. Makes sense why Master never talked about you before. AFO's face twitches as he is about to defend his nephew, but Izuku says, you're right, I am useless. I couldn't save my mother. I wouldn't stand up to my bullies. I couldn't even make a single friend in my entire life. That's why I'm here. I don't want to be useless anymore. Izuku looks up at his cousin, a look of steel in his eyes, and says, do you have a problem with that? Nana blinks and chuckles, saying, no, I don't. She looks at AFO and says, I like him. AFO smiles, turning to Izuku saying, now I understand that you used to love wanting to be a hero. Do you still desire that? Izuku's face contorts in anger and he says, no, I want to see all of those heroes burn. Please let me join you in your quest to destroy all the heroes. AFO smiles and says, of course, dear nephew, but to do that you will need to be trained and you will need a villain name, so what will it be? Izuku gives it some thought and says, call me Deku. A cell phone rings as a woman with long black hair and a long katana stands over the corpses of a bunch of criminals. The woman picks up the phone and says, yeah, the job is complete, they're all dead. Good. AFO responds through the phone, I have another job for you. Okay, who do you need me to end? The woman says while cleaning off her blade. This is not something that can be discussed over the phone, Razor. I am sending Kurogiri over to pick you up and I will explain the job when you get here. A portal opens behind the woman, evidently named Razor, and she says through the phone, understood, I will be there in a moment. She hangs up the phone and says, hello Kurogiri, been a bit, any hints about what the job is? Kurogiri shakes his head, I know better than to speak on this issue in length in an unsecured environment. He gestures to the portal and says, ladies first. Razor nods and walks through the portal. As she enters the bar, she scans the room and sees AFO, Nana Shigaraki, and some random kid. All for one, Razor says, ignoring the other 2 people in the room, what mission do you have for me? AFO gestures toward the young boy and says, you will be training Deku here. Razor's eyes narrow as she says, sir, we both know that would be a waste of my talents. After all, this boy doesn't look more than 12 years old. How can he be useful? I'm 14. Razor looks at the young boy as he stares up at her. I'm 14, not 12. Razor chuckles and says, whatever kid, as she looks back at AFO and says, it's still a waste of my talents to train some nobody in the art of combat. I mean, what even is his quirk? I don't have one. Razor stops and looks down at Izuku, noticing the way he is slightly shaking in fear as he looks up at her. She looks back at AFO and asks, why are you taking in a quirkless kid? AFO pulls out Izuku's notebooks from his jacket and hands them to Razor. Deku here has an amazing intellect and analysis ability. Just by watching the news, he has been able to figure out the major strengths and weaknesses of nearly every hero in Japan. We simply need you to train him so that he can take advantage of his analyses. As Razor is flipping through the notebooks, she is astounded at the amount of detail in the notebooks about every hero, and after a few minutes she looks up and says, as long as you're paying me, I guess I'll train him. She looks over at Deku and says, so what's your name, kid? Izuku Midoriya. Well, Izuku, let's begin, shall we? Razor says, gesturing him to follow her. 3 weeks later, MOTHERFR. Izuku flies backward into a wall roughly 10 feet away from where he was just standing. You need to work on your agility, kid, Razor says from the other side of the room without a scratch on her. I can tell you know where I'm going to hit you, but you can't react fast enough to dodge or block me. Izuku and Razor had been training nonstop for the past 3 weeks, only taking short breaks for food, water, and the inevitable need to expel the byproducts of the first 2 items. Izuku leans on the wall, breathing heavily, thankful for the short respite from combat. As he asks, how do you expect me to dodge you when you move fast and when you only let me sleep for 4 hours a night? Razor shakes her head and sighs, saying, you think I'm the fastest opponent you'll ever face, kid? There are plenty of heroes and villains who can move far faster than I can due to their quirks, and you think they're going to give you the same level of mercy as I am? Izuku groans in pain as he gets up and says, no, they won't. Izuku gets back into the fighting stance that Razor taught him on his first day. Razor smiles and launches herself at Izuku, beginning the fight anew. Are you sure this is the best method of training him, sir? Kurogiri gestures at the fight via a monitor in the medical room where AFO was reciting. He's been, well, to be blunt, getting his ass handed to him every day for the past 3 weeks now. It hardly seems fair. AFO smiles and says, that's the point, Kurogiri. It is not fair at all. Tell me, have you ever heard of the study done by the Russian KGB? No sir, I have not, Kurogiri responds. It was an experiment to see how quickly one could increase one's physical abilities. You see, for 100 days they put their top operatives under grueling conditions such as these to see just how quickly they would either break or would have their physical abilities improve. AFO is interrupted by the sound of Izuku flying once again into a wall. After those 100 days, all of the participants who didn't quit had their physical abilities so enhanced that the most powerful of them could react quickly enough to dodge a tank shell fired at them from 10 miles away, and then fast and strong enough to be able to rush over to destroy the tank in one punch. If my nephew is going to be a villain, I want him as well trained as possible before I give him his first assignment. Why not just give him a quirk to train with, sir? Kurogiri asks. My nephew has requested that I don't give him any physical quirks at all besides the decreased aging one once he turns 18. He says he wants to prove to everyone that the quirkless are not as useless as everyone claims them to be. I will be giving him several mental quirks though to help him as he becomes a villain, but those would be rather useless without the combat skills necessary to defeat any heroes that may interfere with our plans. AFO smiles and gestures to the video monitor and says, but if you don't think that is a smart idea and that this training is useless, I feel the need to point out that Izuku just dodged his first attack from Razor. Kurogiri blinks in surprise and looks at the screen where Razor is congratulating Izuku on managing to dodge an attack. It seems that this method may work after all, sir, Kurogiri says as they continue to watch the fight. Meanwhile, at the Bakugo household, also, why do people always add the letter U into some of these MHA names? It just doesn't make sense. I mean, I've seen a bunch of people spell Bakugo as Bakugo and Toya as Taoya. Why do people keep adding random letters to names anyway? Back to the story. Yes. No, she said in her will she wanted a Polonia wood one. Yes, that date works fine. You have a nice day as well. Mitsuki Bakugo hangs up the phone with the funeral company and leans back in her chair. She looks over to a photo of her and Inko back when they were in college and thinks to herself, I'm so sorry, Inko. Wiping tears from her eyes, she calls up to Katsuki. Hey Katsuki, you have Izuku's phone number, right? What did you say, you old hack? Katsuki calls down. Do you have Izuku's phone number? Yes, so what? Well, text him and say that we scheduled the funeral for his mother for next Saturday. Don't tell me what to do, you old hack. Do it right now, Katsuki, or I will go up there and beat your weak ass. Katsuki starts grumbling to himself as he takes out his phone to text Izuku. Conversation via text. Bakugo. Hey Izuku, my mom wanted to let you know that we scheduled the funeral for your mother next Saturday at the graveyard near the Nezu Shrine in Bunkayo Ward. Izuku, thanks for letting me know, Kaken. I'll see you at the funeral. Back at the League of Villains training facility, Izuku and Razor are still sparring when AFO's voice comes over the intercom. Sorry to interrupt the training, Razor, but may I speak to Izuku for a moment? Izuku looks over at Razor, who waves at him to go as she walks over to get a drink of water during the quick break. Izuku walks up through the labyrinthian corridors and eventually makes it to the observation room where AFO and Kurogiri are sitting. Uncle, Kurogiri, what's going on? AFO takes out Izuku's phone, turns it onto a messaging app and says, the boy's mother who you told me about the other day scheduled your mother's funeral for next Saturday. I figured you'd want to know. Izuku nods quietly, eyes watering up as he thinks back on his mother. Thanks, Uncle. I'll tell Razor that I need to take that day off. As Izuku walks back into the training room, Razor looks up at him and is about to tell him to get back to training, but sees he's crying and asks, what's wrong, Izuku? Izuku sniffs and says, my mom's funeral just got scheduled. Well, it just seems so definitive, you know, like before the funeral. Somewhere in the back of my mind I can hope that she's still alive, and it's just, yeah, let's go back to training. Izuku wipes the tears off his face and starts moving towards the training equipment, but Razor says, catch. Izuku turns around and catches a can of beer from the cooler next to Razor. You do realize I'm underage, right? Izuku says to Razor as she gestures for him to sit down next to her. I know, kid, I wasn't going to start your resistance to different drugs training for another month or two, but this seems like a good time to start. Razor takes out a beer of her own, takes a sip and asks, so want to talk about her? Izuku takes a sip of his beer and says, no, just thinking about her hurts. Trust me, kid, I've had plenty of friends and family members die, and the main way I found to be able to get rid of those feelings is by talking and with copious amounts of liquor. Izuku takes another sip of the beer and says, she was the kindest person I've ever known. She would support me in my old dream of becoming a hero even though I'm quirkless. She would make me my favorite foods while I was sad. She would sing me to sleep every night even when she was sick. She was the best mother anyone could ever ask for. Izuku leans back, draining the whole beer and crushing the can in one hand. He leans forward and starts crying when, much to his surprise, Razor leans over and gives him a hug, saying, I'm truly sorry for your loss, kid. Thanks, sensei. After a few more minutes of hugging and talking about Inko, Razor says, come on, kid, let's get back to training. Izuku nods and tries to get up, but the world starts to spin around him as he says, ugh, what was in that beer? Only an alcohol content of about 40%. Isn't the average for beer supposed to be 5%? I did tell you I was going to do resistance training for you. Deku, don't worry, by the time I'm done with you, you'll be able to drink 100 of those things and not feel tipsy in the slightest now. Razor smiles at Izuku as he gets into his fighting position. Let's continue, shall we? Izuku nods and the training begins anew. 1 week and 2 days later. Of course, it's freaking raining. Izuku thinks to himself as he stands watching his mother's casket lowered into the ground. As the dirt is applied onto the casket, Mitsuki walks up to Izuku and says, please, if there's anything you ever need, please let me know. Mitsuki then looks back at Katsuki and moves her head to tell him to talk to Izuku. Grumbling slightly, Katsuki walks up and says, hey Izuku, I'm sorry about your mom, okay. Still staring down at the grave, Izuku says, thanks Kaken. Both Katsuki and his mother leave the funeral after a while of trying to get Izuku to stay with them, mainly Mitsuki, not Katsuki, and after hearing many different variations of I'm sorry for your loss. Izuku is the only one left at the funeral, staring down at the now filled grave. Hey, kid. Izuku turns around and sees All Might standing a few feet behind him. What do you want? Izuku growls at All Might. I just wanted to say I'm sorry. I heard about the death of your mother from Detective Tsukachi and I wanted to see how you were doing, All Might says as he slowly walks towards Izuku. Izuku glares at All Might and says, F you, All Might. First, you crush my dreams and then you effing go and come to apologize at my mother's funeral. My mother, who I wasn't there to potentially save because I was with you, so get the F away from me, you son of a bitch. I hope I never see you again. All Might freezes, slightly shocked at Izuku's words, but nods and leaves, saying, okay then I'll go. See you around, kid. After a few more minutes of standing and looking at his mother's grave, Izuku takes out his phone and calls Kurogiri to pick him up, and they go back to the League of Villains training facility. 7 months after the funeral of Izuku Midoriya. Begin, Razor says from a monitoring room overlooking the combat arena, of which Izuku is standing in the center. Izuku dodges a blow from one of his 4 opponents, leaping into the air and twisting himself like a figure skater as he throws 4 daggers into the brain of his opponent, causing it to fall to the ground dead. The it in question is what Nana calls a Namu, a large black bird-like creature, each of which has the strength and speed of All Might. As Izuku lands on the back of another Namu, he takes out a sword from a sheath on his back, decapitates it, and does a backflip to dodge another blow from a third Namu, landing on the head of the last Namu, which he uses as a trampoline as he launches himself into the air, landing on the ceiling of the training arena using magnets in his shoes to attach himself to the ceiling as he takes a breath, and then launches himself back down at the Namu, still stunned from having its head used as a trampoline, and kicks its head, sending it launching off of its body and hitting the third Namu, stunning it as he quickly decapitates his final opponent. Well done, Razor says over the intercom. You managed to defeat all 4 Nomas in 10.47 seconds, a 0.28 second decrease in your time from yesterday. Izuku turns towards the control room and bows, saying, all thanks to your training, sensei. Razor smiles as she looks down at the boy No Man standing, bowing at her, his formerly weak stick figure-like body now having the lean build of a trained fighter from months of training. None of that now, you earned this victory. There are times to be humble and there are times to brag. This is one of the times when you can brag, Izuku, or should I say, Deku. Izuku looks up and says, wait, you mean? Yes, my dear nephew, your training is complete. AFO's voice comes down through the speakers. You have earned your villain name and status. Now come and join us in the bar to celebrate. Deku smiles as he leaves the training arena and goes up to the bar to see Razor, Kurogiri, Nana, and AFO sitting at the bar. Congrats on finishing your training, cuz, Nana says as she walks up and hugs Deku. Now then, celebrate, Kurogiri. Bring out the good liquor. Let's get this kid drunk. Kurogiri sighs and says, Nana, you know that he's been trained in being able to resist all manner of drugs even while in combat, so how exactly do you plan on getting him drunk? TCH buzzkill, Nana says as she walks back to the bar, grabs a bottle of whiskey from the cabinet, and pours herself a glass. AFO walks up to Deku and says, congratulations, Deku, I knew you could do it. Thank you, Uncle, Deku replies. I believe it is time for me to give you your own quirks. Everyone looks over and watches as Izuku bows his head and says, thank you, I promise I'll make you proud. I know you will, Izuku. Now take my hand. As AFO extends his hand toward Deku, he reaches out, grabs it, and breathes in, expecting some type of feeling in his body making him feel different. He looks at his body and says, I don't feel any different. AFO laughs and says, did you expect to get some sort of euphoric experience out of getting a quirk or something? No, that's not how it works. It's just a part of you like you've always had it. Deku nods as AFO continues to explain each of the new quirks because the author doesn't feel like doing the manga shtick of explaining it later in the text during a flashback. The first quirk I gave you is called Evaluate. It allows you to look upon a person or object and see their weak points via a red glow. The more vulnerable the point, the more it glows. For instance, if you were to use it on All Might, you would see a very bright red glow where I managed to destroy his digestive system a few years ago. The second quirk I gave you is called Perception, which allows you to sense all of your surroundings within a limited range of about 10 meters, though with more training I am sure you will be able to increase that range to be much higher than 10 meters. The final quirk I gave you will be especially helpful for the assignment I am going to be giving you. It's called Memory Viewer, and it allows you to be able to discreetly view someone's memories by touching them and activating the quirk. Both Evaluate and Memory Viewer are active quirks, which means that you have to concentrate on them to be able to activate them, but Perception is what is called a passive quirk, which means that it will always be active whether you want it to be or not. Do you understand everything I've told you, Deku? AFO's voice fades as he sees his nephew scribbling in his journal, muttering to himself incoherently as Nana looks over at Razor and asks so. How long does he normally do this for when he gets new information about quirks? Razor shivers and says you don't want to know. It would probably be better to just give him a smack on the back of the head to snap him out of it. Wait, what mission? Deku asks in his normal tone. Your first mission as a villain, of course. AFO says your mission will be to infiltrate the UA High Hero program and get as many of the students there as possible to join our League of Villains and to gain as much information on those who won't join our league as possible. How am I supposed to become a part of that program if I don't have a quirk? Don't they have a requirement about that? Deku responds. No, they don't. It's just that no quirkless person has ever tried to become a hero. So he lied about there even being a chance of me becoming a hero. Deku thinks to himself as AFO continues. There is also one perk that comes with this mission that should be a bonus for you. AFO takes a sip of his drink and says All Might is going to be a teacher this year and you'll get a chance to show him the error of his ways. Deku looks up and slowly smiles and says, well then I'm in. Let's show that effing a whole what when you claim to be something you're not. Nana puts her arm around her younger cousin and says hell yeah Izuku, let's give that effing a whole what he deserves. Deku starts laughing with Nana as they both start drinking and playing Mario Kart against each other. As the night draws to a close, Izuku thinks to himself about his new quirks, and as Nana leaves he remembers something. Hey, Nana, Izuku says. Nana turns around and says, yeah, what is it, Izuku? I can't believe I haven't asked this yet, but I'm curious, what's your villain name? It seems like something I should know if we work together in the field, you know. Nana looks up at the ceiling and says, you know, I don't think I ever gave myself one. I know Blight because that is what I'll be. A blight on all heroes who dare stand against me. What do you think? Izuku looks at her and smirks, saying, did you just think of the first word that's a synonym for decay and use it for your villain name? Nana glares at Izuku and throws a pillow at him from a nearby couch. Hey. Izuku says, blocking the pillow from hitting his face, I didn't say it wasn't good. Heck, I think it's the perfect villain name for you, just a little on the nose, okay? Oh, you have no room to complain about being on the nose, cuz. Nana says, smiling at Izuku. All you did was choose the name that you were bullied with, like that's entirely original. Deku laughs slightly sadly as he looks down and says, yeah, I guess you're right. Nana's smile goes away and says, I'm sorry, I know it's a touchy subject. Are you sure you don't want me to end him? No, Deku yells, looking up at Nana. I may hate him with all of my being, but that will make Aunt Mitsuki sad, and I don't want that. After all, she did pay for my mother's funeral. Nana smiles and walks away to her room, saying, I'll see you tomorrow, Izuku, and I promise I'll beat you at every game of Mario Kart we play. In your dreams, cuz. Izuku yells after her as she goes to her room, as does Deku, both of them getting ready for their part in AFO's plans. So I'm finally going to UA. The old me would have been so excited about this. Izuku thinks to himself as he walks through the gates towards the entrance exam. As he looks around at his fellow students, he notices a girl and a boy in glasses talking. A man with weird blonde hair talking in broken French, a girl with horns speaking English in an American accent, and a pink girl skipping towards the building. As he is looking at the pink girl, however, he notices that she missed one of her skips and is about to fall onto the ground. Before he can stop himself, he rushes over, moving faster than the human eye can track, and grabs her shirt, stopping her from falling. Are you okay? Izuku asks as he pulls her back up towards him slightly too hard as she lands on his chest, causing them both to blush as she has her head on his chest. Yeah, I'm okay, the girl says as she is blushing profusely from the closeness of the two of them. There was an awkward pause between the two of them as they realized that everyone was looking at them. The girl says, anyway, thanks for keeping me from falling. My name is Mina Ashido. What's yours? Oh, I'm Izuku Midoriya, Izuku says, trying very hard not to freak out over being in contact with a girl his age. Nice to meet you, Izuku, Mina says, smiling happily, getting over the previous awkwardness quickly. Are you here to take the hero entrance exam? Izuku puts on a fake smile and says, yep, I'm here to prove that the stereotypes are wrong. Mina looks at him quizzically and asks, what stereotypes? That the quirkless can't be heroes. Izuku replies as Mina's eyes widen slightly in shock as she realizes that the man who just kept her from falling was quirkless. It quickly goes away as she smiles and says, well, I wish you the best of luck in the exams then, Izuku. Thank you, Mina, Izuku says as she walks away. God, she's pretty. Izuku thinks to himself as he walks to the exams. As Izuku takes a seat near the back of a lecture hall with the rest of the homeschooled students, he hears a voice call out, "For all you examinee listeners tuning in, welcome to my show today." The speaker was revealed to be none other than Present Mike Quirk. Voice can generate a loud noise that can incapacitate opponent's weakness. Cannot travel through the ground. Izuku starts muttering about all the strengths and weaknesses of Present Mike as the people around him look at him with thinking about what a weirdo he is now. Everybody say hey. The room was silent except for one poor soul in the back who felt bad for Present Mike and said hey quietly. Wow, tough crowd today. Oh well, are you all ready to hear the rundown for the practical exam? More silence. I'll take that as a yes. Present Mike says, his enthusiasm not dropping despite the lack of responses. You will all be conducting a mock battle simulation in one of our replica city districts. In these cities there will be many robotic villains for you to face, the easiest of them being 1 point and then 2 points and then 3 points. In order to pass, you will need to destroy as many of these robots as you can while also being heroic. That means no knocking out other examinees or stuff like that, you dig me? Even more silence follows until the man Izuku had seen earlier with the glasses stood up and said, "Excuse me sir, I have a question." "Hit me." Present Mike replies. "On the printout you've listed 4 types of villains, not 3. With all due respect, if this is an error on official UA materials, it is shameful. We are exemplary students and we expect the best from Japan's most notable school. A mistake such as this won't do." The glasses kid then turns around and points toward the back of the room. "Additionally, you with the messy hair, you've been muttering this entire time. Stop that. If you can't take this exam seriously, then leave. You're distracting the rest of us." Izuku glares down at the kid with glasses and calls out, "At least I bothered reading the entire handout. It says clearly on the back that the final robot is worth 0 points, hence why Present Mike didn't mention it, because it is simply useless to bother trying to fight it because it isn't worth anything in the exam. Thank you, examinee number 7567, for answering the question for me." Present Mike calls out, "It is true that that robot is worth 0 points and hence worthless to fight. But don't worry, there is one of them on each battlefield, so you likely won't have to deal with it for the majority of the test unless you're really unlucky. Now then, everyone report to your assigned combat zone and remember to go plus ultra." As everyone leaves for their assigned combat arenas, Izuku hears a voice call out, "Oi Deku, why the hell are you here?" Izuku sighs as he turns around and says, "Hello Kaken. You quirkless loser, how dare you come here to try to become a hero? Do you want to end up like your mother?" Izuku looks at Bakugo as everyone else in the training arena looks at the two of them and says, "Trust me, I'll be fine. Look, you useless Deku, you will never be a hero. It's time for you to accept that and leave." Bakugo leans back to punch Deku as a hand grabs his hand and says, "Look here, the rules clearly state that there is to be no attacking your fellow competitors, so cease this at once." Izuku looks at the man who saved him and says, "Your question, boy, right. Look, I'm sorry for calling you out during the lecture, but in all fairness, you also yelled at me." Glasses kid lets go of Bakugo's hand and says, "No, I must apologize, for if I read the pamphlet as thoroughly as you did, I would have not needed to interrupt the lecture and call you out. But it was still highly rude to be muttering during the whole lecture." Izuku shrugs and says, "Sorry, old habits die hard." Bakugo shakes Glasses' hand off of him, turns around and says, "Why are you defending the worthless Deku?" Glasses responds, "If I didn't keep him from getting hurt, how could I call myself a hero?" Bakugo snorts and says, "Even a quirkless loser like him? How dare you say that this boy is quirkless just to bully him? Do you even have any proof?" Izuku puts his hand on Glasses' shoulder and says, "No, he's right, I am quirkless, so go ahead Kaken, yell all you want, I don't care, I will get into UA despite being quirkless." Glasses' eyes widen as Bakugo glares at Izuku and he walks away toward his training center. "Are you really quirkless?" Glasses asks as soon as Bakugo is out of earshot. "Yep, but don't worry about me, I can easily handle myself." Izuku replies, "You fool, you could easily die during this. The robots are incredibly deadly and powerful. It is foolish of you to take this exam. You should quit now to avoid injury." Izuku rolls his eyes and walks away, going to the combat arena supervisor and asking, "Excuse me sir, is it possible for me to keep some of my gear for the exam?" The supervisor turns around and says, "We normally don't allow it. Why, is it necessary for your quirk to work or something?" "No, I'm just quirkless and I would like to be able to have gear that will allow me to take down the robots." The supervisor stands shocked at the thought of a quirkless person taking the exam, but just nods slightly as he watches the kid walk away towards the arena. He turns on his comms and says, "Recovery girl, be prepared to have a serious case coming your way. There seems to be a quirkless taking the exam and I'm not entirely sure if he will be able to survive the whole exam." "There's a what?" Vlad King says in the observation room overlooking the exam. "It seems we have a quirkless hero applicant this year." Nezu says, "It is nice to know that even those without powers have a want to help people." Good intentions won't do him any good if he's dead. Snipe says, scrolling through the applicant logs trying to find the student the supervisor was talking about. Ah, there we go. It seems the quirkless applicant is named Izuku Midoriya. Crash. All of the heroes look over to see All Might dropped his plate that he had loaded snacks onto on the ground as he says what he's applying here. Yes, why Toshinori, do you know him? Nezu asks. He's the quirkless child I told you about, the one who I told couldn't be a hero. All the heroes shift uncomfortably as they remember All Might telling them about the incident with the quirkless child and the subsequent death of his mother. Oh, I see. Nezu says, well, in that case maybe he'll surprise you and manage to pass. It would be nice to see a quirkless hero out on the streets. It may even inspire some of the discrimination they face out in the world to cease. All Might sits down in his chair and hopes to himself that he won't have to interfere in the exam to save Izuku. After all, he indirectly caused the death of his mother and he didn't want the blood of another person on his hands. Not again. Back in the combat testing zone, Izuku arrives at the entrance to the mock city, noticing the people mumbling behind his back saying things like, is he really quirkless? And he should leave, he's going to get hurt. But as he arrives at the front, he sees the girl who was talking to Glasses at the entrance and Mina come up to him. Hi, it's nice to meet you. I'm Uraraka Ochako and I just need to know, are you really quirkless? I mean, we overheard the kid earlier, but he seems like a jackass, so I just need to know. Uraraka asks, hello Uraraka, nice to meet you. My name is Izuku, and to answer your question, yes, I am quirkless, but don't worry about me, I promise you I'll be fine. Oh hey, Mina, Izuku says, blushing slightly. Hi Izuku, Mina says, running up to him. So you ready for the practical test? Hello Ue, are you ready for the test? I hope so, because we are starting right now. What did you expect, a countdown? That's not how real battles work. Now go. Go, go, go. Everyone starts running past Izuku as he simply stands there watching everyone enter. Uraraka and Mina look back and wonder why he isn't moving. They notice Izuku stretching slightly, but they look away as they have to concentrate on their own scores. As Izuku walks forward stretching, he looks around and notices a 3-point robot getting ready to attack any potential stragglers. As it prepares to attack, Izuku mumbles to himself, well, time to go to work. Moving at incredible speeds, he rushes towards the robot, takes out his sword from his sheath and slices it in half at its exact weak point that he saw using his evaluate quirk. Leaping off of the body of the decapitated opponent, Izuku launches himself like a human pinball in between buildings. He quickly catches up to the rest of the applicants and quickly slices through robot after robot, using each of them as a trampoline to launch himself to his next target. Meanwhile, in the observation room, what is this kid? Snipe says quietly as he watches Izuku zips through the combat zone, racking up points like Fat Gum eats sushi. Within the first 3 minutes of the exam, Izuku had passed the record for the entrance exam by 35 points without a single rescue point. I don't know, but it's making me all warm inside. Midnight says he either is lying about having quirks or he was trained so hard that we have nearly nothing to offer him. Aizawa says as he watches Izuku masterfully slice a 3-pointer's heart off and then kick it through the head of one of the 1-pointers. All Might stares at the screen and says, he may be amazing in combat, but look at how he's fighting. He's not relying on anyone else and constantly getting in the way of others' attacks. We may not need to train him much in combat, but we certainly need to train him in team tactics and leadership if he wants to be a skilled hero. That may be true, but it may take some convincing on our part to show him he needs to rely on others. After all, he is going through these things faster than even you could in your prime, All Might. Vlad King says, that may be true, but we haven't released the 0-pointer yet. It is entirely possible that once he sees that, he will realize that he can't defeat anything on his own. Ectoplasm replies, or he destroys that too, and it will be even harder to convince him. Aizawa rebuts, now let's just watch the trial. After all, it shouldn't be long before we release the 0-pointer, so let's just enjoy the show. Nezu says as they all quiet down and watch the massacre on screen. Back in the combat arena. Hey, you two doing okay point-wise? Izuku calls out to Mina and Uraraka as he lands next to them after racking up at least 200 points. In all fairness, when moving at that speed, details such as small numbers tend to be missed. I've gotten 45 points. Mina says, 28 here. Uraraka says, that's good, it should be more than enough for both of you to pass. A large crashing sound causes Izuku to dodge out of the way as a large piece of rubble traps both Mina and Uraraka. Holy shit, Izuku says as he looks up and sees what has to be the 0-pointer. Standing at least 300 feet tall and easily 50 feet wide, it looked like something out of an old Godzilla movie, smashing through buildings and causing everyone to run very quickly in the opposite direction. Izuku looks up at the robot and is about to go fight it when he notices that it's about to step on Mina and Uraraka. He quickly rushes forward and grabs the two of them and moves them out of the way of the robot. Both of you get ready to run. I don't know how long I can hold this thing off. Mina blinks and says, hold it off. How can you hold it off? That thing is the size of a freaking mountain. Izuku shrugs and says, I'll figure something out along the way. Before they could object, Izuku launches himself into the air and lands on the zero-pointer's arm and starts running up it, slicing everything he can as he goes. Damn, this thing is tough, Izuku thinks to himself. I've sliced through enough wires that I should have at least turned off something, but it's still going along just fine. Izuku senses the other hand coming in towards him and thinks to himself, shit. As he jumps through the gap in between two of the fingers of the large hand coming down at him and lands on the other arm and quickly runs up onto the robot's shoulder. Izuku smiles as he finally reaches the robot's weak point. He takes his sword and plunges it directly into the motor control box of the robot. A few seconds later, Izuku realizes that he probably should have thought this through better as the robot begins to fall towards the ground. While undead, Izuku thinks to himself as he closes his eyes and starts falling towards the ground. However, as Izuku closes his eyes, he feels someone enter the zone of his perception quirk and he opens his eyes to see Uraraka jumping off a roof at him. What are you doing? I told you to Ru. Izuku stops talking as he feels his gravity being turned off as he simply hovers in mid-air as Uraraka lands in a large puddle of pink jello-looking liquid. Release, Uraraka says as Izuku feels his gravity turn back on and he lands in a large puddle of pink liquid. As Izuku falls out of the puddle, he looks over at Uraraka and Mina and says, "Thank you for saving me." Mina smiles and says, "No problem, after all you did just save us from that giant robot." Uraraka meanwhile is looking down at her shoes, blushing, and says, "Yeah, don't mention it. All right everyone, your 10 minutes are up. The test is now officially over." Present Mike's voice comes over the speaker. "We thank you all for participating in the UA Hero Course entrance exam and recommend that anyone who needs healing report to Recovery Girl for treatment." Izuku starts walking forward toward the recovery center, talking to Mina and Uraraka, laughing and joking as they go. Several hours later at the League of Villains hideout. "Hey everyone, I'm back," Izuku says as he enters the bar. "Hey cuz, how was the test?" Nana calls over from the video game she's playing. "The written portion was ridiculously easy, and for the practical, every robot except for the zero-pointer was weak enough to be cut in half in one strike. It was like playing one of your COD games on easy mode." Nana rolls her eyes and says, "Well, in that case I assume you aced it. They told me I broke the record set by All Might by about 250 points, so I guess that could be considered acing it." Nana looks over from the game and smiles, saying, "Nice job cuz. Just for that, I think I'll be kind enough to let you beat me at one game of Mario Kart today." "You say that as if I don't beat you half the time already," Izuku replies exasperatedly. Nana rolls her eyes and goes back to her game and calls out, "Oh, by the way, Master wanted to talk to you, said it was about introducing you to our second spy in UA this year." Izuku looks over and says, "Okay, thanks, I'll be back in a bit to whoop your ass at Mario Kart. In your dreams cuz." Nana calls out as Izuku walks into the back area of the building. "Ah, Izuku, welcome," AFO says as he is sitting in his chair. "Allow me to introduce you to your new partner at UA." Izuku looks around and says, "I can sense them, but I don't see anyone else here." "That's because that's my quirk, you idiot." Izuku turns around towards the sound of the voice only to see nothing there. "Allow me to introduce you to Toru Hagakure. She will be your partner at UA this year. I'll leave the two of you alone so you can get to know each other and your cover stories," AFO says as he leaves the room. After a short awkward pause, Toru says, "So you're the record breaker, huh? I was impressed with the taking down of the zero-pointer." "Thanks," Izuku replies. "You really should have gone for the elbow joint rather than just slicing the arm willy-nilly through. It would have completely disabled that arm." "I was trying to leave that arm mostly active. After all, I needed the robot to think that it had a chance to save its arm so it would attack with the other arm rather than protecting its shoulders." Fair answer." Another awkward pause. "So, invisibility, that's a good quirk," Izuku says. "Only if you can turn it off. I don't even remember what I look like." "Dang, that's rough." "Yeah, that's why I agreed to sign up for the league. All for one," said his doctor, "can potentially modify my quirk so I can turn visible again at will. So why did you join?" Izuku ponders for a moment, wondering how much to tell her, so he simply says, "All for one is my uncle." Izuku senses Toru's eyes widening as she says, "I am so sorry, sir, for questioning you and bothering you with my issues. I didn't realize that you are." "Stop," Izuku says. "I am not going to reprimand you for simply trying to talk to me. After all, we are going to be comrades together at UA." Toru nods as she looks up at Izuku and says, "Thank you for understanding, sir. Also, stop with the sir thing. Either call me Izuku, which is my actual name, or just call me Deku while out in the field." "Okay, Izuku." They talk for a few more hours about their backstories until they both go to bed to prepare for their first day as spies at UA. "Hello and welcome to your first day at UA. My name is Aizawa and I will be your homeroom teacher," says a man with long black hair as he walks in the door. "Now I am supposed to be taking you to the orientation, however I believe in doing something more practical. Everybody follow me outside." Everyone gets up out of their seats and walks outside with Mr. Aizawa, where he calls out and says, "Today we will be doing a quirk apprehension test in order to test out how strong each of your quirks are." Now, since the discovery of quirks, the government has tried treating like everyone as equal by forbidding anyone from using their quirks in normal school tests. But quite frankly, this is dumb. After all, not all quirks are created equal. Mr. Midoriya, would you please come forward? Izuku walks forward and Mr. Aizawa says, however, occasionally pure training can pay off. After all, the person who got the most combat points in this exam is Mr. Izuku Midoriya here, and he is quirkless. There are slight gasps and muttering from around the class, but one voice calls out above all the others. What, how'd that worthless Deku get first? Bakugo yells. Mr. Bakugo, you will very quickly learn that I do not accept the bullying of my students. I will let you off this time since it is your first day, but if you call your peer worthless again, you will personally deal with me. Aizawa replies, glaring at Bakugo. Aizawa turns and hands a ball to Izuku and says, now Mr. Midoriya, how far could you throw a ball back during grade school? Before I began my training, about 30 meters, Izuku replies. Aizawa nods and says, let's see how well you do now then. Aizawa steps back and lets Izuku throw the ball. Izuku takes a few steps back, tossing the ball gently in his hand, and wins back to throw the ball and begins to run forward to throw it. As he is in the final step, he feels his perception quirk disappear and thinks to himself, so he thinks I'm just hiding a quirk. Oh well, then he's going to be surprised, it seems. As Izuku lets go of the ball, it flies out of his hand, traveling well over 300 meters, surprising everyone, especially Aizawa, as Izuku turns and sees that Aizawa's hair is standing on end and chuckles and says, you really thought I was lying about being quirkless, Eraserhead? There are many things that many people around the world will lie about. Being quirkless is not one of them. Aizawa nods and gestures for Izuku to go back in the line as he turns and says, that was very impressive, Midoriya, thank you for the demonstration. Now we will begin the exams for the class as a whole. All of you line up in a single file line and get ready to participate in the 8 tests that we shall be doing. Those are the ball throw, a 50-meter dash, grip strength tester, a standing long jump, repeating side jumps, a distance run, sit-ups, and a seated toe touch. Feel free to begin whenever you are ready. Aizawa turns and walks away, but pauses as he says, oh, one more thing, the person with the lowest score gets expelled. Everyone gasps in shock as Ida says, Mr. Aizawa, that is unfair. We have all earned the right to become a student here at UA. How could you expel students with such an unfair trial? You earn the right to enter this school, not the right to stay in it. Aizawa says, if you can't beat at least one member of your class, then you have earned your expulsion. Now then, begin your tests, or I will simply expel those who don't participate. The students begin grumbling as they go and begin participating in the tests. Everyone starts with the ball throw test, as most of them get within the 100-200 meter range. There are a few outliers, however, with Bakugo getting 705.2 meters with his explosion, Sho Todoroki getting 600 meters using her ice, and of course, Uraraka getting infinity with her zero gravity. The next test was the seated toe touch, which everyone passed, as well as the sit-ups after that. The next test that was actually challenging was a 50-meter sprint in which Bakugo and Izuku got paired together. I'm going to kick your ass, Deku. Bakugo yells at Izuku as he rolls his eyes. 3, 2, 1, go, Aizawa says as he stands observing the track. Bakugo begins using his quirk to launch himself across the track, and he feels so confident in himself beating that worthless Deku. That is until he looks up and sees Izuku at the other end of the track with his name being called out. Izuku Midoriya 1.25 seconds. Bakugo reaches the end of the race a few seconds later with a time of 4.23 seconds. Shocked that Deku beat him and fuming with rage at the fact that Deku beat him. The rest of the race results mostly average around 7 minutes 10 seconds, but Ida puts on a good show with a speed of 3.04 seconds and Sho Todoroki with a speed of 4.10 seconds using her eyes. The next test was the grip strength test, which Shoji won with a grip force of 540 kgs and Izuku managed to get a grip strength of 300 kgs. The next test was the standing long jump, in which Izuku cleared the sandbox, as well as Uraraka, who used her quirk to become weightless and then gently jumped and swam through the air to the other side. The last 2 tests, the repeating side jumps and distance run, were both uneventful enough to where the author couldn't figure out how to make them sound interesting enough to write about. After all the exams were over, all of the students reported back to Mr. Aizawa, who said, "Congratulations on completing the exam. Here are your rankings based on how well you used your quirks in tandem with the tests. Or in Midoriya's case, how well he did using his physical skills. If you look at the board, you will see your rankings." All of the students looked up at the board and read the results, which were: first place, Momoye Urazu; second place, Sho Todoroki; third place, Izuku Midoriya; fourth place, Katsuki Bakugo; fifth place, Tenya Ida; sixth place, Fukumage Takoyami; seventh place, Mizo Shoji; eighth place, Mashirao Jiro; ninth place, Ochako Uraraka; 10th place, Ijiro Kirishima; 11th place, Mina Ashido; 12th place, Koji Koda; 13th place, Rikido Sato; 14th place, Tsuyuase; 15th place, Yuga Aoyama; 16th place, Hantasiro; 17th place, Denali Kaminari; 18th place, Kyoka Jiro; 19th place, Toru Hagakure. 20th place, Minoru Mineta. No, Mineta starts crying as he sees his name at the bottom of the rankings. I can't be expelled. It's the only way I'll ever be popular with the girls. Everyone in the class looks at Mineta with differing levels of intrigue and disgust, and Aizawa walks forward and says, "Congratulations everyone on taking the exam, and especially those in the top 5. Now then, all of you report back to the classroom and pack up to go home." Aizawa slowly walks away before turning back and saying, "Oh, one more thing, I was lying about having the person with the lowest score being expelled. That was just a way to ensure that you all tried your hardest on the test." "What?" Everyone but Izuku and Momo says. "Didn't everyone know this? I thought it was fairly obvious. After all, no school would give a teacher permission to expel one of his students on the first day," Momo says quietly. "No, we didn't, and how dare you not tell us?" Kaminari says. "Yeah, I mean, all that added stress could have just as easily broken us as having us improve." Mina adds on, "If we told you, you would have not had the added pressure of trying to not come in last, then you might not have performed as well." Izuku says, causing everyone to look over at him and Momo to look over at him gratefully. "Either way, it really doesn't matter now since the test is over, though I do imagine that there will be another one soon. Anyway, I have go catch a train ride back home, so I'll see you all tomorrow," Izuku says as he begins to walk away, with Toru leaving a few minutes later and meeting with Izuku and Kurogiri in the back alley as they teleport away back to the LOV headquarters. "Welcome back, cuz. How was your first day of school?" Nana says as she smirks at Izuku as they come back through Kurogiri's portal. "Haha, it was fine. No one thinks I have a quirk since I got 3rd place, since Eraserhead was using his quirk on me for at least 3 of the trials, so that's good. Unfortunately, I could not use the memory quirk on anyone yet to see if we have a chance of recruiting them, but I do have notes on a few of the quirks of the class." Nana smiles and says, "That's good, but save it for the weekend meeting. In the meantime, Kurogiri, would you mind cooking some dinner while I beat the shit out of my cousin at Smash Bros?" Kurogiri nods as Izuku walks towards the couch and says, "In your dreams, cuz you may be better at me in Call of Duty, but you will never beat me at Smash Bros." Izuku pauses, turns around, and calls over to Toru. "Want to play? We have like 8 controllers." Toru stands shocked as she slowly says, "Are you sure? I mean, I am simply your underling, and with both of you being my superiors, I—" "Stop," Izuku interrupts, putting his hand on her shoulder. "In my mind, I may be your superior during missions, but while here," he gestures to the bar they were standing, "and we are all equal." Toru looks up at Izuku and after a few seconds says, "I thank you, sir. If you insist, I will join you in playing, but I must warn you, I am very good at King Dedet." Izuku smiles and says, "Great. Maybe you'll actually present a challenge to me, unlike Miss Hands over there." "Hey, that's Madam Hands to you," Nana says as she smirks at Izuku and tosses a controller to Toru. As Izuku sits on a chair facing the screen, Nana grabs Toru and pulls her onto the couch next to her and says, "Okay, here's the deal. We team up to take out Izuku first, and then we fight each other. Agreed?" Toru looks at her, blinks, and says, "Ooh, sure." Nana smiles at her and they start playing. They play for 2 hours until Izuku and Toru decide they need to go to bed. They never manage to hit the cloud that Izuku was playing. "Excuse me, Midoriya," Ada says as Izuku walks into class. "Yeah, Ada, what is it?" Izuku asks. "I simply wanted to apologize to you for calling you an idiot because you were participating in the exam despite being quirkless. You are a very skilled fighter in athletic, and I want to compliment you on your skills," Ada says with a bow. Izuku nods and says, "Don't mention it. If I hated everyone who called me a fool for fighting because I was quirkless, then the only people I wouldn't hate would be my late mother, my tutor, Mina, and Uraraka." Ada's eyes widen as he says quietly, "That many people judged you for being quirkless." Izuku looks off in the distance, a look of anger in his eyes as he says, "The quirkless have no place in society. That's what I heard from nearly everyone every day of my life. The tones and words would change, but the meaning was always the same. I'm here to prove them all wrong." Ada nods as they enter the classroom. As they enter the classroom, though, all of Class 1A- Shote and Bakugo surround Izuku and start congratulating him. "Wow, it's impressive how you beat all the tests," Kaminari says. "Yeah, real manly. You need to teach me how you did all that," Kirishima says. "Impressive indeed," Takoyami says from the back. "Thank you, Kaminari, Kirishima, Takoyami. Though I must say some of your performances were also quite amazing, and I would love to see more of how your quirks work," Izuku says, smiling at all the people there. Aizawa then walks in and says, "All right, all of you sit down in your seats," as Izuku takes his seat behind Mineta and in front of Bakugo. "Why the F did I have to sit in front of effing Bakugo of all people?" Izuku thinks to himself as Aizawa yanks him out of his thoughts by saying, "Today you will have your first combat training session. Now all of you put on your hero outfits and follow me. I will introduce you to the combat trainer so I can get some sleep." Izuku goes into the restroom to change into his outfit, which is a pitch black suit covered in holsters and pouches that carries knives, flashbangs, tasers, and 2 custom sheaths for his 2 swords. There was also a note saying that they refused to add holsters for guns but instead gave tasers. Izuku sighs as he sees this, noting that he is going to have to upgrade his stun gun to being a decent stun gun rather than the sheet taser they gave him. He however smiled to himself as he sees that they gave the special upgrades he asked for on the gear. As he walks out of the room, he looks around at the rest of his class, who already had their costumes on. "Dude, what are you wearing?" Kaminari asks. "Yeah, you look like a villain," Kirishima says. "If I'm going to be a hero, I need a costume that will inspire fear in villains. I don't have quirks to rely on, so I need to use other methods to take down villains if I don't end them." Izuku says his rehearsed lie that Razor told him to say. "I don't think it suits you," Momo says. "I would think that you would want to be a hero that inspires people," Mina adds. Izuku shrugs and says, "You work with what you got. Doesn't matter if I inspire people if I die in a few months. If you think you'll die in a few months, then you should quit for your sake," Shote says, causing everyone to look at her. "I've seen what happens when people are unprepared for this life and forced into it. Trust me, it's not pretty." Izuku nods and says, "That's true, but I've trained more than enough to defeat most opponents, especially when I have my gear." Shote looks him up and down and says, "I do not doubt that you have skill, but it will still take more to convince me that you are worthy of being a hero. Hey, be kind to him. It has to be hard to get into the hero program without a quirk," Toru says, perfectly playing her part as a hyper-kind person that she and Izuku discussed when discussing their roles as spies. Everyone pauses as they hear slight chuckling, and they all turn to find that the source is Izuku as he looks at Shote and says, "Well, then I shall work towards being your rival, Miss Todoroki, though I must say that you must have really admired your father if you mimic him so much." Izuku grabs Shote's hand as she with an ice-cold glare and says, "Never compare me to my father." Izuku blinks slightly and activates his memory viewer quirk. It was only due to his high levels of training that he didn't gasp as he saw Shote's history. The abuse of her mother and siblings at the hands of her father, the scolding of her face, and the death of her brother. Izuku barely stops himself from wincing as he gets a splitting migraine and he ceases his power and says, keeping a smile plastered on his face, "I promise I never will again compare you to your father." Shote nods, looks down, and says, "Izuku, you seem to be having a nosebleed." Izuku looks down, grabs a tissue off of a nearby desk, and says, "That's weird, that usually doesn't happen." Shote looks skeptical for a moment but then shrugs, and then everyone leaves to follow Aizawa. As the class follows Aizawa to the combat arena, they all hear, "Have no fear, for I am here." And a large blast of wind as All Might lands in front of them. All Might stands smiling and scanning the crowd until he sees Izuku. His smile twitches slightly, but he reinforces his smile and says, "That's right, the rumors are true. I will be your new combat instructor here at UA High. Now then, the exercise for today will be a simple 2v2 matchup within the interior of one of these fine buildings. One of the teams will play as the villains trying to protect the fake bomb that is within, while the other will play as the heroes attempting to capture the bomb. In order to make it more fair, the villain team is allowed 15 minutes inside the building to plan how to defend the bomb, while the hero team is allowed 5 minutes prep time before entering." All Might pauses, takes a breath, and continues. The teams will be divided into the following people. Team A, Izuku Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka. Team B, Shote Todoroki and Mizo Shoji. Team C, Momo Yaoyorozu and Minoru Mainta. Team D, Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida. Team E, Yuga Aoyama and Mina Ashido. Team F, Rikido Sato and Koji Koda. Team G, Denki Kaminari and Kyoka Jiro. Team H, Fumikage Takoyami and Tsuyuwase. Team I, Mashirao Ajiro and Toru Hagakure. And Team J, Ejiro Kirishima and Hantasiro. All Might walks over and grabs the table holding a box labeled villain and a box labeled hero. The first hero team will be Team D. Bakugo starts walking forward with Ida screaming after him for him to stop so they can have a plan. The villain team will be Team Izuku and Uraraka look at each other and nod, though Izuku's nod is slightly more confident than Uraraka's far less confident nod. Everyone else report to the observation room to watch the tests. All Might calls out. As Izuku and Uraraka start walking away towards the building, Izuku feels a large hand on his shoulder. "Hey, kid," All Might says. "How have you been doing?" Izuku turns around and subconsciously notices the fact that everyone is looking at him and All Might, but glares knives of steel at All Might as he says, "F you. You think you're forgiven just because you're going to be my effing teacher? Well, you aren't, so go F off unless you have effing advice on how I can improve. Until that point, I don't want to see your goddamn effing face." All of Class 1A is staring at Izuku in various levels of shock, disbelief, and confusion as All Might says, "That's okay, but I just want to tell you I'm sorry." "Sorry," Izuku yells. "You say I don't have a effing chance in hell of being a hero because I'm quirkless, and on top of that, due to my conversation with you, I missed my mom's." Izuku pauses and takes a breath and hisses at All Might. "Unless you know someone who can bring people back from the effing dead, I will never forgive you." Izuku turns and walks away towards the building where the bomb is, with Uraraka following him, and asks, "Okay, what was that about? We met once when I asked him if I could be a hero without a quirk. He said that there wasn't any chance and that I should dream realistically, and then just left me up on some goddamn rooftop. When I then returned home, I realized that due to All Might leaving me up on that effing rooftop, I missed my mother having a heart attack and dying. Who knows if I was there, maybe. Anyway, let's just go do this stupid trial so I don't have to see that FS face for as long as possible. As Izuku starts walking towards the building slightly faster, he notices that he stops sensing Uraraka's movement. He stops and turns around, blinking in surprise as he sees Uraraka rushing towards him and hugging him. I'm so sorry, Izuku. If you ever need anything, I promise I'll help in any way I can. Izuku blinks repeatedly and smiles and hugs Uraraka back and says, thank you. After a short pause, Izuku lets go of Uraraka and says, now then, let's go kick the ass of the only other a-hole I hate as much as All Might. 10 minutes later. Bakugo, we have to devise some plan to work together, otherwise we'll never find the bomb. Ada says exasperatedly, shut it extra. I'm going to beat that worthless Deku while you go find the bomb. How hard of a plan is that? Bakugo yells at Ada. The goal of this exercise is to capture the bomb, not fight the villains. Bakugo, if we just rush in there fighting, all they have to do is stall for 15 minutes until our time's up and we lose. Shut it, Glasses. Bakugo yells. My name is not Glasses, it is Tenya Ada. Ada yells back. Hero team, your prep time has ended. The battle starts now. Bakugo looks at Ada and says, come on, Glasses, let's go. Bakugo walks up and opens the front door, turns back and says, I'll go in from the front to distract them. You go up to the 5th floor and come in from there. Hopefully. We won't see each other again, but if we do, we meet on the 3rd floor directly in the middle. Ada is about to protest, but Bakugo closes the door before he can. Idiot. Ada thinks to himself as he starts climbing up to the 5th floor. They aren't even trying to be stealthy, are they? Uraraka says. At least Ada is trying to be stealthy, but with his hero costume he'd be better just running through the front door. Uraraka and Izuku watch their two opponents through a computer screen deployed on Izuku's arm. During their prep time, Izuku had explained to Uraraka the custom upgrades he had put into his costume, mainly focusing on the deployable cameras and smoke emitters which links with the computer in his suit. They had set up cameras covering every inch of the interior and exterior of the building. We could just wait in here, right? Uraraka asks. I mean, we already removed the bomb, we don't have to fight them. If we don't fight them, they'll think something is up. I'll take on Bakugo while you get Ada. That sounds good. Uraraka blinks and says, my power is gravity manipulation. How am I going to take on a speedster? Izuku hands Uraraka a knife from his belt and says, here, use this, it should keep him off balance until the clock runs out. Uraraka nods and says, okay, then I'll see you soon. Uraraka starts towards the stairs while Izuku checks the computer and starts towards Bakugo. What do they mean they removed the bomb? Ribbit. Suyu asks. Now that they mentioned it, I do not see the bomb on the security cameras. Takoyami says. Yeah, I don't see it either. Gyro says. Where is that bomb? All Might thinks to himself as he watches the screen. It still says on the tracker that it's near the building, so where is it? Bakugo walks slowly through the building looking for any sign of the bomb when he hears a slight hissing coming from around the corner. Bakugo smiles to himself and says, there you are, Deku. He yelled as he turned the corner only to see nothing there but smoke. The hell? Bakugo says as he feels a kick hit him right in between the ribs, sending him sprawling to the floor. I knew you'd fall for that, Izuku says as he stands over Bakugo. You're always so predictable, Kaken. You come rushing into any situation with little to no plan and then just follow your instincts till you fail, never doubting yourself as you go rushing forward. Shut it, Deku. Bakugo yells as he releases a large explosion from his right gauntlet, which Izuku does a backflip over as he kicks Bakugo on his shoulder blade, causing it to break as he once again sends him sprawling to the ground. Case in point, Kaken, you always attack with a right hook first. Honestly, you are so predictable that anyone with even the slightest level of training can outcompete you. Bakugo gets back up and yells FUDEKU as he starts swinging at Izuku, wildly launching explosion after explosion at him. Meanwhile, Uraraka is wandering around on the 5th floor looking for Ada. Come on, Ochako, think if you were a hero searching for a bomb with no building layout, where would you look? Uraraka thinks to herself. She stops and thinks, wait, he's the one searching for the bomb? Not me. I don't need to find him, I just have to wait for him to come to me. I'll just go to the center room and wait there till he shows up. Uraraka glances behind her as she goes to the center room and waits. Izuku effortlessly dodges all of the explosions using his perception quirk. After a bit of dodging, Izuku ducks back into the cover of the smoke. Stop hiding, Deku. I know you're in this smoke somewhere, I'll blast you out. Bakugo yells as he starts throwing explosions into the smoke. You'll never find me like that, Kaken. Izuku's voice comes from all around Bakugo, causing him to frantically look in all directions. Poor Kaken. Always acting without a thought. Someday that will really come back to bite you in the ass, Izuku says in a sing-songy voice that comes from all around the room as he quickly dashes out of the smoke and kicks Bakugo in the ass before disappearing back into the smoke. Bakugo looks around and, seemingly coming up with an idea, starts running out of the smoke. What's wrong, Kaken? Too cowardly to face me? Izuku calls out from the smoke. TCH, like that's the case, nerd. I'm just going to get rid of your environmental advantage, Bakugo says as he raises his gauntlet towards the smoke. Finally found you, villain, Ada says as he walks into the room where Uraraka was waiting. Uraraka looks up from the ground and says with an evil smile, took you long enough, hero. I've been waiting for you. Dang, Uraraka is good at acting. Ada thinks to himself as he says, come now, villain, tell me where you are keeping the bomb and I promise you'll get a reduced sentence. Never, you hero. Dang, what would a villain insult a hero as? Uraraka stumbles as she tries to think of something. According to my brother, the most common insult is calling them a cape. Ada helpfully says, thanks, I mean take this, you cape. Uraraka says awkwardly as she rushes forward towards Ada. Surrender, villain, Ada yells as he uses his jets to launch himself toward Uraraka. Uraraka's eyes widened as she quickly ducked under a kick from Ada aimed at her head. Uraraka dodged and weaved away from Ada, not throwing a single attack as she panicked, thinking about how she could hit someone moving so fast. Both of them suddenly had much bigger concerns as they felt the whole building shake, causing them both to fall over onto the ground. What the heck was that? They say simultaneously. Shit, Izuku says as he barely dodges out of the way of an incredibly large explosion coming from Bakugo's gauntlet. Oh, that hurt, Izuku says to himself as he rubs his back where he was slammed into the wall by the force of the explosion. Izuku looks down the hallway he was just standing in and thinks to himself, well shit, there goes my smoke emitter. The smoke emitter, along with all of the smoke in the hallway, was completely cleared out by the explosion and likely forced outside via the giant hole in the wall. What you gonna do now, Deku? Bakugo yells at Izuku as he glares down at him. I'm going to show you why the quirkless can't be heroes. Bakugo screams at Izuku as he pulls back his fist for another large explosion. All Might's voice comes over the comms. Bakugo, I feel the need to point out that if you launch another explosion that size, I will have no choice but to interfere and give you a failing grade. What? The F4? Bakugo yells. Heroes should always attempt to cause the least amount of collateral damage possible. By using another explosion that size, there would be a substantial risk of the building collapsing and causing the deaths of both yourself, your fellow heroes, and the villains you are trying to arrest. All Might voice calmly tells Bakugo, don't worry, All Might, he won't get off another explosion. Izuku says from the ground. What? Bakugo says, looking down at Izuku. What did you say to me, nerd? He leans down and attempts to grab Izuku, only to find his hands have grabbed nothing but air. The hell? Bakugo says as he steps back and looks around, only to see four Izukus standing behind him, all with their swords out. I was hoping I wouldn't have to show off my special move before the UA tournament, but you forced me to show it now. That's impressive, Kaken. All four Izukus say simultaneously, but since you forced me to show it off with the me on the ground, I might as well show the whole move off. All four Izukus smile as they say, killer move, fourfold funeral. All four Izukus rush towards Bakugo, who frantically tries launching an explosion at one of them, only for it to cease to exist, being replaced by an afterimage on the other side of the formation. What the hell? Bakugo screams as he is hit with sword slash after sword slash until he falls to the ground, a bloody but breathing mess. After Bakugo ceases moving at all besides shallow breaths, all of the Izukus form back into one Izuku. Phew, that was a workout, Izuku says to himself. Well, time to go help Uraraka. Izuku turns to walk away but stops and looks back at Bakugo and sighs as he walks over and takes some of his capturing tape and wraps it around some of Bakugo's wounds. But as he does this, he leans into Bakugo's ear and whispers quietly enough to where even the microphones UA installed in their suits couldn't hear him. That's for all those years of bullying you effing a hole. As Izuku walks into the center room on the 5th floor, sword still in hand, he sees Uraraka and Ida engaged in intense combat, neither even noticing he walks into the room as they continue to fight. Uraraka dodges to the side to avoid a kick from Ida as she tries to swipe at him with the knife that Izuku gave her when the fight started. Ida in turn dodges the knife and attempts to grab it out of her hands, but fails due to having to dodge a kick from Uraraka aimed at his shins. God, they can't fight at all, can they? Izuku thinks to himself as he watches repeatedly bad attempts by both sides to even land a glancing hit on each other. You need to aim for where he's going to be, not where he currently is. Izuku calls out to Uraraka. Both Uraraka and Ida look over at Izuku in shock as he simply stands by the door holding his blade while taking out a cleaning cloth from a pouch. Izuku, come here and help me, he's really tough to hit, Uraraka says frantically. No, I won't. After all, he is here and the bomb is elsewhere, and Bakugo is not going to be moving for a while, so I think this is a good opportunity to have you learn some things about combat. After all, I can't have one of my friends die later on because I failed to teach them now. I can take both of you on at once, watch me, Ida says as he raises his fists once more. No, you can't, Ida, you already have a sprain in your left knee from overuse of your powers, and quite frankly, even with full control you're still slower than me, so I would be able to do to you what I did to Bakugo very quickly since you don't have an area attacks for me to worry about, Izuku says as he raises his blade to emphasize what he meant by what he did to Bakugo. I am simply going to play the role of a teacher mentoring a student for the rest of this. After All Might never said anything about the roles that the heroes or villains had to take. So all I'm going to do is stand here and give Uraraka advice on how to beat you while also making sure you don't escape to search for the bomb. Izuku leans back against the wall and watches as Uraraka starts to attack Ida while he is distracted, swinging her knife wildly at him, which Ida successfully dodges. Ugh, no, you're doing it all wrong. You don't want to swing the knife randomly. You want to have controlled flowing movements that keep your enemy off balance while also pushing them into a corner where they can't dodge anymore, Izuku instructs. You're not being very helpful, Izuku, Uraraka calls over as she still tries to desperately dodge Ida's attacks while trying to hit him. Okay, let me try it this way. If you swing at Ida's leg right now, what way will he dodge? How the hell should I know, Uraraka screams. He'll dodge right because you would be swinging at him from his left. You know what, never mind, I'll teach you how to fight later. For now, just watch me. Izuku stops trying to explain and simply moves on to showing Uraraka what to do. Izuku quickly rushes forward, taking the knife out of Uraraka's hands and starts swinging at it. Ida barely dodges the attacks but is surprised at how fast and smooth the attacks are. With every swing it comes closer to hitting him until it begins scratching his armor off. Oof, Ida groans as he slams into a wall. Surrender, you have nowhere to go, Izuku says as he holds out his blade. Ida looks behind him and notices he has been forced into the corner of the room. A true hero never gives up, Ida says with a look of defiance in his eyes. Izuku nods and resumes his assault, but with nowhere to move, Ida's tendons are quickly slashed and he is left on the floor a bleeding mess. Victory, villains. All Might's voice rings out over the intercoms. Though I must ask, where did you put the bomb? After all, we cannot find it in the building using our security cameras. Ida looks up from the floor in shock as he hears it wasn't even in the building. Uraraka, I believe you can stop now. Uraraka nods and she touches her hands together and says release. After a few seconds they hear a loud crash on the roof. You heroes are so unimaginative, you never think about the simple solution of looking around first to see if the bomb is outside the building. I mean, we waited for you and Bakugo to both be in visual range for at least a minute before we sent the bomb into the atmosphere, and yet you still didn't see it. Honestly, it's a bit insulting. It took a bit of brainstorming to come up with that idea, Izuku says as he walks over to Ida, leans down and picks him up onto his shoulder. Now then, let's get you to whoever the nurse on campus here is. Several minutes later, Izuku and Uraraka stand in the observation room with the rest of Class 1A minus Bakugo and Ida, who are currently at the nurse being healed. Let us first congratulate the villain team on winning the battle, even if they used unorthodox tactics, All Might says as everyone starts congratulating Izuku and Uraraka for their win. After a few moments, All Might continues, now then, can anyone tell me who had the most important impact on the battle? I would say Uraraka, Momo says. Please explain your reasoning. All Might says, due to the fact that Uraraka was able to remove the bomb from the building and put it in a place where even if the heroes searched the whole building without any resistance, they still wouldn't have found it. She effectively guaranteed a win for the villain team. Additionally, even if she was knocked out due to how her powers work, the bomb would have fallen to the ground and would have detonated, still allowing the villain's plan to succeed even if the villains themselves happened to become casualties. The reason it wasn't Izuku despite his 2 combat victories was that due to the fact he could only be in one place at a time, he still needed to rely on Uraraka not to be defeated in order to keep the villain team alive. Crap, she said everything I was going to say. All Might thinks to himself. Yes, that is correct. You have very good observational skills, Monsieur Irazu. All Might stammers out. Anyway, the next team prepare for combat. Izuku turns to watch the next fight, but he feels a hand on his shoulder. Izuku turns around and sees Shote standing over him as she says, that was very impressive, Izuku. Thanks. It is my understanding that you are next up for the fight. Shote nods and says, do not worry, I will surpass your performance. Though I must admit that what you did was most impressive. Thank you, Izuku says as he bows down slightly. I look forward to watching your trial and perhaps sparing some time later. Shote turns towards the door and says, I look forward to it. Izuku watches her exit and looks over at Toru, who is preparing for the fight, and slightly nods when he senses her looking at him. Beneath her invisibility, Toru nods and smiles back as she prepares for her fight. So what's the plan? Toru asks Ajiro in a hyper voice from inside a different building. I don't know, I mean, we know that Shote's quirk is ice, so maybe we prepare for that. Yeah, I can remove my costume and we can stealthily attack them before they can use their quirk. Yeah, that were what the hell. Ajiro says as they both see a sheet of ice coming at them and freezing them in place. Unstuck. Toru says as she looks around for anything to try to free her from the ice. She sees Shote walk towards them on top of the ice. Sorry about this, but you both seemingly got a bad matchup. She touches the bomb and All Might's voice rings out, "Victory, hero team." That was impressive, Izuku says as he watches the screen with Uraraka and Mina. Yeah, I don't know if anyone could have defeated that, Uraraka says. I don't know about that. Mina probably could have with her ice or Bakugo with his explosions, but most of the rest of the class would have been screwed, Izuku says. Wait, you think I could have beat that? Mina says, looking at Izuku. Well, assuming your acid could melt the ice, you could just cover the floor where you were trapped with it and be able to get out quickly enough to where Shote wouldn't notice you. Mina blushes as she hears this and says, "Aw, thanks, Izuku." Mina smiles and hugs Izuku, causing Izuku to blink again in surprise and the rest of the class to look at them. You're welcome, but I feel the need to let you know I can't breathe. Izuku choked out as Mina let go. He quickly touches her skin with his hand and activates his memory viewer quirk. To Izuku's shock, however, nothing happens. Izuku starts thinking of possible obstacles. Eraserhead is asleep and not in this room, so it can't be that. None of his classmates or All Might have the ability to nullify quirks. Was it something about Mina specifically? Or was it a problem with his quirk? Or was it that he didn't touch her long enough? As all these thoughts go through his head, he stares off into space with an unreadable expression on his face. Izuku does manage to stop his train of thought after a few more seconds, but since he paused for those few seconds, Mina believes it was for different reason. You okay, Izuku? Mina asks, staring up at him in the face while leaning down under him. Oh yeah, I'm fine. Izuku stammers out as he starts blushing, seeing Mina standing so close to him. Are you sure? You seem very out of it. Yeah, I'm sure. Izuku stammers out, blushing profusely. Should I have a crush on Mina? Izuku thinks to himself. If you say so, Izuku, Mina says, turning around and walking off with a bounce in her step. Izuku tries and fails to not stare at Mina as she leaves to prepare for her fight. So you like Mina, right? Uraraka's voice snaps Izuku out of his thoughts. How long have you? Is it that obvious? Izuku asks quietly. Kinda. I mean, she seems to be the one person you aren't uber confident around. Izuku looks over at Uraraka and just slightly nods and says, I'm sorry, I kinda knew you had a bit of a crush on me. That actually wasn't it, Uraraka says, causing Izuku to look at her in curiosity and surprise. You reminded me of my brother. He was quirkless like you and he died a few years ago from, well, what most quirkless die from these days. You just remind me of what he was before he became depressed. That's the reason I hanged around you. I'm sorry, Izuku says, looking down at Uraraka. It's fine, it happened years ago, I moved on. Anyway, I hope that doesn't stop us from being friends. Izuku nods and says, of course I'll be your friend. After all, us future heroes have to stick together. Izuku smiles brightly while in the back of his mind throwing up slightly at the thought of being a hero, but Uraraka didn't seem like a hero-type person. Maybe they could recruit her before it's too late. Uraraka smiles back and says they both turn and watch the rest of the matches together, with Shote joining when she got back from her trial. Several hours later, what's this I hear about my cousin getting his first crush? Nana says as she brings over a case of beers towards Izuku as he sits down on the sofa. Really, Toru, I thought you agreed to keep this a secret. Izuku calls over. After you beat us at Smash Bros so hard yesterday, I felt a need to get back at you somehow, so now me and Nana get to tease you for the rest of the night. Toru calls over from the pantry where she's grabbing a snack for movie night. It's now my fault you both suck at Smash Bros. Izuku complains. Oh no, you ain't changing the topic that easily, cuss. What does she look like? What's her personality like? Come on, give me something, Nana says, staring at Izuku as he looks around desperately for some distraction to get him out of this conversation. Please excuse the interruption, but we have a new assignment for Izuku and Toru, Kurogiri says as he walks into the room. Nana sighs and says, saved by the bell, but don't think I'm not going to get you to spill the beans when you come back. Izuku sighs as he gets up from the couch and walks over to the communication room with the TV. Hello, Uncle. I heard you have a new assignment for us, Izuku says as he and Toru enter the room. More accurately, an expansion on the old one. AFO says we need you to go and obtain one of the schedules for Class 1A. Izuku nods, but Toru says, might I ask, sir, why and how quickly we will need to get it? We need it preferably in the next few days, and we need it because we are going to be seeing just how much All Might has degenerated. AFO says, an attack on UA. Izuku asks as he steps forward slightly. That is correct, dear nephew. Are any of the students in Class 1A going to die because of this? No, we are going to be specifically giving orders not to end or seriously injure any of the students. After all, it would be a waste of both time and effort to send you in as spies to corrupt the students and then end them all before they have a chance to join us. Izuku nods and steps back, and AFO continues, that is everything, you are both dismissed, and good luck with your mission. Oh, one more thing, Uncle. Izuku says, yes Deku, do you know if there was a limit on the memory viewer quirk about how it could and couldn't be used because I was able to successfully use it on one of my classmates today but I couldn't do it on a second one? Oh yes, the memory viewer can't be used more than once every 24 hours otherwise the overload of memories would cause the user's brain to melt. Izuku nods and says thank you uncle, but why didn't you tell me earlier? You love studying quirks, dear nephew. I gave you 2 months to practice all your quirks, I figured you'd learn it on your own. Izuku nods and thinks to himself, yeah that does sound like something I would do. Then turns to leave with Toru. As Izuku and Toru re-enter the main room they find that Nana has prepared the rest of the food for movie night and put in the disc for Lord of the Rings. Now then, before we start this movie we must first do an ancient ritual. Izuku, tell us about your crush. Izuku groans and sits down on the couch and says just start the movie. The thing is 3.5 hours long and we still have school tomorrow. Nana stares at Izuku and after a few minutes says fine, I have really wanted to see what this Lord of the Rings thing was about, but don't you dare think you're being let off the hook tomorrow. I don't care if I have to hang you in the air. Methinks you're telling me about your crush. Izuku groans as he says just turn on the movie. But as they watch the movie all Izuku can think of is Mina with her smile and bubbly attitude and her beautiful looks. After a certain point, Izuku stops even trying to pay attention to the movie and just sits and daydreams, much to the humor of Nana and Toru who are just watching him. Well, this should be entertaining to watch, Nana says as she stares at Izuku with a bowl of popcorn in her hand as she throws some popcorn in her mouth. Very entertaining indeed. Hello again class, Aizawa says as he walks into the room. I trust you all enjoyed your combat exercise yesterday. Yes sir, the class says. Good. Now what you will be doing today is very important for your hero careers. Please not another quirk test. Most of the class thinks simultaneously. I, of course, mean the choosing of a class representative. Oh, normal high school stuff. The class sighs in relief. This is very important to being a hero because quite frankly if you have the energy and patience to wrangle together a bunch of high schoolers with superpowers then you should be more than capable of running a hero team. Aizawa continues, ignoring the class's sighs of relief. A loud chorus of variations of Pick Me floods Aizawa's ears as everyone tries to plead their case for being the new representative. The only people not participating in this flood of desperate cries are Izuku, Shote, and Sir, how does a class representative get chosen? Ida asks, raising his hand, causing the whole class to stop asking to be picked as they realize that they might have been pleading to the wrong person for the job. I don't care. Do it however you want, I'm taking a nap. Aizawa says, zipping up a sleeping bag and going to sleep. But sir, the snores of his teacher cut off Ida as he stands there in frustration. I wonder where he even gets all those sleeping bags. Kaminari says, probably keeps them behind his desk or something. Gyro replies, that actually really wouldn't surprise me. Izuku says, so how are we doing this? Do we vote or something? Yes, that is an excellent idea, Midoriya. If we all vote, we can see who the class believes the best person for the job would be. Ida says, does everyone agree with a voting-based system of choosing the representative? That does seem like a fair way to do it, Takoyami says. Yeah, let's do it that way, Anjiro says. Though the person who leads us should have to win a battle against everyone else in this class, Bakugo says. So not you, Kirishima says, snickering slightly. What you say, you little punk? Bakugo yells. I mean you lost to Izuku, so. Yeah, it doesn't seem likely that you can beat anyone in this class, Minta says. Izuku's eye twitches slightly as he hears this. He glares slightly at Minta, but before he can say anything Momo says, I'm pretty sure that no one here could beat Izuku at this point based on his performance yesterday with the possible exception of Shote. The whole class stops talking for a second, thinking about what their chances would be of beating Izuku until Mina says, yeah, that does sound about right. I mean, we all saw him yesterday beating the asses of our classmate. Yeah, I mean he even took the time to try to teach Uraraka how to fight while in the middle of trial. That just shows confidence in one's skills. Sato says, more like overconfidence. Minta snickers. Overconfidence is to have too much faith in your abilities. Shote speaks up from the back of the class, that was not overconfidence. After all, Izuku did manage to beat it in the span of a few seconds once he joined the fight. It is true I barely felt I had any time to do anything other than dodge his attacks, and even that was just pushing me into a corner so I wouldn't be able to dodge. Ida says, I forgot to mention you have to choose a class representative today or I will be picking for you and it won't be someone you want. Now be quiet or I'm trying to sleep. Aizawa interrupts as the whole class gulps and they begin to refocus on the topic assigned to them. I say we just do a simple anonymous vote. Izuku speaks up, it won't cause anyone's feelings to be hurt if they don't get any votes, and let's be realistic here. Most people would just vote for themselves if this was an open election, so at least this gives some ability for people to vote for other candidates without being embarrassed that they didn't want to vote for themselves. The whole class minus the class Pomeranian nods in agreement with this idea as they all get out a piece of paper from their bags and write down who they voted for and put it in a box at the front of the classroom that Izuku grabbed from a shelf at the back of the classroom. To make it more likely to be anonymous, they woke up Aizawa, much to his annoyance, to count the votes and place the final tally up on a whiteboard. Wait, how did I get 3 votes? Izuku says in a surprised tone as he looks at the whiteboard. Damn it, I wanted to keep a low profile given our mission today. At least Toru saw my signal and voted for herself. That makes this easier for me. Izuku thinks to himself as he hears Ida on the other side of the classroom. Not a single person voted for me. Ida looks down, stressed and angry at himself. How could this have happened? Don't be so hard on yourself, Ida. I'm sure you would have been a great class rep, Uraraka says, leaning over and patting his back. Did we ever specify what would happen if we had a tie? Momo asks as she points towards the board. Most of the class says as they re-examine the board to see the following. Izuku Midoriya, 3 votes. Momo Yaoyorozu, 3 votes. Maybe we should have them do a debate or something as to why they should be picked, Shiro says. Don't bother, I yield to Momo, says Izuku. What? The class yells. Well, I voted for her, so I don't see why I can't give her the class rep position since it was a tie. So I'll take the vice class rep position. Izuku continues as he walks up to Momo and says, shaking her hand, I yield to you the position of class representative. Use the title well. Thank you, Izuku, though I must ask why you voted for me. Momo asks, you're easily one of the smartest and most perceptive people in this class, as was shown by your breakdown of my battle with Bakugo yesterday. And the fact you were the only other person to notice that the person with the lowest score wouldn't be expelled. Those 2 instances earn my respect for your knowledge. Meanwhile, your earning of the number 1 spot in the quirk aptitude test and your victory against Gyro and Kaminari with only Minta yells, which everyone ignores as Izuku continues without pause as a teammate, earn my respect for your skills. In my eyes, you have more than earned the position as class representative. Thank you, Izuku, that is very kind of you. Momo says in a stunned tone, I will strive to earn the respect you have given me. Izuku bows his head towards her as she walks up to the front of the classroom to begin fulfilling her duties as class representative. Several hours later at lunch, Izuku sits down at a table with Mina, Ida, Shote, and Uraraka. Man, lunch rush makes some good food, Mina says as she happily skips over and sits down at the table. That he does, though I expect nothing less from UA High, Ida says proudly. I suppose that makes sense, plus doesn't he have a food-based quirk or something? Uraraka adds in. Yeah, something about being able to make food out of the particles in the air or something, Izuku says. I don't see what all the fuss is about. My food tastes the same as anywhere else, Shote says. That's because you're eating cold soba without anything on it. It's very hard to be innovative with that, Mina says while pointing at Shote's dish. Is that now how you're supposed to eat soba? That's how I was always eating it growing up, as a reward for breaking through a limit during training. Shote replies, staring at Mina. Dear God, she's being serious. Mina thinks to herself as she hands Shote some of the sauce she was using for her ramen. Try it, I promise it will improve the flavor, Mina says, smiling. Shote looks at Mina suspiciously but pours some of it on her soba and tries it. This is really good, Shote says as she starts eating her soba. Glad you like it, Mina says as she turns to Izuku and says, so quick question, Izuku. Izuku looks down slightly in an attempt to make sure no one sees him, blushing. Yes, Mina. Why'd you give up the position of being the class rep? I mean, you caused me to waste my vote on you. If you didn't want it, you should have said something, Mina says as she smiles happily at Izuku despite her slightly harsh words. Wait, you voted for me? Izuku says, looking up at Mina. Yeah, I mean, you're intelligent, a good fighter, and attractive. Who wouldn't want to vote for you? Mina says. Izuku's face turns into a tomato as he starts stammering out I. Izuku pauses and takes a breath. Thank you, Mina, that is very kind. Meanwhile, in Izuku's thoughts, holy shit, a girl called me attractive. Yeah, I thought you would have been a good class rep too, Uraraka says, mercifully stopping the embarrassing interaction from continuing any longer. I thought that as well, Ida says. Izuku looks at the 3 of them and says, wait, you 3 are the ones who voted for me? I thought that was obvious, Ida says. I mean, I appreciate your confidence in me, but I don't think that I would have been a good class rep. That's why I voted for Momo. Izuku says, I'm honestly surprised that anyone voted for me, let alone enough votes to get a tie. Hey, Izuku, Momo says as she walks over to the table. Hey, Momo, want to join us? Izuku says in a friendly tone. No, we need to discuss the plans for what we will do as the class reps, Momo says. You mean as you being the head rep and me the vice rep, right? Izuku says, pausing. No, I managed to convince the school that since it was a tie we could be co-class reps, that way we would be able to share the responsibilities and stuff, Momo says in an excited tone. It would make it far easier for us to keep the class in balance if both of us were class reps, wouldn't you say? Oh, that's great news, Izuku says while thinking, shit. There goes my ability to be able to lay low. It's bad enough I had to be vice class rep, but with this, I have no chance of avoiding increased scrutiny from the teachers. Izuku mentally pauses, slaps himself for being an idiot. Wait, who would be a better spy than the class rep? They won't be as suspected as much as the normal kids due to the extra trust put into them, and this will be easier for me to be able to see information I'm not supposed to because the class reps are often called in to discuss problems within their class with their teachers. Yes, I can use this to my advantage. So I was thinking that we could go to another table to discuss possible plans. Momo finishes as Izuku comes back to the world of the paying attention to your surroundings. Wouldn't it be easier for us to discuss it here where we have other classmates to bounce the ideas off of? Izuku asks. No, after all, it is likely that the teachers may ask us to do something that the rest of the class can't know about. And if we just disappeared later, it would be far more suspicious than if we just left now, Momo replies. Fair enough, Izuku says as they get up to go to a different table. You know, when we're not doing this, you should join us at that table. It could be fun. Maybe I will, Momo says. As they walk past the table where Toru is sitting, Izuku mildly taps his legs twice. In response, Izuku feels Toru nods her head and says to her table mates, excuse me for a second, I think I forgot something up at lunch rush. The people she is sitting with look at her quizzically, to which she simply sits there for a second. Realizing, or at least thinking they're realizing what she means, they nod and move out of the way for her to go to the bathroom. Upon getting to the bathroom, Toru goes into a stall, switches her clothing with a custom costume made out of her hair, and gets into an air vent, which in this universe follows the Spider-Man PS4 game logic instead of how these things are actually built, and bites down on a transmitter in her mouth, turning off the signal transmitting from it. Meanwhile, outside the school, so those two knuckleheads finally got into position. Took them long enough, Nana says as she sits near the edge of campus away from the annoying human sacks of garbage. Sorry, I believe the official term now is paparazzi attempting to storm the gate. She cracks her knuckles and walks over to the front gate with the paparazzi saying, well then, let's get to work. That's why I think that having punishments for people who are late to class is a bad idea. Izuku is interrupted by alarms going off all over the school. Isn't that the villain alarm? Momo asks. What is it doing going off? Are we under attack? All students, please report to your designated safety zones. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. Principal Nezu's voice comes over the intercom. Well, that answers that question, Momo mumbles as she turns around and yells out to the classes at lunch. All right, you heard the teachers report to the designated safety zone. All the people in the lunchroom pause for a moment. Then what can best be described as a tsunami of people rushes towards the door, each one trying to get to the safety zone faster than the one before. Both Izuku and Momo are pushed into a window by a flood of people where they see the paparazzi storming the campus. You've got to be kidding me. Toru overhears ectoplasm as she sits quietly in the vent above the teacher's lounge. How'd they get in here? Who knows, but they somehow managed to turn off all our security systems and got into campus, so we need to go right now to stop them, Snipe says. Hold on a second, these are peaceful protesters. We can't just force them out without it looking bad in the press, Midnight says. They just broke into our campus without our permission. At this point, they have committed several crimes and we are more than in our right as heroes to stop them. Snipe yells. That may be true, but think of the headlines. Heroes brutally repress protesters. Protesters sent to jail by UA High. No, we wait for the cops to get here, then we let them handle this, Midnight replies. Fine, but we should at least go out there to make sure that the press can't see any of our students, Snipe concedes reluctantly. That we can agree upon, Ectoplasm says as they all leave the room. Toru waits a few seconds until she doesn't hear any more footsteps and then slowly lowers herself out of the vent and into the teacher's lounge, where she quickly goes over to the open computer, pulls up the schedule for the next few weeks, and downloads it onto a flash drive that she puts into a pocket in her custom costume. Before she goes up into the vent again to escape, she looks down from the window at the large crowd of students listening to Izuku on a wall with a megaphone, and she chuckles softly to herself and thinks, nice one, Izuku. Several minutes earlier, Momo, I need you to make me a megaphone. Izuku yells at Momo as they're being pushed into the wall. Why? Oh, got it, Momo says as she uses her powers to create Izuku a megaphone, which he quickly grabs onto. After a few seconds of waiting for a lull in the surge of people, Izuku launches himself into the air, hitting the ceiling and quickly launching himself forward till he hits the exit sign above the door where everyone is leaving. Everybody stop, Izuku yells into the megaphone, his words carrying across the whole hall. It's just the effing press, not some villains. And why are we all running like a bunch of effing civilians? We are heroes in training, we should effing act like it. If we can't handle some paparazzi getting into a building, how are we going to go and fight any villains when we graduate from here? Now pull yourselves the hell together and walk calmly to your safety zone. Don't show these goddamn press pieces of shit that we were scared. Hold your head high and get to the safety area. The class of wannabe heroes nod their heads and calmly go to the safety area without any more incidents. As Izuku lands back on the ground, he hears that was amazing, Izuku, from Mina as she runs up to him and hugs him, once again turning him into a tomato, as the rest of Class 1A joins them. Impressive indeed, Ida says. Yeah, really manly, Kirishima says. Nay, it wasn't that impressive, Mineta comments sullenly. Shut up, Mineta, you couldn't do half of what he just did, Gyro says. I could, Mineta says in a whiny tone. They all arrive back at the homeroom and sit back in their seats with Izuku trying very hard to stop blushing. However, as Izuku looks over at Toru's seat and sees her back in her chair before the rest of them, he feels her nod slightly, making him feel much calmer knowing their mission was completed. Wait, how'd you get back before us, Toru? Momo asks. I was using the bathroom when the alarms went off, so I didn't have to go through the crowd of giant people to get back, Toru explains. Momo nods as she does remember seeing her leaving the cafeteria when she was talking with Izuku about potential things to do as class reps. Hello everyone, sorry for that interruption to your lunch. It seems that the press managed to break into campus by turning off our security system, so we had to deal with that. Nezu's voice comes over the intercom. However, due to the fact that this will be a lot of paperwork for all the teachers here at UA, you all have the rest of the day off to do whatever you like as long as you stay inside the school campus. Class 1A cheers as they proceed to talk amongst themselves for the rest of the day. Welcome back, cuz Toru. Did you guys get it? Nana says as Izuku and Toru walk through one of Kirigiri's portals. Toru takes it out of her bag, slides it across the bar counter, and says in a confident tone, one completely downloaded UA schedule is requested. Everything from how till next Christmas. Nice job, you two. I'm going to go give this to Master and we'll schedule a day for the attack, Nana says as she goes and walks out of the room, leaving Toru and Izuku alone. So, Toru says as they sit down on the couch. And after Izuku has taken a sip of his drink, when are you going to ask Mina out? I don't know. Would she even want to go out with me? I mean, she just seems so far above me, Izuku says as he pauses and looks at his drink and looks at Toru and says, did you seriously just drug me with truth serum? Yes, now I think you should ask her out tomorrow. After all, she seems to really like you, Toru says nonchalantly, skipping over the questionable efficacy of the drugging. I mean, they are villains, so what ethics really? Wait, she does. Izuku turns towards her stunned. Dude, you need to be less dense. I mean, Jesus, I thought they only made bad comic book characters this dense. She literally called you intelligent and attractive. If that isn't just asking to be asked out, I don't know what the hell is. You were on the other side of the cafeteria. How did you hear that? Izuku says, avoiding the insults entirely. She told me during the free period, but back on topic, ask her out. Toru yells at him. Did you start the truth serum intervention without me? Dang it, Toru, I told you to wait, Nana says as she walks back into the room sans flash drive. Now then, Izuku, tell me about Mina. She's beautiful, kind, and outgoing. Just the most amazing person I've ever met, Izuku says as he struggles against the truth serum. Nana whistles as she says, well, then ask her out. I mean, if you like her, and based off of what Toru has told me she likes you, it seems like this should be easy. Much as I would like to, wouldn't that cause a problem with the mission since there would be a conflict of interest? Izuku says confidently, thinking he found a loophole to get out of this conversation. If you are in a romantic relationship with her, it would actually cause you to be more likely to convince her to join our side, so no, it wouldn't be, Toru says. But, sheet, I ran out of excuses. And it's not like I don't want to ask her out. After all, she is so pretty and kind and sweet. Sheet, Izuku says. What's wrong, cuz? Nana asks as she leans forward slightly with her face slightly more serious as she thinks there's a problem. Izuku looks up at Nana and says, I think I love her. Nana smiles as she grabs Izuku's shoulder and whispers in his ear, well then, Izuku, let me give you some cousinly advice. Ask her out. Jesus, you don't need to yell, Izuku says as he rubs his ear. I mean, I just. Would she even? Yes, Toru yells, but Izuku begins to say. No, here is what you are going to do, Izuku. I have Mina's number because I talk to people and I have everyone in a group chat. Toru says. Wait, how did you get my number? I don't even have a phone. Izuku interrupts. I managed to convince Master to get you a phone since most high schoolers have one. Nana helpfully answers. Now then, you are going to text her right now and ask her to go out with you tomorrow night. Then we are going to help you plan the best date you can think of for the rest of the night, Toru says. After several seconds of pause, Izuku sighs and says, fine, I'll ask her out. Conversation via text. Izuku, hello Mina. Mina, yes, is this Izuku? Izuku, yes. Mina, so what's up? Izuku, I would like to go out with you tomorrow night. Mina, Izuku, are you asking me on a date? Izuku, yes. Mina, then yes, I'll meet you tomorrow after school. Izuku, okay, I will see you tomorrow. Mina, see you tomorrow, handsome. At the Ashido household, a high-pitched squeal of joy rang through the house as Mina began to plan her outfit for her date the next day with Izuku. Meanwhile, at the League of Villains headquarters, hours of what can best be described as pain commenced as Izuku was put through the ringer on what he was going to do with Mina on the date. Okay, class, I think that's enough for today, Aizawa says as the class sits panting with a few exceptions from the large amounts of exercise they just completed. Sir, might I ask why we are doing training without using our quirks? Ida asks in between shallow breaths. Because just because you have quirks doesn't mean you use them for everything, Aizawa says. A large part of this job is simply running through the streets or helping innocents with small-level problems like carrying groceries for a grandma crossing the road or helping a kitten out of a tree. That is what these exercises are for. After all, what is the point of training you to fight if before you even get halfway through your scheduled patrol you can barely walk anymore from exhaustion? Now then, all of you hit the showers, most of you stink like hell, then feel free to go home or whatever, I'm going to bed. The class nods as they begin to go to the showers. That was a nice warm-up, Izuku says as he starts stretching his arms and hands. What is wrong with you? Minta and Kaminari scream at Izuku. How was that effing warm-up? Minta yells at Izuku. Yeah, I can barely feel my legs anymore. Kaminari screams. Izuku shrugs and says it wasn't that hard compared to what I did for training. What the hell did you do for training? Drag airplanes around on runways. Minta says, still panting as they get into the restroom. No fully loaded container ships. Izuku says deadpan as he walks to his locker, grabs his bag, and enters the shower. About 20 minutes later, Izuku walks out of the shower stall to see everyone else dressed. They all look at him and Kirishima whistles and says, so what's the special occasion? Wearing a black three-piece suit, a dark red tie, and a Patek Philippe watch, all gifts from AFO, who took it upon himself to give Izuku a set of tailored suits for his birthday while he was training with Razor. Izuku looks up and says while nervously adjusting cufflinks, one last time, I have a date tonight. Neat with who? Kirishima asks as Minta and Kaminari fall to the ground anime style with blood rushing from their noses. Mina, Izuku says, blushing slightly. Ah, that was what the high-pitched scream was about yesterday, Kirishima says, nodding as all of the men of Class 1A with the exceptions of Minta, Kaminari, and Bakugo start congratulating him. The what? Izuku asks. Oh, we're next-door neighbors, and yesterday there was a high-pitched scream and I came over to see if a villain was attacking. Kirishima explains. I come into her room and see that there's nothing there and she's on her bed staring at her phone in pure happiness. When I ask her what happened, she tells me that something exciting happened and that she's fine and I can go back to bed now. I took it as she got tickets to see that one K-pop band she likes, but getting a date with the guy she's been crushing on since the entrance exam makes sense too. Wait, since the entrance exam? Izuku asks. Yeah, you saving her that day from the 0-pointer made a lasting impression on her. She hasn't shut up about you since when we have talked, Kirishima says. Oh, Izuku says, his face turning more red than a tomato. That's very nice to hear. Anytime, man, Kirishima says, oblivious to the fact that Izuku is now nervous as all hell that his plans for the evening won't live up to Mina's expectations. Izuku then feels a hand slap him on the shoulder as he turns and sees Bakugo standing beside him. What do you want, Kaken? Izuku asks politely while slowly adjusting his arm to prepare to throw Bakugo onto the ground if need be. I simply wanted to say this, Bakugo says as he forces Izuku to face him. Don't F this up because you will likely never get an opportunity like this again. Izuku blinks for a few seconds before he says, Kaken, did you just act kindly towards me? Shut it, Deku. Bakugo yells at Izuku. Ah, that's more like it, Izuku says as he rubs the ear Bakugo yelled into. Well, anyway, I have to go. Mina is waiting for me. Have fun on your date, Kirishima says as he waves to Izuku. Yes, enjoy your date, it adds. How did he get a date before us? Minta asks Kaminari as they sit down on the floor, hands holding their heads in shock. Because you two are worthless idiots, Bakugo says to them. Hey, Minta and Kaminari scream. 5 minutes earlier. So, where do you think Izuku will take you for your first date? Jiro asks Mina as she sits in a makeup chair with Uraraka and Toru helping apply the makeup. I don't know, hopefully somewhere fun or nice, Mina replies happily as she finishes putting on the last bit of eyeshadow. I really don't see the need for all this gossiping, Momo says as she sits at the end of the locker room, reading a book about how to be a class representative. Nor the need for all the makeup, Shote says as she finishes doing cool-down stretches for the workout. You two need to go out more, the gossiping is half the fun, Toru says in a happy high-pitched tone as she finishes with the blush. Not to mention the makeup will help make her look more stunning than she already is, Uraraka adds as she finishes the nails. They're perfect, Toru says as she backs up, seeing her work in its entirety. If this doesn't cause Izuku to fall off his feet in pure beauty shock, I don't know what will. Nina gets out of the makeup chair, goes to the exit to the locker room, and says, okay, wish me luck on my dad. Mina's brain turns itself off as she sees Izuku standing there leaving the men's locker room dressed in his suit. Must resist urge to drool. Mina thinks to herself as she walks up to him. Izuku turns and looks at Mina and says, ready to go, Mina? Mina nods a few times with heavy blushing and says, yeah. By the way, how do you like my dress? Mina spins around a few times before looking at Izuku. You look beautiful, Izuku says as his face turns into a tomato. Mina was in a long dark blue dress that flowed perfectly to a few inches above her heels. Actually, you know what, screw this, I'm just using other materials as reference. Think Jessica Rabbit outfit except blue, and there is no large slit down one of the sides, wearing yellow eyeliner instead of blue. Is that a Patex Philippe? Momo asks as she walks out of the women's locker room behind Mina. Yes it is, Izuku says. How did you afford that? Those things cost thousands of dollars. Momo asks incredulously. Even my dad only owns a few of those because of the cost. My uncle got it for me for my birthday last year in addition to these custom suits. He owns a few large companies, so he was able to afford it, Izuku replies while still looking at Mina. Oh, who is your uncle? Maybe he and... Momo's words fade as Mina turns slightly and glares at her in the thou shall not intrude on our date type of glare. Maybe we can talk about that later. In the meantime, have fun on your date, you two. Thanks, Momo, Mina says as she and Izuku start walking towards the exit of the school. One limo ride later, they arrive at their destination. No way you got us into Aragawa, Mina says in a surprised yet excited tone. Yeah, I figured since it would be our first date I'd take you out to somewhere special, Izuku stammers out. Why do you not like it? I mean, we can always go somewhere else or... It's amazing, Mina interrupts, looking at Izuku with pure love. I couldn't think of a better place for our first date. Izuku smiles and looks down, saying, I thought you might like it. As they walk into the restaurant and go to the host's stand, Izuku says, high reservation for 2 under Midori. The host looks up and says, aren't you a bit young to be dining here, sir? I made a reservation and I am here to eat. Does it matter to you if I'm a bit young? Izuku asks, staring down at the host. If you can't pay, then yes it does matter, the host replies. The manager turns the corner to see Izuku and Mina there, and he quickly comes up and says, Mr. Midoriya, we've been expecting you, please come this way. Sir, the host says in a questioning tone. Shut it and go do something else. The manager hisses at the host, who promptly scrambles to go do something far away from there. I am so sorry, sir. I will have him fired at once for questioning you, the manager says while walking them to the table. Don't bother, it's fine, I can understand his confusion. If I was in his position, no need to do anything drastic over an honest mistake, Izuku says, smiling at the manager. The manager nods and says, of course, sir. Of course, we will have your meal half off for the inconvenience. Thank you, Izuku says, nodding at the manager, who promptly scurries away from the table. So, what was that about? Mina asks in a confused tone, wondering why the manager seemed so afraid of Izuku. Oh, it's just that my uncle had half ownership over the restaurant, so they were concerned over me telling my uncle about the bad host, Izuku says in an embarrassed tone while trying very hard to not give away the other parts of his uncle's job. That's cool. So what exactly does your uncle do? Mina asks in a curious tone. He's a business investor, Izuku says, quickly reciting the half-truth that he was instructed to always say when asked about his uncle's job. He partly owns shops, restaurants, things of that nature, all over the country. That's neat. It must have been cool growing up with someone like that around. Growing up, Mina says as she looks around the restaurant in awe of its fanciness. He never really came around that often when I was a kid. It was only after my mother. Well, he went and took care of me after that, Izuku says. Oh, I'm sorry. So he was the one who went and paid for your training? Mina asks. Yes, he paid my tutor who went and taught me everything I know, but enough about me. What's your family like? Izuku asks. Oh, nothing special really, just me and my dad trying to live out our lives, Mina says, her smile faltering slightly under the questioning. Abusive mother? Izuku asks. Mina looks up frantically and says, how did you? Your smile, Izuku says, interrupting her. Mina pauses and looks confused as she asks, my smile? When it was brought up you were trying to keep your smile up despite the bad circumstances? Well, I know that look all too well. I used to have it nearly every day of my life, so I kinda knew it was someone abusive, and since you didn't mention your mother, I kinda... Sorry for bringing it up. It must be a tough subject, Izuku says in a melancholy tone. Though, it's fine, she hasn't been around for a long time, and it was kinda sweet being able to tell just by the differences in my smile, Mina says, looking up at Izuku. Hello, I am Sachai. I will be your waiter this evening. Can I interest you in any appetizers? A waiter walks up, placing down a bottle of sake on the table. Oh, I'm sorry, I haven't even looked at the menu yet, Mina says, slightly flustered as she looks down and sees the prices on the menu. Jesus Christ, it makes Disney look like a non-profit organization, Mina thinks to herself as her eyes widen to the size of tea saucers. Izuku reaches across the table holding Mina's hand and says, don't worry, I'm paying for all of this, so go nuts and order whatever you want. Mina looks down at the menu and says, these prices are really expensive, though. I mean 10,000 yen for an appetizer. Actually, since the manager said that you were given half off the meal, it would only be 5,000 yen. The waiter supplies helpfully. Trust me, it's fine, Izuku says, staring into Mina's eyes while gently squeezing her hand. Mina nods slightly and says, well then, I guess the seafood risotto. I'll get the lobster bisque, Izuku says. Of course, I will go put that in and then I will come back for the next portion of your meal, the waiter says, quickly walking away to put the food in. Wait, next portion? Mina asks. Oh, you get an appetizer, entree, 2 sides, and a dessert when you come here, Izuku explains. Mina starts to become panicked as she starts stammering out, wait, how are we going to eat that much though, and how will it affect our training, and how will it affect SHH, Izuku says. What is the point of life if you don't live it to its fullest extent? So what if we overeat today and it causes us to be slightly slower in our training tomorrow? That's the point of training. Life is short and it'll surprise you how quickly the end has the potential of coming. You need to spend every day enjoying your life, Mina. After all, there's no way of knowing if this happy moment will be your last. Mina looks at Izuku for a few moments, smiles with a slight blush, and squeezes Izuku's hand, saying, yeah, I suppose that makes sense. So how does it look like it's going? Toru asks Nana as they use binoculars to see the 2 lovebirds eating at Aragawa. Fun fact, in the real world, Aragawa is one of only 138 restaurants to have earned 3 Michelin stars. That has absolutely nothing to do with the story, but I did a bit of research trying to find a restaurant in Japan that would be overly fancy for a first date, and I found this out, so I figured I would share anyway. Back to the story. They seem to have already finished the dessert and they seem to be enjoying themselves quite a lot. Nana replies as she hands over the binoculars. They do seem to be having a lot of fun, Toru says as she looks through the binoculars. Is it really necessary to spy on them while they are on a date? Kurogiri asks. Yes, Nana and Toru say to Kurogiri. How else will we be able to tease him later? Nana says. You realize that if he knows that you spied on him, he will likely cease telling you about his dates, right? Kurogiri says. Nana looks over at Kurogiri and says dismissively, you say that like I can't just get Toru to get Mina to talk about the day. They've finished eating and are leaving, Toru reports from the edge of the roof. Okay, then it seems like we need to go then. Kurogiri, Nana says, looking over at the misty man. Kurogiri sighs slightly as he opens a portal and all of the people spying on Izuku disappear. Leave me alone, I'm bushed. Izuku finishes the joke, causing Mina to laugh. Ah, that's a good joke, Mina says through the laughter. Thanks, Izuku replies as they walk back to where the limo is waiting. I really had a lot of fun tonight, Mina says, looking down at the ground, blushing slightly. Me too, Izuku says, looking at Mina. So, anything else you want to do tonight? Mina asks, staring at Izuku. Not that I can think of. I mean, it is 1:30 in the morning, it's not like anything will be open. Izuku replies, but I can check to see if there is. If you want anything in particular, I can certainly. He is interrupted by the feeling of lips touching his lips as he looks and sees Mina leaning against him. You're way too oblivious sometimes, Izuku, Mina says with a slight smirk on her face as she watches Izuku's face go past the zone of looking like a tomato and more into the realm of strawberries. When a girl asks at the end of a date whether there is anything else you should always, Mina herself is interrupted by a kiss on the lips combined with Izuku picking her up slightly off the ground by hugging her and pulling her into his muscles. After what felt like an eternity, Izuku stops the kiss and looks at Mina and says, was that too oblivious for you? Mina stands there with her heart beating faster than a drum, blushing enough to make her look like a red star. And no, Mina says, shaking her head, that was just perfect. Mina leans her head onto Izuku as they walk into the cab, driving Mina and then Izuku back home. About an hour later, Izuku arrives back at the LOV headquarters, nearly skipping as he is so happy. So how was your date? Nana asks. Oh please, I know you and Toru were waiting on the rooftop a few hundred feet away with a pair of binoculars watching us the whole time, Izuku says, playfully glaring at them. Nana and Toru both blink before Toru asks, so out of curiosity, what gave us away? I haven't only been training my body, you know, Izuku says, smirking at them as he starts walking towards the back. Ah, right, stupid perception quirk. Out of curiosity, how far did you get the range up to? Nana says as she watches Izuku walk towards his room. About 100 meters, but I already knew that you two would be trying to spy on us in some way, so I took preemptive vengeance, Izuku says, trying to not laugh. Oh yeah, what was that? Nana asks. Izuku holds up Nana's credit card in his hands and says, let's just say it didn't get paid using my part of the discretionary fund. Why, you little, Nana yells as she rushes towards Izuku, who quickly runs into his bedroom. All in all, another ordinary day at the League of Villains headquarters. Okay, you lot, pay attention to the screen, Nana says in her full villain gear to a large group of low-ranking villains gathered in an abandoned warehouse. The target for which you have all been hired to attack is UA High School. There is a large amount of whispering among the low-ranked villains as they begin to get slightly excited about the prospect of attacking the hero's school. Yes, I know you all already got the pitch for this before you arrived, but there are certain rules that will not be broken. Understand? Nana says, causing the whispering to stop. The first rule is simple. You will not end any students attending UA. Why the hell not? A voice rises from the back. Because we have spies in the UA student population giving us this information, and due to the risk of being captured, we will not be telling you who they are. Hence, we're just giving a blanket rule of not ending the students, Nana says, answering the question from the person in the back. You are, however, allowed to attack them and knock them unconscious, but there will be no ending. Besides that, the only other rule is that you will not leave the area where we will be teleporting you. After all, we don't want to alert the rest of the UA staff any quicker than we need to. Out of curiosity, what makes you think we will listen to any of the rules you say? One audacious villain says, walking forward from the crowd, standing a foot taller than Nana. He stares her down in the eye, trying to intimidate her. I don't know, maybe this is why, Nana says sarcastically, quickly grabbing the villain with her hand, turning the attempted usurper into nothing more than a pile of ash. There is a slight gasp among the villains as Nana wipes off her hand. Looking up, she says with an evil grin, anyone else have any objections to the rules? The crowd remains silent in fear. Good. Now let's go over the actual plan then, shall we? Alright, class, go get your hero costumes on, Aizawa says as he walks into the classroom. You're all going on a field trip across campus. Class reps ensure they are all on the bus within 10 minutes. Alright, you heard the man, let's go. Go, move it. I want you all down at the bus within 7 minutes. Let's move. Izuku starts shouting at his classmates, getting them all to rush out of their desks and put on their costumes. Yes, please be quick in getting on your costumes, Momo says with a smile. Several days ago, I'm thinking we should do a good cop, bad cop routine, Izuku tells Momo as they sit in the cafeteria eating lunch together as they discuss their plans as being co-class reps. Since this is the first time there are two class representatives, it makes sense to try and do two different tactics for getting people to listen to us, and since I know for a fact that at least Kaken won't listen to the good cop routine and a few of our classmates won't listen to the bad cop routine, being able to do both should make it easier to get them to listen to us and follow the rules. Momo takes another bite of food as she thinks for a few moments before saying, I don't disagree with the concept. However, wouldn't that go against our roles as heroes? Most heroes are positive figures who try to inspire their subordinates, not frighten them. Izuku looks up and says, that may work for many, but it won't work for me. After all, how many people do you know who would listen to a quirkless without thinking that they could beat the ever-loving shit out of them? If I'm going to be a successful hero, I need to go and be far more feared than inspirational. I figured I might as well start now. Izuku takes a bite of some of his ramen as he thinks to himself. Not to mention, being a villain is half about causing fear in the heroes you face, so it would be easier to start practicing that with the future heroes than just going into it blind. Momo nods and says, I suppose that is true, so if you're doing bad cop, I guess I'll do good cop. Momo sips her drink and continues, you know, maybe it would be easier if we just did these meetings at my house. It would make it easier to avoid the attempted eavesdropping from Kaminari behind that bush. Said bush quickly ruffles as if it's surprised as Kaminari gets out of it and asks, how did you know I was there? Your hair is very distinctive, Momo says with a smile. While I appreciate you caring about the activities of the class, it is unappreciated to have people eavesdropping on our conversations. If anything important comes up, we will be sure to tell the class soon after, okay? Kaminari nods and walks away as Izuku looks at Momo and says with a slight smirk, I think you'll be very good at this good cop routine. Back in the present. Good, a full minute ahead of schedule. Most of the time class reps barely get them on board by the time the bus starts moving. Aizawa thinks to himself as he walks onto the bus. Alright, class, it will take about 5 minutes to arrive. Until then, please be quiet and... The loud talking among his class drains out Aizawa's voice as he sighs and points for the driver to start going forward. So what do you think we're going to be doing? Mina asks Izuku while leaning up against him. Probably some type of training, Izuku says as he starts blushing due to the proximity of Mina. They didn't tell you, Ada says as he sits down on the bus. I figured that they would censor the class reps. No, we had no idea, Momo says, glancing up from her book. I guess they didn't want us to know what the surprise was either. Well, it's probably going to not be combat training since we didn't have to get onto a bus for that last time, Shote said, adjusting her outfit slightly. It doesn't matter, Bakugo yells over, interjecting into the conversation. I'm still going to beat all your asses. Izuku rolls his eyes and sarcastically says, sure Kaken, whatever you say. What you say, punk? Bakugo yells at Izuku, holding his hands up, causing little explosions. No fighting in the bus, Aizawa says without getting up from his seat where he has curled up into a little ball to try to sleep. Bakugo looks forward and pauses momentarily before he feels Kirishima grabbing his arm. Bakugo scoffs slightly and says, TCH, you're lucky that there's a teacher here, Deku, before sitting back in the chair. A few minutes later, the bus arrives at their destination and the students assemble outside of the bus. Aizawa walks before the class and says, welcome students to the USJ, Universal Studios Japan. Kaminari yells out in excitement. The whole class looks at him in various forms of confusion and humor as Aizawa says in a confused tone, what? No, that's not, never mind. This is the USJ, or Unforeseen Simulation Joint. It is here where you will train in rescue and recovery operations for your time at UA. This place simulates many different natural disasters that you may encounter during your time as a hero. Now, does anyone have any questions before we begin? Why is it called a joint? That doesn't make any sense from an English language perspective, Aoyama says, causing everyone to look at him. What? I'm from France, I know English as well as French and Japanese. The original manga author didn't understand that joint means prison, Aizawa says helpfully. Fair enough, let's go then, Aoyama says, ending the conversation as they enter the USJ. Hello, class, a figure says, standing in the shadows. And welcome to the USJ. All of the lights turn on in the USJ, revealing its magnificence to the students, with different zones showing different potential disasters and the hero who is standing in the shadows. Oh my god, it's 13. Uraraka screams in excitement. She's one of my favorite heroes. 13 is a rescue and recovery hero who uses black holes that she can generate using her fingers to destroy debris and pull people to safety. Be careful though, her power can just as easily be used to turn someone to dust, a voice says, surprising all of the students. Ignore present mic, Aizawa says to his students from behind them. He has this thing where he acts like an announcer to try and get the students riled up for certain teachers. Now, if he would be so kind as to go and teach his own class, which he has right now, it would be great. Aizawa glares up at the cameras and microphones as present mic says TCH buzzkill over the mic as he supposedly leaves. Now then, each of you are going to be performing rescue operations in each of these zones, which include, 13 says, pulling the conversation back on track as Aizawa walks next to her as she points to each zone as she says, the ruined city zone, where you will be put into a city that has recently suffered from a disaster in which you will need to pull out civilians to rescue them. The landslide zone simulates a landslide in a hilly area that has buried a small town. The mountain zone simulates a rocky mountainous area filled with cliffs and ledges that you may need to find the civilians you need to rescue. The conflagration zone simulates a city in the middle of a dangerous fire that you will need to put out to rescue the civilian. The downpour zone simulates a city in the middle of a hurricane during which you will need to rescue the people before their houses flood and drown. Finally, the flood zone simulates a potential disaster at sea that you will need to rescue the sailors before their boat sinks or runs into one of the myriad of obstacles. Now all of you take a few minutes to prepare while I discuss something with Eraserhead. 13 turns around and starts walking towards the edge of the stairs, and she says, still no sign of All Might. No, that idiot used up all his time for today on the way to work, so he'll only make a short appearance at the end of the lesson. 13 sighs as she says, yeah, poor thing for the kids, though it would have been cool for them to, as she is interrupted by all of the lights glitch slightly as the door to the rest of campus closes and locks behind them. The hell was that? Aizawa mutters under his breath as he looks down at the ground floor of the USJ to see a large black portal open with purple tinges on the edge. As Aizawa watches, his eyes opening in surprise, he sees a large group of low-ranked villains walk out the door. Well, isn't this interesting? Says a girl walking out of the portal with hands covering her whole body but not quite hiding her long white hair and shapely body. Who is that haughty? Minta says, not being able to resist his urges upon seeing her. More importantly, how did they get here? Izuku says as he uses all of his willpower to resist taking Minta's neck and having it mimic an owl from old cartoons. So this is when they were planning on attacking. On the plus side, our looks of surprise should help keep our cover, Toru thinks to herself. Though next time they do something like this, I am going to argue for knowing ahead of time. Now then, if All Might would please step forward, we will happily rip out his spine and then leave, Nana says with an insane smile. 13 protect the students, Aizawa says as he stares down at the large group of villains. I'll keep them occupied till backup comes. 13 nods and turns towards the children as Aizawa leaps down into the large group of villains. Okay, kids, all of you stick together and protect each other. It won't take long for backup to come. Are you quite sure about that? A voice says from behind the students, causing them all to turn around to see a large black mist surrounding them. Ah, I see All Might isn't here today. Well then, I suppose we should try dragging him here quickly. 13 raises her hand to start attacking Kirigiri, but before she can back, Hugo yells, you aren't worthy of All Might's attention, as he and Kirishima rush towards Kirigiri, causing them to get in the way of 13's attack. Wait, don't. 13 says as Kirigiri uses the attack to launch himself forward and teleport the students all over the USJ. Aizawa and Anan aren't answering their phones. Yagi Toshinori Aka All Might says to himself as he sits in the teacher's lounge. That's odd. Maybe I should go check on them. But before he can get up, he hears a knock on the door and Principal Nezu walks in. Hello, Toshinori. I'm here to bring you some tea, Nezu says in a happy tone. Thanks, Principal Nezu, Toshinori says as he walks up to Nezu and takes the tea. You're worried about something. What is it? Nezu asks Toshinori as he sits down on the chair across from him. Aizawa and Anan aren't picking up their phones, Toshinori says. Well, they are in the middle of training the students, so it should be fine, Nezu says with a smile. Cut to Aizawa getting punched in the gut by one of the many villains attacking the USJ. But we mustn't worry about the others right now. How goes the training of your successor? Nezu asks. Izuku says as he lands back first onto a large boat in the middle of the flood zone. Jesus Kurogiri, could you at least land me in a place with bushes or something? He mumbled slightly as he didn't sense anyone else on the boat with him. Wonder where the rest of my classmates. Izuku is interrupted by the sound of water splashing and thuds on the deck as he turns, quickly yanking out his sword and swinging it behind him towards the noise, only to stop just before he decapitates Minta and Asui. Oh, it's you too, Izuku says as he sheaths his sword as Minta peeks his head out from behind Asui. You didn't happen to see any of our classmates on your way over here? No, the villains have seemed to have spread us out all across the USJ. Ribbit, Asui says. How did these villains get in? Minta says in a panicked tone. This is UA, we should be safe here. How are we supposed to train to be heroes if we can't study in a safe environment? Izuku, ignoring the irony of that last statement, slaps Minta on the back of the head and says, look, we are training to be heroes, so don't be a effing wimp, and let's get a plan to get out of here. Minta whimpers slightly as he strokes his face where he was backhanded as Asui says, we should probably come up with one soon since we have a bunch of villains surrounding the boat. Izuku walks over to the edge of the boat where Asui is standing, looks out onto the water, and says, well, at least they aren't attacking. Throughout the water surrounding the boat, there are dozens of villains floating in the water, staring at the students, waiting for any potential movements. What are they doing? Minta asks as he cowers against the wall of the boat. Why aren't they just attacking? They're probably waiting to see what our quirks are, Asui says. That makes sense. For all they know, we're the three most powerful fighters in the class and could beat them senseless in a flash if they came aboard. Izuku says in agreement with Asui. We're so dead, Minta says, staring at the ground. None of us are powerful enough to beat them. Why did I become a hero in the first place if it was this much hard work? As Asui and Izuku stare at Minta, fully taking in his sheer uselessness, Izuku thinks to himself, well, at least I can scratch one person off the list for potential turncoat. This idiot wouldn't last a half hour as a villain before breaking. Izuku turns to Asui and says, so since Minta seems to be out for the time being, any ideas on how to beat them? I'm pretty good in the water, but that's way too many people for me to take on alone, Asui responds. Do you have any gadgets in there that could help take them out? Izuku shakes his head and says, none that won't equally inhibit what you can do in the water. They didn't add most of the weapons I asked for in this suit, so I don't have any long-range weapons besides a taser and some throwing knives that I bought this weekend. Do you have any skill fighting in the water? Asui asks. Some, but it was one of the few areas where my training was lacking, since the assumption was if I ever got into a fight and I was pushed into the water, I was greatly outmatched by my opponent and I should just concentrate on holding my breath long enough to have them think I was dead and then swim to shore to retreat to live another day, Izuku responds. Any suggestions then on what to do, Izuku? Asui asks. Leave Minta as bait and retreat to live another day, Izuku says, shrugging. Hey, Minta yells. That's not funny, I'm having a serious mental breakdown here. This is literally the textbook definition of what being a hero is, Izuku says. If you can't handle this, you should really just quit the hero program now. This clearly isn't the place for you. Well, what do you know, you're just some quirkless loser who managed to get in due solely to luck. Minta screams at the top of his lungs. A loud thud is heard from behind Minta as a villain turns towards Izuku. A quirkless hero, who would have thought that possible? I guess it is true. Heroes are losing their senses. The villain walks towards Izuku, his shark-like features on full display, as he says in a mocking tone, what you gonna do, kid? I'm a B-rank villain, none of your attacks will be worth shit on me. But I'll be kind, I'll stand here and let you hit me. Izuku looks at Minta and says, I'll deal with you later. Now then, Mr. High and Mighty B-rank villain, due to your kindness in letting me hit you, I'll be kind and break you quickly. The B-rank turns and laughs as he says, what do you think you're? He is interrupted by a fist, causing his head to snap back as he flies into a nearby wall. As the villain's newly remodeled unconscious body falls to the floor, Izuku turns and says, well then, since Minta went and forced out my secret, let's go and finish this. Reaching into one of the many pockets in his suit, he pulls out a jar and says, they may not have let me get much of the gear I wanted, but they did leave me pockets to store items, so I decided to bring in one of my tutor's inventions which should help us fight. Throwing the jar into the water, Izuku turns and grabs Asui and forces her down to the floor as all of the water surrounding the boat catches fire and causes a large explosion to fill the area. What was that? Kirishima asks Bakugo as they stand over the large group of villains they had defeated in the ruined city zone. They must have a really powerful villain if they caused the whole building to shake, Bakugo says, a smile lighting up his face. I can't wait to beat the shit out of them. Kirishima gives Bakugo a concerned look before saying, shouldn't we concentrate on getting back to the center area first? Bakugo pauses and says, TCH, fine, we'll go back there first, but then we're finding whoever made that noise and we're going after them. Kirishima sighs slightly and nods, taking into account the small victory as good as they rush towards the exit of the zone. Izuku, Mina says, looking out to where the water exploded. Wait, how do you know it was him? Ida asks, who else could have caused that big of an explosion? Uraraka says, smiling at the fact she knows he's alive. Ada, you're the fastest one here, yes? 13 asks Ada as she struggles to hold back Kurogiri. Yes, ma'am, that is correct, Ada answers. Good, I want you to go to the campus and tell the teachers what happened and to get them here as soon as possible. 13 says desperately. Do you think it wise to explain your plan right in front of your opponent? Kurogiri asks 13 as he launches another series of attacks which force her to concentrate on defending the student. Ma'am, is it wise to leave my classmates defenseless here? That doesn't seem like a heroic thing to do. Ada asks, Look, Ada, sometimes being heroic means getting someone else who can do the job better, and there are too many people for just me and Eraserhead to take on, so get help. That's an order, 13 says, looking back at Ada. Ada nods slightly as he starts running towards the exit. Do you think I'll let you get away that easily? Kurogiri asks as he starts attacking 13 again, dodging the black mist and opening up her suit to attack. A portal opens up right in front of her finger and behind her back, ripping her suit open and tearing her flesh away, causing her to collapse to the ground unconscious and bleeding. 13. Uraraka screams in panic as she rushes over and starts putting pressure on the wound as Kurogiri removes the portals to give her the freedom to tend to the wounded. Now then, let's keep you from escaping. Kurogiri opens a portal in front of Ida, but Ida dodges continuously until he gets to the door. Before Kurogiri can attack, though, he dodges out of the way of an attack from Mina, allowing Ida to escape from the USJ. Now that's unfortunate, Kurogiri says, looking over to Mina, Uraraka, and 13, and starts walking towards them. Don't touch her, Uraraka yells as Mina rushes in front to protect them. Don't be ridiculous. We may be villains, but we don't hurt children, Kurogiri says as he simply walks past Mina. Huh, Mina says as she turns confused towards Kurogiri. Here, Kurogiri opens a portal, pulls out a first aid kit from it, and hands it to Uraraka. Apply pressure and put on bandages after cleaning the wound. It shouldn't be more than a flesh wound, so the bleeding should stop in about 10 minutes. Uraraka blinks in confusion as she takes the first aid kit. Why? Why are you helping us? We're only here for All Might. If he had just come out when we called him out, we would have just ended him and left. We even told the underlings to not end any of you students. Kurogiri turns and looks down at Uraraka and says with a sad look in his eyes, despite how they portray us, we're not monsters, you know. Before teleporting away, Mina and Uraraka look at each other in confusion before they go and start taking care of 13, thoughts swirling through their minds as doubts swirl through their minds about their perceptions of what villains are. He may have attacked them, but he almost seemed to be kind. Was that what villains truly were? Was that who they were training to fight against? If so, was it really just? What did you do? Isui asks, looking out over the broken bodies of the villains from the shoreline. It's a mix of butyl lithium, chlorosulfuric acid, and some other custom chemicals, Izuku explains. Basically what it did was it expanded the chemical all across the water, and then the butyl lithium set the water on fire. And the chlorosulfuric acid caused the water to greatly expand in a large explosion, causing the water to hit everyone who didn't have some kind of protection. Like Mainta, Isui asks, pointing to the unconscious and badly burned body of Mainta. Yeah, oh well, sucks to be him, I guess, since I only had enough time to pull one person to the ground to keep them covered from the explosion. Izuku says with a shrug. Is it safe to just leave him here? Isui asks. Probably, I mean, we did take out everyone attacking this area, Izuku says, gesturing to the large pile of bodies behind them. But maybe we should stay here for a few minutes to make sure that no one else comes here. Isui nods and they sit down together in the bushes and wait. Catch! Momo yells as she throws a staff at Gyro as they, along with Kaminari, fend off the large group of villains attacking. Gyro grabs the staff and quickly turns to block an attack from a villain with blades for arms. Kaminari, do something, you idiot! She yells in frustration and concern as she tries to hold, not die. I'm doing the best I can here, but I can't use my quirk, otherwise you'll be caught in the area of effect. Kaminari yells back as he dodges an attack from a large man with a scar down his face. Here, Kaminari, this should help, Momo yells, throwing him a sword. I got the idea from Izuku, now pour some electricity into it and start slashing and it should work like a taser. Kaminari smiles and says, now we're talking, let's do this. He pours about 10,000 volts of electricity into it and starts swinging at the bad guys around him, before falling face first on the ground from losing his balance. Oh, how does Izuku use these things? They are so unwieldy, Kaminari complains as he manages to barely block a blow using the sword, causing the villain to collapse to the ground in shock. Damn it, Momo thinks to herself. I thought that would work, but I failed to take into account the high levels of training needed to wield a sword to its full effect instead of using the Rey Skywalker baseball bat method. Okay, think if Kaminari uses his area of effect attack, it would cause damage to us, but not if we had some sort of lightning rod. No, that would protect the villains too. Oh, I know, an insulator. Momo concentrates on making a large blanket with lots of insulation, and after a few seconds, it pops out of her back and covers her and Gyro. Kaminari, use your attack now, don't worry, we'll be fine. Momo yells to Kaminari as she and Gyro pull the cover down on top of them. Alright then, here goes everything, Kaminari says as he releases a large volley of electricity as he screams. 1.3 million volts, causing all of the villains to collapse to the ground. Gyro and Momo get off the ground and Momo says, "Well done, Kamin. What happened to you?" Kaminari was standing there walking around the area with a dumb expression on his face and acting like his brain had turned off, which it had. HLHLHLH. Gyro starts laughing uncontrollably as she looks at Kaminari and says, "Oh, so this is why you never used this in our first battle. HLHLHLH. Oh, this is way too funny. HLHLH. Man, I haven't felt that much electricity in a while," a voice says from the ground as one of the villains gets up off the ground. "But I'll be damned if I didn't say that was impressive, kid, but that seems like it was your limit." The villain looks up at the two remaining heroes and says, "But unfortunately for you two, that wasn't mine." Aizawa stands in the middle of the courtyard practically panting from exhaustion before gritting his teeth and rushing towards the villains and attacking again, dodging and weaving as he uses his quirk and scarf to defeat villain after villain. "Get away from our teacher," a voice yells out as Aizawa turns and blinks at the sight of Bakugo and Kirishima running towards him, but before he can do anything he is slammed into a wall by a large fist, shattering most of his bones upon impact. "So your quirk is based on sight, is it?" Nana says, standing over Aizawa's broken body. "Well, unfortunately for you, Namu here is immune to such quirks as yours." Standing next to Nana is a large bird-like creature much taller than all the other people in the area. "Numo, do me a favor and knock this one unconscious, otherwise he may be a problem later." Aizawa tries to move, but he is too slow and is hit in the head with a punch from the large beast, sending him out of the realm of the living and into unconsciousness. "How dare you do that to our teacher?" Kirishima yells as he and Bakugo go through villain after villain, rushing towards the main boss. "I'll do whatever I want, I am a villain after all," Nana says, looking over at them, the smile leaving her face as a sneer takes its place as she glares at Katsuki Bakugo. 3 days after Izuku joined the League of Villains. "I don't understand how you are so bad at this," Nana says as stands over Izuku during one of their training sessions. "I mean, I'm purposefully moving ridiculously slow so you can dodge, but I still keep on getting you." "Sorry, Nana," Izuku says as he stares at the ground. "Okay, that's enough, you two," Razor says from the other side of the room. "Take a 2-minute break, then we'll start again." They both nod and Nana walks over to the side of the room where the waters have been set up. Izuku grabs some water, drinks a sip, and dumps the rest over his head, causing him to realize that there is a hole in his suit given to him for training. "I've ruined it," Izuku says to Razor. Nana walks over and says, "Don't worry about it, we have those by the hundreds, I'll just disintegrate it." Before Izuku can do anything, Nana grabs his shirt and disintegrates it. Nana gasps as she sees Izuku's body covered in hundreds of scars, burns, and bruises. Looking over at Razor, she says, "What the hell? What have you been doing to him?" Izuku grabs onto Nana and says, "No, this wasn't her." Nana glances back at Izuku as she leans down in sympathy for her younger cousin and asks, "Then who was it?" "You bastard." Nana snarls at Bakugo, causing him to get a confused look on his face. "I'm going to effing end you." And she launches herself at Bakugo, intent on avenging her cousin. "Bakugo, look out." Kirishima yells as he jumps between Nana and Bakugo, his body fully armored. "Good luck getting past me, lady. My quirk makes me nearly impossible to get past." "Move," Nana says, grabbing Kirishima's arm and pushing him away, and, much to Kirishima's horror, his armored skin quickly flakes away till bone is showing as she rushes past him and attempts to grab Bakugo, who launches himself backward with an explosion. "Get over here and die," Nana says with an evil look, rushing towards him. Bakugo, in his desperation, rushes towards the flood zone where Nana sees Izuku hiding in the bushes. Izuku stares at Nana and shakes his head ever so slightly, causing Nana to twitch her head back as she continues rushing towards Bakugo with bloodlust in her eyes. Bakugo, meanwhile, is getting desperate in his attempts to dodge her since he is not used to such ferocity in an opponent's attacks. However, due to his desperation, he fails to notice a small edge and tripped and falls to the ground. "Oh shit," Bakugo says as Nana rushes towards him full of ending intent. For the first time in a very long time, Bakugo felt something he hadn't experienced before: fear. Struggling to get away from this monster of a person chasing him, he starts desperately throwing explosion after explosion at Nana, causing her to have to dodge. Regaining his confidence slightly, Bakugo thinks to himself that if he keeps attacking, she won't be able to attack him. That newfound confidence was shattered as Nana dodged under one of his explosions and reached out her hand at Bakugo's skull. "I'm going to die," Bakugo thinks to himself as he sees the hand closing in on his face. It was only because his eyes were so widened with fear he was able to see the flashbang in the corner of his eye before it passed in between his face and the hand and exploded. "Shit," Bakugo swears as he covers his eyes, trying to wipe the brightness out of his vision. After a few moments, he succeeded in seeing his savior standing in front of him. "Deku?" Bakugo asks as he sees the man in the dark suit before him. Leave Kaken. She seems to be targeting you, so I'll hold her off while you retreat, Izuku says without turning around. But what about Kirishima? Bakugo asks. You finally care about someone other than yourself, Izuku says in a demeaning tone. Don't worry, Asui is taking him back to the flood zone. Now go. Now, Bakugo. His mind broken from the experience turns and runs back towards the flood zone as Izuku turns to face Nana. Why'd you save him? Nana asks once he is out of earshot. It's as I told you all those months ago, his mom is a good family friend, so I will not end him, Izuku says. Come now, Izuku, we both know that was only an act around Tori to keep her more comfortable, and you know who less suspicious. I was there to help you with your first revenge. Now what's the real reason why? Nana says, breaking through the lies that Izuku had been spouting during his time. Fine, Izuku says, looking up with a somber expression that slowly turns into a smile as he whispers. It's because I'm going to be the one who drives a sword through that effing a-hole's heart. Nana smiles and says, there's the Izuku I know. Unfortunately, your peers are starting to wonder why we aren't fighting. I'll just tell them I tried talking you out of attacking now then. Izuku pulls his sword out of its sheath. Up for a sparring match. Nana smiles and says, always, and rushes towards him with a wicked grin. What is he doing? He's going to get himself ended, Kirishima says, holding onto his arm as he tries to use his quirk to keep himself from bleeding out. Maybe he had a plan. Ribbit, Asui says, staring out at the two opponents as they stand there talking to each other. Deku, Kaken says in a low grumble as he stares at the villain and Izuku talking. You okay, Kirishima? Asui asks as she puts him on the ground. My arm will be fine after a few minutes, I think. One upside of my quirk is that I can regenerate my skin. Not enough to fully undo the damage, but enough to keep me from bleeding out, Kirishima says as he concentrates on holding and regenerating his skin. As he is concentrating, however, by the words of Bakugo. Holy shit. Confused at what would cause Bakugo to act so surprised, Asui and Kirishima turn and their jaws drop at the scene. Izuku dodged back from Nana as she reached his hand out towards him, doing a triple backflip before landing on the ground and launching himself towards his cousin's sword drawn. Nana smiles as she dodges back and forth, avoiding the blade as she tries once again to reach out to Izuku, but as her hand reaches out, he leans back and kicks his leg out, hitting her in the jaw. Shit, Nana says, leaping backward and grabbing her jaw with her hand. Yeah, I'm making the rule that she is allowed to touch herself with her hands because otherwise, I see no way she would have lived this long. That hurt. Looking up with fake bloodlust in her eyes, she launches herself at Izuku, swinging her hands around violently as she tries to hit him. Izuku dodges back and forth, avoiding the hands, but before the fight can continue, Izuku hears the door upstairs burst open as a large man walks through them. Have no fear, for I am here, All Might says before jumping to the ground before Nana and Izuku. Nana smiles wildly and says in a predatory tone, finally the boss has arrived. Namu. The Namu leaps in front of All Might, rearing its fist back and punching him in the gut, sending him flying back a few feet. Young Izuku, I recommend you leave, this could get ugly, All Might says, glancing at Izuku. Izuku nods and attempts to rush back to the area with Bakugo, but before he can, Kurogiri opens a portal in front of him and teleports him. Izuku stealthily lands on the light holders right below the roof of USJ and looks down at the scene before him, smiling as he says, thanks, Kurogiri. This should be fun to watch. Kurogiri nods from next to him and goes back down to the fight as Izuku sits down on the light holder and waits for his role in the play. What did you do to my student? All Might says with a growl. Oh, I just moved him out of the way. After all, what's the point of fighting the boss if there's a bunch of minions around? Nana replies, smile wider than the Cheshire Cat's. All Might growls slightly and launches himself toward the Namu, calling out Carolina Smash, before punching the Namu, only to find that his punches had no effect. Another punch from the Namu then quickly sent All Might flying back a dozen feet. Enjoying fighting the Namu? Nana asks with a smile on her face. We did create it specifically to end you. It has 3 different quirks specifically to end you, All Might. Good luck figuring them out though, because unlike some comic book villain, I'm not telling you what they are. All Might looks up at Nana and says, well, I've never really cared too much about my opponent's quirks. It's not like it matters too much since my power is only good for one thing anyway. Before thinking to himself, so some form of shock absorption makes sense if it was made to fight me. Now I just need to figure out the other 2. Both All Might and the Namu rush toward each other at high speeds, but as the Namu tries to punch All Might, he dives underneath it and proceeds to do a WWE wrestling move and flips the Namu onto the ground head first. Or at least that's what would have happened if Kurogiri hadn't opened a portal beneath All Might's legs and the Namu's head to allow the Namu to grab them and hold All Might in place. Yes, good Namu, pull All Might more into the portal, Nana says as she walks next to Kurogiri. You know this will end your compatriot too, All Might says, glancing over at Nana with a small look of worry in his eye. Nana's smile widens as she says, are you quite sure about that? All Might blinked slightly in confusion before realizing it probably had something to do with one of the Namu's quirks. As All Might's body fully sinks into being halfway through the portal, Nana looks over at Kurogiri and nods, saying, do it. Kurogiri begins slowly closing the portal around All Might and the Nama, ripping off parts of both of their skins, but before he can fully close it, a voice yells out, "Don't you dare," as a sheet of ice covers the Namu and All Might. All Might looks over and smiles at Shote and says, "Well done, young Shote," and bends his body out of the portal milliseconds before Kurogiri can fully close it, tearing the Namu in half. All Might turns and smiles at Nana and Kurogiri and starts walking towards them, only for him to be punched in the jaw by a Namu and grabbed from behind by a different Namu. "The hell?" All Might says as he turns his head and sees an exact copy of the Namu punching him and holding him from behind. "Neat thing about combining different quirks," Nana says with a smile, "is that certain quirks just work amazingly together, like fire and ice, or super strength and super speed, or in this case super regeneration and body splitting." All Might coughs slightly as he gets punched in the stomach over and over again by the Namu, who is wholeheartedly ignoring the ice blasts from Shote. "Shit," All Might thinks to himself. "This is bad. I can't move my arms and I'm beginning to feel those punches. I'm already up to my time limit, so I need to finish this quickly, but how? I can't do anything, and I can't involve my students, who so far the villains seem to be ignoring. The other teachers won't get here for another 5 minutes, so I can't rely on them getting here in time. Maybe I should." His thoughts were interrupted by the freeing of his arms, and a sharp pain as what felt like a sword went straight down his back, penetrating an inch into his skin, but seemingly missing all vital organs of the 3 he had left anyway, as he collapsed to the ground in pain. The only part of the body in which super regeneration and body splitting don't work is the brain. A voice says from behind All Might before walking in front of him, "Always remember that when fighting someone with regeneration." Izuku looks down at All Might, who slowly picked himself back up from the ground. "Thank you, young Izuku. I will take it from here," All Might says, rushing forward, but not before feeling the slightest pressure on his back, which he chalks up to being a part of the cut on his back. As All Might and the Namu start fighting again, Izuku walks over to Shote and asks, "So where'd you end up?" Shote looks at him and points over from the direction where she came from and says, "The mountain zone. Luckily I was over there alone, so I could just freeze everyone in place." "I'm guessing you got teleported to the ceiling." "Yeah, I was up in the rafters. I figured it would be easier to try to get a jump on them if they thought I was stuck up there the whole time," Izuku says, nodding at her. "Also, you weren't there alone." Toru's voice comes in between Izuku and Shote, causing Shote's eyes to widen in surprise as she looks at where Toru is standing. "Wait, why didn't you say anything? I could have accidentally frozen you," Shote says, not noticing the Toru handing something to Izuku. "It's fine. Once I saw what you were able to do during our training session, I knew what to look for before you freeze the ground, so I managed to dodge it," Toru says in a happy tone. Before Shote can respond, they are each hit with a shockwave of air as Namu and All Might trade blows. "Holy shit," Toru says as she and Shote are forced onto the ground by the sheer amount of air pressure coming off the battle. "He needs to work on the efficiency of his punches," Izuku says, standing unaffected by the wind. "He keeps trying to hit the same spot but is off by inches every time." "How are you not affected by the wind?" Shote asks as she tries to keep herself from flying away. "This," Izuku says, looking at her. "This is nothing. This is what I feel every time I fight. Upside of being a speed-based fighter is you slowly grow more immune to things like wind force. Go beyond plus ultra," All Might yells as he sends the remaining Namu flying into the stratosphere. "Well, shit," Nana says, looking up at the hole in the ceiling. "That sucks. We spent a fortune on that thing." "Well, Kurogiri, between the two of us, I'm pretty confident that we can take him out before the other heroes arrive." "Huh? Are you sure about that?" All Might says, standing up to his full height. Pointing a finger at her, "I still have more than enough fight left in me to defeat you two. Now surrender and I promise not to hurt you too much." Nana begins laughing as she says, "Please, I may not be as good a counter to you as Namu was, but between me and Kurogiri we can easily defeat you." "Shit, they're not buying my bluff." All Might thinks to himself as he says aloud, "Why are you even attacking this school? What could possibly be your motivation for this?" "To bring about a new world in which heroes like you can't stop us," Nana says with an evil smile. "Ha, don't try lying to me, villain. I can see right through those easy-to-pierce deceptions. I know you have a goal, but it isn't something like that. It doesn't seem like you." All Might says, his body beginning to release smoke as he tries desperately to maintain that form. "You wouldn't believe me even if I told you, All Might. Besides, what's the point? You'll be dead in a few moments anyway." Nana rushes towards All Might, hands outstretched, but before she can fully close the gap, she screams in pain as a bullet goes through her hand. The teachers had arrived. "Everyone protect the students," Principal Nezu says to his staff as he rushes to the ground next to 13, where Mina and Uraraka had been joined by Mainta, Asui, Kirishima, and Bakugo. As the last wave of low-rank villains desperately tries to fend off the onslaught of pro-heroes, Nana looks over and says, "Well, shit, looks like we ran out of time. Though well, guess we'll have to try again later after we get some higher-level characters." As she walks into one of Kurogiri's portals, she turns around and bows to All Might, saying, "We have been the League of Villains and we hope you enjoyed the show because..." She looks up at All Might with her eyes scaring him right to his soul. "There will be an encore." With those words, the portal closes and Kurogiri and Nana Shigaraki escape into the abyss. After multiple hours of interviews by the police and healing done by Recovery Girl, both Toru and Izuku arrive back at the LOV headquarters. "Hey," Nana says to Izuku and Toru. "So was the mission a success?" Izuku reaches into his pocket and takes out a vial filled with blood. One vial of All Might's blood is ordered. He places it on the bar counter and slides it over Kurogiri. "Well done, Izuku," AFO says from the TV. "And well done with the suggestion of the body-splitting super regeneration quirk." The doctor's voice comes over the speaker. "Even with the Namu captured, we were still able to keep the original version here, so all we lost was the clone version." "Thank you, Uncle, Doctor," Izuku says, bowing his head. Out of curiosity, Toru says, speaking up from behind Izuku, "What is the vial of blood for?" "To test for potential weaknesses," the doctor says from over the speaker. "We know that All Might has weaknesses to certain ailments based on his fight with Toxic Chainsaw, and we plan on testing for every poison and drug ever made to see what is most effective against this so-called hero." "Will any of the low rankers talk?" Izuku asks. "Some will, but all they will learn is that we have a spy in the ranks of the student body, and even then we have planted evidence on several students that make them far more likely candidates than either of you as suspects," AFO says. "And even if they do catch one of you, so far as the heroes know, there's only one spy, not two." Izuku nods as the doctor says, "Now then, I have a lot of work to do, so this will likely be the last call I participate in for several weeks, so I will speak to you all when I'm done. I wish you the best of luck," AFO says as the doctor signs off before signing off himself. After a few moments of silence, Nana claps her hands together and says, "Well, I say we celebrate. Kurogiri, bring out the expensive liquor tonight. We drink like there's no tomorrow." But Toru begins. "No buts. They already announced on the news there's no school at UA for the rest of the week while they investigate. So tonight we celebrate because tomorrow we need to start our new assignment." Izuku turns, popping a bottle of champagne as he asks, "Do we get to know when it affects us this time? Given how the plan wouldn't work if they didn't know it was you two as our spies." "Yes," Nana replies, filling her glass with champagne. They, Izuku and Toru, say simultaneously, "Yes, you see, my dear friends, we're going to be expanding this little operation. Tomorrow is when we start finding new members to join our ranks. Now then," she takes the glass of filled champagne and hoists it in the air. "To victory, to victory." Izuku and Toru cheer. "How could this have happened?" All Might asks in a meeting the next day with the other staff of UA. "We are the leaders in creating heroes in Japan. It's entirely possible that they teleported in there every day to see if there was a class going on and we just never realized it," Snipe says. "No, even if they had the gear to hack into our system for that long. Eventually it would have happened when one of us was in there, or even more likely when we had a class of third years in there," Midnight says. "Unfortunately, we seem to have to face the most obvious choice," Aizawa says as he and Nezu walk into the room. "It is as we feared," Nezu says with a solemn expression. "We have a spy among the students." A large clank silences the Class 1A homeroom as Minta stands before Aizawa, placing a badge before him. "What are you doing, Minta?" Kaminari asks from the back as he stops talking to Siro. "I'm resigning from the UA Hero program," Minta says. "What?" Kaminari yells, as the rest of the class mumbles in shock. "May I ask why?" Aizawa says, not moving to pick up the identification badge. "I'm not cut out for this life. I saw the villains last week and I froze. I couldn't do anything. I was even crying in fear if it wasn't for Izuku. Well, I likely would have died," Minta says. "I admit I didn't want to become a hero for exactly noble purposes, but I don't want to die. So I'll be taking my leave now." As Minta turns to leave the room, Aizawa says, "Go report to the front office and they'll get you sorted into one of the general classes." Kaminari looks at Aizawa and says, "Wait, you're not removing him from UA as a whole?" "Of course not," Aizawa says, looking at Kaminari. "Most of the time less than 10 of each hero course graduate as a hero due to what they see when the work studies start in your second year. Hence we have a program where those who quit the hero program remain at UA as a general studies student. Otherwise it wouldn't be fair, since the hero program students still need to keep up their grades, remain in the hero program." "Oh, okay," Kaminari says as he sits back down as the class says goodbye to Minta. After a few minutes of saying goodbye and a few slaps from the female members of the class as Minta is still a pervert, Aizawa has the class take their seats and makes an announcement. "Now then, despite many objections from myself and Vlad King, the UA Sports Tournament is still going to commence in a few weeks. I expect all of you to prepare for the tournament accordingly. After all, Class 1A has a reputation to uphold." The class begins mumbling in excitement and concern at the prospect of fighting with the other classes before Aizawa continues. "Now then, since Midoriya here is quirkless, he will have one unfair advantage over most hero students. So he will be allowed to use his gear during the tournament." "That's bullshit," Bakugo says, standing up. "If he wants to be a effing hero, he needs to be upheld to the same standards as the rest of us." For once, I agree with Bakugo, Izuku says, causing the class to turn to him in surprise. I want to prove that quirkless can become heroes on their own merit. Can't do that if you give me special treatment, now can I? Aizawa pauses for a moment as Mina walks up to Izuku and says, "Are you sure?" in a concerned tone. Izuku looks behind him and smiles at Mina as he says, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. Trust me." Mina looks at him and nods slightly before saying with a slight smirk, "I'm warning you, if you die because you didn't take your gear, I'm going to end you." Izuku laughs, leans over, and whispers in her ear, "Don't worry, I'll train extra hard." Mina smiles and blushes at the Izuku's proximity to her ear as she smiles and says, "Fine." But not in front of the class. The whole class looks over in shock as Izuku shoots back and begins protesting his innocence while Mina laughs at his embarrassment. Though, moving back on topic, Aizawa says, "Since Izuku is not going to be using his gear, we shall just move on to training. Now everyone report to the combat arena for training." Class reps make sure they get there. Several hours later. "Look, I understand why you didn't avoid it, but I'm just saying that if you did, it would have helped make Mina feel less worried," Toru says to Izuku as they walk towards the headquarters for the LOV. "Yeah, I know, but it would have given too much away," Izuku replies. "How would I have known about a blow coming from behind me?" "Ugh, you're hopeless. You could have just made something up. Anyway, moving on. Any idea why Kurogiri didn't pick us up today?" Toru responds as they walk through the halls of the building up to the bar. "Probably something to do with." Izuku pauses and rushes forward at the bar entrance. He quickly puts his sword to a man's throat as he stands above Nana with swords impaling her and Kurogiri. "I'm gonna give you exactly 5 seconds to explain who you are and why you have attacked my cousin," Izuku says in a distorted voice. The man turns his head to see a demonic-looking mask with red eyes and a twisted smile. "If you want to see it, look at the cover art for this story." Staring at him, "I am the hero Ender Stain. Your cousin tried to recruit me into her organization, but since she has no true motivation, I refused. She didn't accept my refusal, so we fought." Stain pauses and bows his head slightly as he continues. "Though had I known the infamous Deku was a member of the organization, I would have been more open to joining. It's good to see my reputation remains the same despite my inactivity," Deku says, his voice sounding far less like the boy he is under the mask and far more like an odd combination of Darth Vader and a siren's voice. "Please, not every villain can end one of the top 10 heroes. That alone made you a legend in the underworld. Even if the hero world will never know what happened to Mind Touch." Stain replies, "Thank you. I was aiming for shock and awe that day," Deku replies, bowing his head slightly. "Now then, if you would be so kind as to remove your blades from my cousin's shoulders, I will remove mine from being pressed on your throat." Stain nods and quickly picks up both blades from Nana's shoulder and sheaths them, with Izuku sheathing his own simultaneously. Izuku nods and says, "Now then, while I do not blame you for not wanting to join, I do not condone the stabbing of my cousin, but since this was her fault." "Hey," Nana says from the ground, "I will forgive you this time. However, you will not be allowed into the league at this time, since I have a feeling Nana will be less than inclined to accept you into the league," Deku says, ignoring Nana's interruption. "You think?" Nana says angrily, as she pulls herself up from the ground. "'Cause," Deku says in a cautious tone, "he stabbed me. I feel justified in stabbing a bit back," Nana says, glaring at Stain. "We need allies, not enemies," Deku says calmly. "No need to end those who refuse. All that does is send messages of untrustworthiness through the underworld." Deku turns to Stain and says, "You're free to go back on your hero hunting quest. Kurogiri, open a portal for him." Kurogiri nods as he raises his hand and opens a portal, with Stain walking through back to Hasu City. "Why'd you let him go?" Nana asks as she glares at Izuku, who is now sans mask due to having pressed a button on his mask that turned it into a small patch behind his ear. "For all the reasons I said, plus we both know that if UA keeps its schedule, internships should be soon. If I'm lucky, I will be able to get one in that area so I can repay him for those wounds," Izuku says, looking at Nana with a smirk on his face. Nana chuckles softly as she looks down at him, putting a hand on his shoulder, and says, "You're lucky I like you, 'cause otherwise, I would be touching you with more than 4 fingers right now." Izuku rolls his eyes as he says, "Like you'd be able to lower it before I dodged." "Is that a challenge?" Nana asks with a smirk. "Hey, out of curiosity, what did he mean by what happened to Mind Touch? Isn't he Japan's number 10 hero?" Toru asks. Izuku's eye twitches slightly as he says, "That was my first vengeance." Toru blinks and asks, "Why would you take vengeance against him?" Izuku turns to Toru and with a dark look in his eyes says, "Because he's the effing bastard who murdered my mom." "Oh, I didn't know," Toru says with a pause. Izuku takes a deep breath and says with a smile, "It's fine. Let's just say there's a reason he hasn't been seen in a few months." Toru nods and says, "Out of curiosity, what did you do when you found him?" Izuku's smile darkens drastically as he says, "I'll tell you after the tournament. Consider it a reward for getting most of the way through the mission." Toru looks over at Nana, who shakes her head and says, "I may have been there, but it's his story to tell, not mine." Besides, it wouldn't be wise to undermine my second in command. You mean your superior? Izuku says with a smirk. Second in command, Nana reaffirms with a smirk of her own. If that's what helps you sleep at night, I won't correct you, Izuku says with a shrug as he walks away. Why, you little, Nana says as she lunges at him with a smile. And so life went on in the League of Villains. The sound of cracking stone filled the air as All Might commented. Good, you're learning how to incorporate it into your moveset, that's good. Now we need to practice how to limit your strength so you don't accidentally end someone. Of course, sir. After all, that would be problematic, the boy says with a smile. After all, how can I save 1,000,000 people if half the people I fight die? All right, I hereby call this League of Villains investigation team meeting to order. Detective Tsukachi announces in a room with many pro-heroes and all of UAS staff. Well, don't leave us hanging. What have you learned? Mount Lady says, leaning forward. So far none of the villains we captured have been willing to say anything about the leaders of the League of Villains, Detective Tsukachi says. Also, it seems that they simply recruited a large mass of low-ranked villains and didn't recruit anyone of high level. Disappointing. This would have been an amazing opportunity to capture a large number of high-ranked villains had they gotten some, Endeavor says, causing the heroes to look at him in shock. And they could have also potentially ended the students. All Might says, looking at Endeavor in his hero form. We are very lucky that none were seriously hurt besides Kirishima. Had they brought high ranks, they very well could have wiped out most of the class. My daughter would have been able to defeat them. Endeavor replies with a smirk. No, she wouldn't have, Aizawa says, looking at Endeavor through his bandages. The Namu that I fought was able to fight on par with All Might for an extended period of time. Had they brought along some A-rank villains or even one S-rank with the Namu, they probably could have ended all the students before any of the staff arrived. Moving back on task, Cementos says, looking at Detective Tsukachi. I suppose that Mind Touch is still not available for probing their minds. No, he is still missing, Detective Tsukachi replies, looking down at the ground. However, we did find some evidence on that case, but this is not a meeting for that. No, Endeavor says. This is a meeting of highly trusted heroes, all of whom are also on the Mind Touch task force. Just share what you know and spare us another meeting. Detective Tsukachi glances at All Might before sighing and saying, fine, I suppose if we're okay expanding the circle of trust, I'll share. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small box. We found this in a river near his last reported sighting. There is a short pause as he opens the box and puts it under the camera. There is a gasp from the less experienced heroes as they see what is in the box. A rather deformed severed hand. Using DNA analysis, we have confirmed that this is indeed Mind Touch's hand, and using the quirks of some of our CSI analysts, we have confirmed that Mind Touch was most likely captured. Detective Tsukachi says with a sorrowful expression. Who could have done this? He was the number 10 hero. No one was immune to his quirk, not even All Might. Midnight says, leaning forward. Was it Stain? Ingenium says, leaning forward. If so, do we have any new evidence of his quirk? Unless he changed his outfit, it wasn't. Detective Tsukachi replies, taking out a sketch from his briefcase. We managed to have a sketch taken from the distorted memories, and this is what we got. It looks like a demonic bunny mask. Mirko says, leaning forward in excitement. Maybe they're trying to call me out. No, it looks like a direct ripoff of my outfit. All Might says, with a look of despair. The smile, the little ears coming out the side, the black hood. It's like they are trying to be the direct opposite of me. Unfortunately, that is not everything, Detective Tsukachi says. They seem to know the limits of our CSI specialist's quirk, and so he slashed the hand off first. Limits? Mount Lady says, looking at him. What limits? Well, he can see the history of the person he is viewing so long as the body part that was in a limited range of the main body. Detective Tsukachi says. So, Endeavor says. So the villain sliced the hand off and then knocked out Mind Touch. Detective Tsukachi takes a breath before continuing. According to our specialist, the villain then picked up the deformed hand and looked directly at it before directly addressing our specialist by name and telling him the address of where his daughter is currently going to private school. So he knows about our CSI specialist's daughter. What about it? Endeavor asks. Our CSI specialist isn't on any record. His name has been redacted, his birth record removed. Everything about him is gone in exchange for working for the police, and he not only knew the name of a man who no longer technically exists, but also where his daughter goes to school. His daughter, who has a birth record, is being born under a different parent. A daughter who has never even met her birth father. Detective Tsukachi says, staring at Endeavor. He quit this morning and left the country. This villain knows about the inner workings of the system. I don't know how, but he does. This is one of the biggest security breaches we have ever had. After several more hours of meetings that ultimately boiled down to no one knowing anything or being unwilling to reveal anything, Detective Tsukachi pulled All Might and Principal Nezu aside. What is it, Naomasa? All Might asks. There was one thing I didn't say in the meeting about the new villain. Detective Tsukachi says with a look of worry. What? All Might says, transforming back into his normal form as he looks at his old friend. Detective Tsukachi pulls a photo out of his pocket and says, as you know, one of the upsides of our former specialist's quirk is that he can use his quirk to print one photo every time he views a memory. Yes, we know that. We were wondering why you didn't show a photo during the meeting, Nezu says in his normal happy-go-lucky tone. Because this is what the villain showed us for exactly 1 millisecond before throwing the hand into the river, Detective Tsukachi says as he hands the photo to the two of them. Both pro-heroes gasp as All Might says, "It can't be." The photo was of All Might in his normal form with words in red ink on the bottom saying, "See you soon, All Might." So what do you think they're going to have us do during the tournament? Izuku, Mina asks as she, Izuku, Momo, Uraraka, and Shote sit in the cafeteria. Probably random schoolyard games, Izuku says, taking a bite of beef ramen. It would be unfair to the non-hero students if they just had it be fighting at least initially. Hence why they always have it as the last event. That makes sense, Shote says. Not everyone has years of training, so it does make sense that they want to give other classes a chance before they go to the fight. It would be unfair to the other classes if it was only combat-based, Momo says, nodding. Exactly, Izuku says. Out of curiosity, Izuku, Uraraka asks. Yeah, what's up? Izuku replies, glancing at Uraraka. What's the deal with you and Bakugo? I get you used to be friends when you were kids, but quite frankly he's a jackass, Uraraka says. Izuku looks at Uraraka, wordlessly pulls out his phone, flips to a photo of him from 10 months ago, and puts it on the table. Much as I like seeing you when you looked more innocent, why am I looking at this? Mina asks as she leans over to see the photo. Look harder at my arms, Izuku says as he takes a bite of his food. I can't see anything on your arms besides your sleeves. Why is there something there? Momo says as she looks at it. Oh, Jesus, Shote says as she notices what Izuku is talking about. What? I don't see anything, Mina says, staring intently at the phone. Shote leans forward and zooms in on the photo to focus on his arms and says, look at his arms where the light is making the shirt see-through. Notice it now. Holy shit, Momo says under her breath. What, I still don't see anything, Mina says looking at the photo. Me neither, Uraraka says. Then allow me to show you in person, Izuku says as he pulls his sleeve back on his right arm. Dozens of scars and burns litter his arm. Now I admit some of those came from accidents during my training, but most of them came from Kaken, Izuku says, pulling his sleeve back down as Mina and Uraraka look at him in a combination of pity and horror. He did that to you? Mina asks quietly. Yeah, every day in school, Izuku says, taking a sip of water. Why did no one try to stop him? Momo says in a hushed tone. You say that like the other students and teachers didn't join in, Izuku says, leaning back and staring up at the ceiling. Quirks are everything in this world. That's what teachers say time and time again throughout school, however, so very few ever care to explain what that means for those of us without one. It wasn't until I met my tutor who trained me to fight that anyone outside of my immediate family ever cared enough about me to think I was worth more than a piece of dog shit. I'm so sorry I didn't know, Uraraka says with a sorrowful expression. It's fine, he'll pay for it later during the tournament, Izuku says as he takes a sip of water. Now then, you asked a personnel question, so I only feel it's fair I get one too. Why do you want to be a hero? Causing Momo, Shote, and Mina's gazes to become more questioning. Oh, that's simple money, Uraraka says as she takes a sip of water. This statement causes all gazes to turn to Uraraka in different levels of concern, confusion, and one hidden look of intrigue as Izuku asks, care to elaborate on that? Well, my parents run a construction company and times have been hard recently, Uraraka explains with a slightly angry and frustrated tone. We keep getting out-competed by other larger builders and I know I could help them. Heck, my quirk was basically made for moving large numbers of materials. But, because of the law, I am not allowed to use my quirk to help my parents' business unless I have a hero's license. So I figured that if I became a hero I could get the license to help my parents while also being able to spread the word about my parents' company to get them more contracts. Izuku says, taking a sip of water to hide his slight smile. That's a very noble reason to want to get money. What about you, Mina? Why do you want to be a hero? Wait, why do I have to answer? Mina complains. You all saw my arm and heard my story, I want to hear yours. Now spill, we only have a few minutes left of lunch, Izuku says, taking a bite. Fine, I want to help my people, Mina says in a faux exasperated tone. Your people? Shote asks. Yeah, people with mutations. I've seen many people with mutation quirks get bullied or just straight up disappear. I want to make sure they have heroes on their side, Mina says with a slightly sad smile. Here I thought my motivation was good. You want to help represent a quarter of the population, Uraraka says as she glances down at the ground. Don't feel bad. You have a great motivation too, Mina says as she smiles and puts her arm around Uraraka. That is a very lofty goal though, Momo says, taking a bite of her tofu. Mina looks over and says, that's the point? No. To help as many people as possible. Besides, I haven't heard your motivation yet. UA is one of the most prestigious schools in the country, and my parents wanted me to be able to have the best education possible before I take a role in the company. The hero program was just a different way to get high levels of experience in team leadership, Momo says nonchalantly. Fair point, Izuku says. I have to admit this does help train leadership skills, especially if you get elected as the class rep. Momo nods in appreciation as she takes another bite of tofu. So what about you, Shote? What's your reasoning? Mina asks happily. A small sheet of ice appears over where Shote's hand is sitting as she says, I'm doing what one of my family members would have wanted me to do. Nothing more, nothing less. The whole table grows quiet as Shote takes a deep breath and looks at Izuku and says, Oh, one more thing, Izuku. Yeah, what's up? Izuku says, looking at her. Consider this our first official trial as rivals and set your expectations for the level of combat as needed, Shote says with a serious expression. Izuku smiles and says, wouldn't have it any other way. So how is school? Nana asks. Why do you ask me that every day? Izuku says with a half-hearted groan that fails to hide his smile. Because it makes this feel like a sitcom, but seriously, are you ready for the tournament tomorrow? I heard from Tori you aren't using your gear. Nana asks in a slightly concerned tone. Please, I'll be fine. If anything, it will just be moving back to the basics of Razor's training. Izuku replies. Nana pauses for a second before saying exasperatedly, if you say so, but if I hear that you got seriously injured, I'll kill me. Izuku says with a smile. Don't worry, I already got threats of violence from Mina should I get too injured because I didn't take any gear. Nana smiles and says, I like her already. So how much longer you think before you can convince some people to join up? Izuku looks at Nana and says, these things do take time. You know, it's not like I'm handing out pamphlets and stuff. Nana rolls her eyes and says, yeah, now go get some sleep cause I want to see you at your peak when you beat the shit out of those students. Anything for you cuz, Izuku says with a mock bow as he goes off to bed. All right, class, is everyone ready to go? Aizawa asks. Yes, sir. Class 1A calls out simultaneously. All right then, let's move out. Aizawa opens the door to reveal that the general class student body is blocking it. What are they doing? Kaminari asks. TCH, they're scouting the competition, Bakugo says as he walks toward the crowd. Where the class that survived a villain attack, it only makes sense. Bakugo, do me a favor and don't end anyone, it will reflect badly on the class, Izuku calls out as he sits in the back. Don't tell me what to do, Deku. Bakugo yells back as he stops in front of the general class. So now you all know what future heroes look like, now move it you effing extras. Oh, Jesus effing Christ. Izuku mumbles as the rest of Class 1A start yelling at Bakugo to be respectful. I heard you all were impressive, but quite frankly you just sound like in a hole. A voice comes from the crowd as a man with purple hair walks forward. Please ignore him, he never learned the ancient art of respect. Izuku calls from behind Bakugo as he walks forward. Itoshi Shinso, right. I heard a lot about you through the grapevine, that's a cool quirk you have. Izuku says, sticking his hand out. And you're Izuku Midoriya, the first one of them to become part of the UA Hero course. That's impressive, I didn't even know you guys could apply to be part of the hero program. Shinso accepts the hand and shakes it. Though I do hope you didn't share my quirk with anyone else in your class. Never would dream of it. We underdogs need to stick together, Izuku replies with a smile. That is true, Shinso agrees. 4 months ago. Itoshi Shinso, right. A voice calls out from an alleyway as Shinso walks home. Hello, is someone there? Shinso asks. Yes, a boy with green hair and a demonic bunny mask walks out of the alleyway. I am Deku and I have a proposition for you. Shinso raises his eyebrows in surprise and asks, why should I listen to you? Simple, Deku replies. We underdogs need to stick together. Present day. Well, at least most of you don't seem like a holes. A man says walking out of the Class 1B classroom, sticking his hand forward. I'm Tetsu from Class 1B. No one cares extra, Bakugo says. Ignore Kaken, Izuku says, shaking Tetsu's extended hand. He is the physical embodiment of the word a hole. What did you say, Deku? Bakugo yells. Case in point, Izuku says. It doesn't matter, an annoying male voice says from Class 1B's homeroom. You are all worthless and will fall to the might of Class 1B. A large hand slaps the annoying boy as a woman walks out and says, hello, sorry about Monoma, he is a bit overly competitive. So you're the class rep for 1A, right, Izuku Midoriya, I believe. Izuku smiles and walks forward and shakes Kendo's hand. Yes, I believe we met on the training day for the class rep. You're Itsuka Kendo, right? Yes, and the person walking up behind you is your other class rep, Momo Yaerosa, correct? Kendo nods. Correct, Momo says, shaking Kendo's hand. We are still going to beat your asses, Monoma says quietly. Another smack from Kendo and Monoma is fully unconscious again. Sorry about him. It's fine, we have one of our own, Izuku says, pointing a thumb over his shoulder at Bakugo. What did you say, nerd? I'll blow your head off. Bakugo yells. After the competition, can you teach me the knockout hit so I can better handle my class's jerk? Izuku asks politely, ignoring Bakugo's yelling. Sure thing. Kendo smiles as they each lead their classes to the tournament grounds. Welcome everyone, are you ready for the US Sports Tournament? If you are, say yeah. Present Mike yells into the microphone. Yeah, the crowd screams. All right. For those of you who don't know, I am Present Mike and I will be your announcer for today along with Eraserhead. Now everyone say hi, Eraserhead. Present Mike yells again. Hi, Eraserhead. The crowd yells. Please stop that, Aizawa says in an annoyed tone. Oh, come on, get into the spirit. It's the sports festival, aren't you looking forward to that? Present Mike says in a normal voice. As I tell you every year, no, Aizawa says. Buzzkill. Present Mike mumbles as he continues with his announcement. For those of you watching this for the first time, let me run down the beats for you. We will first have a random schoolyard type game that all the students will compete in with the top 40 moving on to the next round. After that, we will have a short break followed by a team game in which the teams that compose the top 20 students will move on to the final game, the 1v1 fights, which will determine who here is the most combat skilled in their year's student body. Present Mike takes a sip of soda before continuing. Now then, the moment you've all been waiting for. Please welcome the freshman class of UA High. The crowd loudly cheers as the freshman class of UA walks into the arena and stops in front of the stage where Midnight is waiting to spin the wheel. Now then, before we start this tournament, we will have the person who scored the most points in the hero entrance exam say a few words. Present Mike announces. So please welcome one of the two class representatives from Class 1A and the very first quirkless to ever get into the UA Hero program, Izuku Midoriya. Instead of cheering, the crowd and every member of the other freshman classes except for Shinso and Monoma starts mumbling to each other, each checking with their seat partners to see if they heard the announcement correctly. Meanwhile, high up in the crowds, a large man mumbles to himself. Shout, you idiotic girl, you managed to lose to a quirkless. How dare you bring such disgrace to the Todoroki family name? Izuku finishes walking up the steps to the stage and smiles as he says into the microphone in a slightly threatening tone, I hope you all enjoy the show. Before walking back down to his class. Well, there you have it, folks, the first quirkless to join the UA Hero program. Though I have to admit I was hoping for more of a speech. Present Mike announces. Oh, don't worry, Izuku calls out loud enough for everyone to hear. The competition should be more than enough to prove my point. After all, isn't the American phrasing actions speak louder than words? After a few seconds, the hero Snatch stands up from the crowd and yells at the staff of UA. How far this institution has fallen. First a villain manages to attack your school. And now you're telling me you let a effing quirkless into your hero program. How far this once mighty school has fallen. Dude, chill out, he's just a kid. A hero sitting next to him says. No, I won't, he's a worthless effing piece of shit quirkless, and I won't sit in a tournament where one is participating. Snatch says back as he turns to leave. Aizawa starts to lean forward into the microphone to tell off the hero, but before he can say anything, Izuku appears in front of the hero with a calm smile on his face. Tell me, Snatch, if you think I'm so worthless because I'm quirkless, why don't you go ahead and say it to my face? After all, based on your logic, I won't be able to do anything back. How did you? Never mind, I don't have time to deal with a piece of trash like you. Snatch says, walking away slightly confused over how the quirkless got up here so fast. I suppose the rumors about you being a coward are true then. Too bad, I was looking forward to seeing if your quirk was all it was cracked up to be, but if you're this cowardly, it can't be a quirk worth shit. Izuku says, the calm smile never leaving his face. Snatch, who had stopped and turned around in rage roughly halfway through Izuku's spiel, glares at Izuku and starts walking towards him, nearly growling as he says, you want to see my quirk? Fine, I'll show you my quirk. A large hand grabs Snatch's arm before he can move. If you are going to attack one of my students, you'll have to go through me. After a very short pause, Snatch says, fine, so long kid, you're lucky that you have All Might in your corner. As Snatch walks away, Izuku glares at All Might and says, I didn't need your help. Oh, I know, All Might replies. I was protecting him from you. Izuku forces himself to smile and says, well, at least we have some level of understanding between each other. All Might nods as Izuku quickly vanishes from his view and appears in front of the rest of Class 1A. Now that uncomfortableness is out of the way, Present Mike continues, ignoring the still mumbling audience. Let the games begin. As the wheel is spun to figure out which game is to be first, discussions happen around the stadium. Are they idiots letting a quirkless participate? He's going to get hurt. Snatch was right, this school has fallen low over time, but the tickets cost so much that I might as well stay. That effing quirkless is going to die. Ha, good riddance. Oh, Jesus, Shoji mumbles. Huh, what's up, man? Zero asks. Can't you hear the mumbling? Shoji asks. Yeah, Zero says. Why is it about how awesome we are going to be? No, it's about me, Izuku says calmly. You can hear what they're saying. Shoji asks. No, but I've dealt with this type of stuff for years, from everyone from bullies and teachers at school to random people who figured out I'm quirkless on the street, Izuku says, sighing slightly. So, Izuku continues, looking over at Shoji. Let me guess, there are a few people who are concerned for my safety, a much larger number who are looking forward to me dying in this, and the rest are saying how I'm some variation of a worthless piece of shit. Zero blinks in surprise as he looks over at Shoji, who simply nods. You deal with that every day. Until I met my tutor, the only people who didn't say stuff like that to me were my immediate family. Well, they probably don't even remember me by now, so just my immediate family, Izuku says with a shrug. Zero just looks up at the crowd and stays silent while Shoji mumbles something along the lines of, "And I thought I had it bad." There you have it, folks. The first competition will be the obstacle course. Present Mike announces, interrupting the trio from their thoughts. All students take your positions. Izuku calmly walks up with the rest of Class 1A and stands near the front of the crowd in front of the tunnel marked start. Midnight walks up on a platform overlooking the crowd of students and says, "On your marks, get set, go." Izuku stands still as he lets the large crowd of students run past him, causing several people in the crowd to comment on how useless he must be if he doesn't even understand the word go. Several of the students from Class 1A and Class 1B look back at him in confusion. Mina and Uraraka are not among them because they still remember their entrance exam with him but ignore him as they keep moving forward. As the final students run past Izuku, he leans down in a pose that the few in the audience who still watched the Olympics recognize. With a slight chuckle, Izuku mumbles, "Let the show begin." With one forceful step, Izuku launches himself into the air, landing on the wall of the tunnel. Then, same as the entrance exam, launches himself like a pinball machine, rapidly overtaking nearly everyone who was in front of him. Merely Shote, who was fast enough to remain near the front of the pack, heard the surprised muttering coming from behind her and quickly turned around, placed her hand on the ground, and coated the whole tunnel in ice. Smiling, she continued running out of the tunnel only to hear a voice next to her. "Nice job with the ice, it trapped a solid amount of the students." Barely stopping an eye roll, she looks next to her to see Izuku purposefully keeping pace with her. "I should have figured you'd dodge that," she says with a half smile on her face. "Can't stop me with something so simple," Izuku replies. With a quick smile, Shote returns her attention to the path in front of her just quickly enough to see Bakugo rush past her using his explosions. "Huh, you two damn idiots don't stand a chance against me," Bakugo yells. As Bakugo is looking away though, a large robotic hand comes down and nearly hits him, but he quickly dodges. "F not these things," Bakugo groans as he looks up at 50 zero-point robots. With a smile, Bakugo leaps up at the zero-pointer, but before he can attack, all of them get covered in a sheet of ice that is easily 3 feet thick. Then with a blur, Izuku sped past Bakugo and kicked each of the robots once in the head, causing cracks all along the ice and the metal that was encased in it before they all fell to the ground. On top of Kirishima and Tetsu. "I thought you said we'd never beat you," Izuku yells back at Bakugo as he starts running faster, passing Shote. "Sorry about this, Shote, but I need to prove to the crowd that the quirkless are capable," Izuku says as he passes her. After a short pause, he hears Shote reply, "And what makes you think I don't have something to prove too?" Izuku looks back to respond only to see a large sheet of ice hurling towards him, causing him to leap off the ground and land on top of it as it launches itself towards the next obstacle. "Thanks for the lift, Shote," Izuku yells as he holds onto the piece of ice, leaping off as he approaches the giant cavern. "Huh, I was expecting something more," Izuku says with a shrug. "What the hell is with this kid?" A hero in the crowd mumbles as he watches him pinball himself across the cavern. "He's moving like a man possessed," another hero adds on. "He probably has a quirk. He has to know quirkless could ever do something like that," a third hero adds. "No," a voice says, causing all the other heroes to turn around to face him. "No, he is moving in a way that can be achieved through sheer training and skill. He has earned this victory." "What do you mean, Endeavor?" one of the heroes asks. Endeavor glares down at the heroes. "If you can't see how he is doing it, then you do not deserve to know." "Yes, sorry sir, I'll pay more attention," the hero says, quickly looking back at the screen. Such fluid movements, Endeavor thinks to himself. Not an ounce of force more than he is required to use to get to the next launching platform, yet still speed up. This will be Shote's toughest fight, assuming she makes it that far. Useless girl. With the last thought, Endeavor scrunches up his face slightly in annoyance but turns to continue watching the race. Izuku, having finished the giant cavern thing a few minutes ago, comes up to a large flat area. "Minefield A," Izuku says. "Well, at least they're trying." Izuku looks down at the ground, picks up a rock, and chucks it near the middle of the pile, causing a large, but not fatal, explosion. "So I have to do this without revealing my perception quirk," Izuku thinks to himself. "As long as I can get enough rocks, I can form a path through that will allow it to look like I just preemptively cleared the mines before I landed rather than..." Izuku's thoughts are cut off by Bakugo and Shote, both launching attack after attack at each other, rushing past him into the minefield. "Ha, damn nerd can't cross this without a quirk," Bakugo yells as a few other students pass Izuku. "Not at all, Kaken," Izuku yells. "I was just waiting for my platforms to get here." Platforms, Bakugo mutters, glancing back only to find that Izuku is no longer standing where he was a few moments ago. Where are you, Deku? Bakugo mumbles before being forced to dodge an ice blast from Shote. As Bakugo dodges the blast, he catches sight of Izuku leaping into the air, off of the back of another student, forcing them to the ground. Shit, Bakugo thinks to himself, realizing Izuku's plan and trying to dodge where Izuku is most likely going to land, only to get hit in the arm with an ice blast from Shote, punishing him for his lack of spatial awareness. Izuku meanwhile smiles as he falls an inch in front of Bakugo as he predicted and launches his foot back, kicking Bakugo squarely in the face and launching himself forward and through the finish line while sending Bakugo tumbling back several dozen feet. There you have it, folks. Present Mike's voice rings out from the stadium, since it clearly wouldn't be used while on the actual obstacle course. Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A is the winner of the obstacle course part of the competition. After a few moments of stunned silence, the crowd erupts into cheering. They do this not out of sudden love for the quirkless, but because this is Japan, where tradition outranks all other things, and because even though most of them still have a range of feelings about the quirkless, nearly all of them negative, even the most hateful of the lot can agree that was fun to watch. Well done, Izuku, Shote says as she approaches him. Thanks, that minefield thing was annoying. I think I almost went above my resting heart rate. Izuku replies. Shote rolls her eyes and starts to reply, but glances up and sees Endeavor staring at her. Her good mood quickly evaporates as she simply nods and walks away. That was weird, Mina says, walking up to Izuku and hugging him. Any idea what that was about? Probably something to do with him, Izuku says, nodding to Endeavor in the stands. Oh yeah, that makes sense, Mina says, noticing Endeavor in the stands. I've heard he's a bit of a jackass. Izuku glances at her and is about to say something. But Uraraka, Momo, and Ida walk over from the course. Congratulations, Midoriya, Ida says. Congrats, Izuku, Uraraka says happily. Yeah, congrats, Izuku, Momo says out of breath. What happened to you? Izuku asks Momo in a concerned tone. Minda decided that the best way for him to get to the end was to attack himself to her back for the whole course. Uraraka supplies helpfully. Damn, that's a cruel way to win, Izuku says with wide eyes. You're telling me, Momo says, still catching her breath. That pervert is way heavier than he looks. Hey, Minta yells from a few feet away. Anyway, well done, Izuku, Momo says, ignoring Minta. Thanks, Izuku says, glancing over at the end of the course. Hey, how did so much of Class 1B get here? The rest of the group turns around to see a large chunk of the winners are different members of Class 1B. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A, you idiots. Monoma screams out, walking towards Class 1A. You may be wondering how so many of us, the superior Class 1B, got into the next round while comparably few of you did. You see, unlike you idiots, we chose to strategize together to make sure the highest number of us got in. Who is the superior class now? H-O-H-O-H-O-H-O-H-O-H-O. Monoma falls unconscious as Kendo waves to Class 1A and says, sorry about that. Nice strategizing on their part. Izuku mumbles to himself. It worked well for the first part, now let's see who wins the second part. And the next type of battle will be a cavalry battle, Midnight announces. Alright, the 42 remaining contestants will group up into groups of 2 to 4 for the cavalry battle. Now, every person who managed to get into the team battle will get points with increasing intervals of 5 points, with number 42 getting 5 points, and number 41 getting 10 points, etc. However, the exception is the person who got in first place, who will be getting 10 million points. The 4 teams who have the highest points will win, and every other team will be eliminated. The member of the team with the highest number of points will be the rider. Also, in the cavalry battle, the person who is the rider is not allowed to touch the ground or they will be eliminated. Are there any questions? Izuku raises his hand and Midnight points to him. Out of curiosity, what exactly do you consider the ground? What we are standing on right now, or are we not allowed to touch the walls and stuff as well? If you are the rider, you are not allowed to touch any solid object other than other students or their constructs, Midnight replies. Okay, thank you for the clarification, Izuku says, nodding his head and taking a step back. Okay, if there are no more questions, you may now form teams. You have 10 minutes before the battle begins, Midnight says, letting the students pick their teams. He did well, Kurogiri says, staring at the TV in the back room of the bar, sitting with Nana and Razor, who for the first time in months was not on an assignment so she could watch her students' performance. That he did, Razor replied, especially when considering that he barely put any effort into his acceleration. That is true, Nana says, as she drinks a shot of whiskey. Most of the time he speeds up much faster than that. In his defense, he could just be saving energy for the fights at the end of the match, Kurogiri says. Or he's just sandbagging it so no one questions exactly how he got that strong, Nana adds. That's not even mentioning the extra alerts that have been going off since they finally found Mind Touch's hand. That is a good reason to be cautious, Razor agrees. I wonder who he'll pick for the team battle. My bet is the tech girl will be on his team, Nana says, downing another shot. Why do you say that? Kurogiri asks. Nana glances over at Kurogiri and says, simple really. 1. She's a good potential asset for the future assuming we can get her to work for us. 2. She seems like someone that would remind Izuku of his life before he became a villain, and he may be a very good villain who won't hesitate to end people. We both know that he has a soft spot for people who remind him of himself in his past life. And 3. Because he's currently talking to her. Nana gestures to the screen showing that Izuku is indeed talking to the girl in the tech suit. It seems like an unfair bet now, Razor says, grabbing some popcorn from a nearby bucket. So you would have taken it if he simply waited a few minutes before talking to her? Nana asks. No, I probably would have said the same thing, but it does make the betting part less fun. Razor replies. Nana shrugs and says, well, it looks like we won't have to wait long. It seems the team portion is about to start. All teams ready. Midnight calls out to the assembled teams. Izuku, Shote, Bakugo, Monoma, Tetsu, Shinso, and all the other team leads nod. For the sake of ease and because I'm way too effing lazy to list every single member of each team, just assume that all the teams are in the formations they were in the show. Don't worry unless they are actively going to participate in this combat. This battle they will not be mentioned, so just assume they're all just fighting in the background or something, because I forgot how many members of Class 1B I'd have to relearn the quirks and personalities of if I was going to use all of them, because this is just ridiculous. Alright, 3, 2, 1, begin. Midnight calls out. 5 minutes earlier. So what's the plan, Izuku? Uraraka asks as she, Hatsum, and Tokoyami surround Izuku in a huddle. Because everyone is going to be targeting us right from the get-go, we need to be on the defensive, Izuku says. Our biggest concerns are Bakugo, Shote, and Monoma teams. If I had my gear I would be able to counter Monoma and Shote's teams fairly easily, but Bakugo, despite being a jackass, is intelligent enough to know how to build a good team. Plus, you don't want to hurt your girlfriend, Uraraka says. Blushing slightly, Izuku continues. Yes, that too. Anyway, since I don't have any gear, Hatsum has been kind enough to loan me some of her gear, which should counter most of the problems, but we still need large amounts of speed to evade them long enough because most of the gear is a one-trick pony. No offense, Hatsum. None taken, Hatsum says with a smile. After all, most of them were designed only to be used once. So using Hatsum's rocket boots in addition to Uraraka's quirk, we will try to evade them to ensure that we remain out of range of the other students and in as many potential shadows as possible to help strengthen Dark Shadow, who will be responsible for defending us from any possible attacks. Right? Tokoyami nods. Okay, now then let's beat their asses, Izuku says with a smile. Begin. A blast of ice and a hail of explosions rain toward Izuku's team as Hatsum quickly activates the rocket boots and they fly out of the way. Get back here, Deku, Bakugo yells, having his team rush after him. You should pay more attention to your own problems. Monoma's voice rings out as his team rushes towards Bakugo's. You see, we don't need to have the most amount of points to win, we just need enough to be in the top 4. As Monoma and Bakugo's teams start to fight, Shote's team rushes towards Izuku full throttle as Shote launches Ice Blast after Ice Blast at Izuku's team. Just give up already, you know you won't keep that headband on forever, Kaminari yells as he charges up his body to launch an attack at Izuku. Yeah, but I don't need to do it forever, do I? By the way, catch, Izuku yells back as he throws a round object at Kaminari. Kaminari, acting more on instinct than anything else, catches the object thrown at him. The hell? Kaminari mumbles, confused as he holds what looks to be a simple water balloon in his hands. That would be the last thing Kaminari would say for a while, as all the electricity he was building up for his attack got sucked into the water balloon and redistributed across his body, causing him to enter brain-dead mode. Kaminari, Momo yells as she summons a rubber glove and smacks the water balloon out of his hands. Did you like my invention? Hatsum shouts from the bottom of the cavalry position. It's a rubber-like material, but instead of being electricity resistant, it is a high-level conductor that when filled with water amplifies it up to 10 times its original charge. I call it the surge inducer. Make your sales pitch later, Izuku says as he dodges another ice blast from Shote from atop the formation using a combination of fancy footwork and, unknown by the crowd, his perception quirk to stand atop the 3 people underneath him and to remain at least somewhat mobile on top of his classmate. As another ice wall flies toward Izuku's team, he gets an idea. Quickly using Evaluate, he finds the weakest icicle on the wall and kicks it off the wall, snapping it off at roughly the halfway point, and he grabs it and launches it straight at Ida. Oh no, Ida says, putting his arms up to block the strike while stopping only to find nothing hit him as Shote had raised an ice wall in front of him to block it. Thanks, Shote, Ida says gratefully. They got away, Shote says, looking at Izuku's team, who is once again flying across the arena. I got them, Momo says as she finishes creating a gun using her quirk and aims it at the rocket boots. A loud bang fills the stadium as the shot hits the boot, causing it to break and causing Team Izuku to descend much quicker down to the ground. Hatsum, you didn't happen to make a lipid blocker, did you? Izuku asks. No, why? Hatsum responds. It would be a much easier way of getting Momo out of the fight, but I guess we'll have to do that the hard way later. Dark Shadow. New plan: block any shots coming towards those rocket boots. Got it? Izuku says. Got it. Dark Shadow responds with a nod as he reorients himself from the front of the team to near the bottom to protect the remaining rocket boot. Uraraka, how much longer can you keep your quirk going on everyone? Izuku asks, turning to Uraraka. Probably enough for 1 or 2 more bursts, Uraraka replies, looking very queasy. Okay, got it, Izuku says with a nod, looking over at the teams rushing towards them again. All teams 5 minutes remain in the match. Midnight's voice rings out over the arena. Okay, good, so we only have. Well, shit, Izuku says up from Uraraka. Well, on the plus side, Dark Shadow, I think you can stop protecting the boot now. Why, I haven't even been attacked. Yet, oh, that's why. Dark Shadow says, looking around them and seeing that every potential avenue of escape has been blocked by walls of ice. Nice, Shote, I didn't think you could make this much ice, Izuku calls out to Shote. Sorry about this, Izuku, Shote says, but I have a promise to keep. Izuku blinks and looks to the side quizzically and is about to ask what she meant when he hears Recipro burst. Before the match, there is only one way I can see beating Izuku's team with our current formation, Shote says to her team. We need to distract him long enough for Ida to use his special move to steal the headband. How will we distract him though? Momo asks. I've never seen him distracted even in class by anyone except Mina, and that's only when she's whispering something into his ear. Yet he also hungers for knowledge, Shote says, even in the boring modern poetry class with Cementos. He pays attention. All I have to do is say something that will cause his curiosity to get the better of him long enough for the move to work. And how will you do that? Kaminari asks. I think I know a way, Shote says with a fleeting sad look across her face. And there you have it, folks. After 10 minutes of combat, Team Midoriya finally loses its headband. Present Mike announces loudly. Would you please stop being so loud? Aizawa moans. Stop being such a grouch, Aizawa, get in the spirit of the tournament, Present Mike says with a grin. Ugh, Aizawa moans. I'm surprised they haven't rushed us yet, Ida says. Yes, it is rather odd, Momo replies. Why would we? Izuku calls out. We still have enough points to make it into the next round. With a smirk, Izuku raises his arm and reveals the 3 headbands that were on Shote's head before the attack. The hell? Kaminari mumbles as he looks up and sees Shote has no headbands around her head besides Izuku's. Felt like a decent trade after all. Now all the teams will be hunting you, not us, Izuku says with a grin. Raising her arm, Shote forms a ceiling to the ice walls she constructed and says, There, now it's just the 2 of us, Izuku. What are you going to do now? In that case, I'm fine just sitting here, but I have a feeling the crowd will be less than pleased. Izuku gestures to the stadium surrounding them. So instead, I think I'll be taking that back now, Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow quickly moves in behind Izuku and then quickly gets pushed a few dozen feet into the ground as Izuku uses him as a launching platform. But not towards Shote, but towards the ice wall, launching himself again and again across the ice walls until it is impossible to identify where Izuku is. Just to make it clear to the teachers, Izuku's voice rings out throughout the enclosed area. You said that I couldn't touch the ground or the stadium walls. You said nothing about artificially created walls in the arena. Hey, does that count? Present Mike leans over, asking Aizawa. Technically, he is following the letter of the law, and it does make sense since in real combat he would be able to do this. So this would be allowed, Aizawa says, sipping his beverage through his bandages. Izuku smiles as he sees his plan come to fruition, as in their confusion they had left a gap for him to exploit. With one last push off of the 10 feet thick ice wall, leaving cracks all along its surface, he rushes straight towards Shote, more specifically Shote's left side. Shote's eyes widen as she realizes what Izuku is doing, and acting more on instinct than anything else, she launches a wave of fire at Izuku. Using Kaminari as a stepping stone, Izuku launches himself over Shote's attack before landing on Dark Shadow, and then launching himself onto the other unmelted ice wall. 1 minute left in the match. Present Mike's voice rings out. I didn't know you could use fire for more than defrosting, Shote. I'm surprised you don't use that more, Izuku says as he hangs onto the other ice wall, having dug his fingers straight through the ice in order to get a hold. Shote stands there looking horrified at her left hand, causing Izuku to tilt his head in curiosity as Shote turns and in a rage throws an ice blast at Izuku. Izuku dodges and smiles, knowing that while what he is about to do may reveal more strength than he originally intended, this would at a minimum impress the judges. He launches himself at the ice ceiling Shote created, shattering the 10 feet ice wall behind him with the force of his kick-off, and with another push off the ceiling he shatters that too, sending him spinning down towards Shote. Moving his foot out, he smiles and says, Wind blade kick. Shote's eyes widen as she forms layer after layer of ice to try to stop the attack, but it's not enough as Izuku breaks through them all milliseconds before he grabs the headband. He hears Present Mike's voice ring out. And there you have it, folks, the match is over. In first place we have Team Todoroki. In second place we have Team Bakugo. In third place we have Team Tensut. Wait, what? When did this happen? In third place we have Team Shinso. And finally, in fourth place we have Team Midoriya. Now then, while we set up the final battles, all students may enjoy the different recreational activities that we set up. So please enjoy them, and for all you watching at home, please take this time to grab some popcorn because these final matches are going to be wild. Damn, I almost had you there, Izuku says, now on the ground having aborted his wind blade kick to not hit Shote. That you did, Shote mumbles, looking at her left hand. Normally I would join in the celebrations, but I have to go, as those who got through to the final 16 get congratulated. Izuku chooses to follow Shote to see what's wrong, only to see her walk into the bathroom and hear her start crying. I'm sorry I broke my promise to you, Shote says in between sobs. I won't do it again, I swear I won't use that mother effer's quirk again. As Izuku stands back hearing this, he hears footsteps behind him and he turns around to see Endeavor standing behind him. Well done, Midoriya, Endeavor says, nodding his head. I don't know who your trainer was, but they should be proud. You are a very skilled warrior. Thank you, sir, Izuku says, bowing his head slightly. Now then, you can go now, but I do appreciate you looking out for my daughter, Endeavor says. Izuku nods and walks away, but not entirely out of earshot to hear the interaction between Endeavor and Shote. Shote walks out of the bathroom and sees Endeavor standing outside it. What do you want, you mother effing a hole? Shote sneers at him. Endeavor ignores the tone and says, I wanted to congratulate you on finally using your fireside. It seems you are finally. F you. Shote interrupts him. It was one slip up out of instinct. I will never use your quirk, you a hole. Shote, we both know you will only make it so far using only ice, Endeavor says, his false good demeanor burning away quicker than ash. You will need to use my quirk eventually, and when you do I will be waiting to say I told you so and to begin your real training. Even if I did start using it, you think I would accept your help? After what you did to Shote starts nearly yelling. That was an accident, Endeavor says with a snarl. If it was, Shote screams. I suppose my face was also an accident, or Fayumi's arms, or Natsuo's legs. You keep using that excuse and eventually it runs dry. Shote takes a deep breath and looks up at the person whom she is forced to call her father and hisses at him, F you. Until you can bring him back from the effing dead, F you. We both know that the only reason I effing do this anymore is because of him, so F you, Dad. F you. Walking off with a stern look on her face and tears still in her eyes, she walks to the locker room and opens up her locker and pulls out a locket and opens it. Inside rests a picture of a 7-year-old Shote and a teenage boy ruffling her hair as they both smile at the camera. I miss you, Toya, Shote says as tears fall from her face, hitting the picture in the locket. Hello everyone and welcome back to the UA Sports Tournament. Present Mike's voice rings out. For those of you just coming back on the TV, here's what you missed. Both Masahiro Ajiro and Nairanjiki Shota from Team Shinso resigned their spots and gave them up to Tetsu and Ibara Shizaki of the 5th place team due to personal reason. So with that taken into account, here is the battle order. One of the large screens that was showing footage of the previous matches changes to show the matches in order they will be fighting, which is Fight 1, Izuku Midoriya vs Hitoshi Shinso. Fight 2, Shote Todoroki vs Hanta Shiro. Fight 3, Denki Kaminari vs Ibara Shizaki. Fight 4, Tenya Ida vs Mei Hatsume. Fight 5, Yuga Aoyama vs Mina Ashido. Fight 6, Fumikage Takoyami vs Momoye Urazu. Fight 7, Ijiro Kirishima vs Tetsu. Fight 8, Ochako Uraraka vs Katsuki Bakugo. Present Mike continues. The rules for these fights are simple. To win, you must either knock your opponent out of the arena, restrain them in some way to where they can no longer move, have them surrender, or injure them to an extent where a hypothetical death blow can occur. Just to note, any actual lethal force will be cause for immediate disqualification unless your opponent has agreed ahead of the match that lethal force can be used, Aizawa says in a deadpan tone. That's right. Present Mike continues in his upbeat tone, so contestants, please be sure to not use any truly lethal force. Now go and prepare for your fights and remember to go beyond in these fights. Now everyone say it with me. Plus ultra. The crowd and Present Mike yell at the same time. Izuku walks into the prep room and sits next to Shote, whose eyes are still bloodshot from crying. So you want to talk about it? Izuku asks quietly. Talk about what? Shote says in her normal tone. Whatever it was you were crying about, Izuku replies softly. Shote glances over at Izuku in a combination of anger and confusion before Izuku continues. You seemed upset after the last round and I went to see if you were okay. I heard you crying, and since I saw your father walk in to talk to you, I didn't want to interfere in a family affair. So want to get it off your chest. Shote blinks at Izuku a bit, looks down, and shakes her head. It's a personal matter involving my family. I don't know what you heard after my father came, but let's just say that he didn't help the matter. I heard something about an accident, Izuku says quietly. It wasn't, and Shote starts in a raised voice before quieting back down to a lower level after seeing people looking at them. It wasn't an accident. What do you mean? Izuku asks. It doesn't matter, Shote says, looking down at the ground. Nothing has mattered in a while. Family member? Izuku asks quietly. Shote looks over at him and nods slightly with a confused expression on her face. I had the same thoughts when my mother died, Izuku says quietly, looking down at the ground. Let me guess, you saw them die in front of you or something. Shote shakes her head. No, I just saw the video footage of what happened. Izuku nods, but before he can say anything else, he hears an alarm go off calling him to the stadium. As he stands up, he turns back to Shote and says, I don't know exactly what happened, but I know it probably involved Endeavor, right? Shote nods slightly, looking up at Izuku. Okay, then let me just give you a bit of advice. Izuku kneels in front of Shote, looks into her eyes, and says, it's not his quirk. What? Shote says, your fire half, it's not his quirk, it's yours. Don't live under some restrictions put in place because you hate your father. Use your quirk to prove him wrong. To prove that you are right. To prove that you are better than him. Izuku looks into Shote's eyes and says, I know just as well as you that it is damn near impossible to let go of your grief and hate, so don't use it to make you stronger. And if one day you get the chance to beat the ever-loving shit out of Endeavor, just know I'll be happy to help with it. Shote nods slightly as Izuku walks out of the room to the arena. Shote looks down at her left hand, contemplating what Izuku said as an inner war rages inside her. All right, everyone, it's the moment you've all been waiting for, the first battle of the UA Sports Tournament. Present Mike announces, causing loud cheers among the crowd. Now then, it's the quirkless monster who has broken several records in his time at this school. Please welcome from Class 1A Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike says. As Izuku walks into the arena, he looks around and sees a large majority of the crowd cheering, but with a few exceptions, only a few of the heroes are cheering for the first quirkless in UA. It's the surprising entry no one expected. Please welcome the General Studies student Hitoshi Shinso. As Shinso walks into the arena, the crowd notices that he is carrying something. Mr. Shinso, what is it you are holding? Midnight asks as she sits in a lifeguard-type chair overlooking the zone. A Kusarigama, Shinso replies, lifting the chained weapon with a sickle blade on one end and a weighted ball on the other. All classes other than the hero classes are allowed to use tools, correct? That is true. However, it would be preferred if you used a capture cloth instead of a weapon with lethal potential, Midnight says. I'll accept any potential risks for it being a lethal weapon, Izuku says with a smile. I can use the challenge, and it's been a while since I fought someone using a Kusarigama. I could use the practice. Midnight glances at Izuku and says, okay, as long as you accept the risks, we'll allow it for the time being, though for the next match. If you win, Shinso, you'll be required to put on a foam topper. Shinso nods, and Midnight, satisfied with the response, says, contestants begin. I feel bad for Shinso, Razor says, sipping her drink. He's the one Izuku convinced you to train, right? Nana asks, taking a bite of popcorn. That's correct. Though he never really reached Izuku's levels for the few months I trained him, Razor replies. So he's about to get his ass beaten? Nana says. Against Izuku? Almost certainly. Though against everyone else except maybe Endeavor's kid he would win either using his quirk or his blade, Razor replies. Good to know, Nana says, taking another bite of popcorn. It always helps to know one's potential allies' strengths and weaknesses. Razor nods as she turns to watch the show. As the match started, both Izuku and Shinso slowly walked around the arena, observing each other's footsteps and looking for any flaws in each other's forms. Izuku of course noticed the flaws. The way that Shinso put slightly too much weight on his right foot, the way he kept the blade portion of the Kusarigama slightly too close to his body for peak efficiency as he spun it, as well as a few other things. Izuku feints a small opening in his side to see if Shinso would attack. Upon the lack of any blade being launched toward him, Izuku begins preparing to launch himself towards Shinso. That is when it happened. Shinso launches the ball end of the blade towards Izuku while using the chain to try and wrap Izuku up in the chain. Izuku dodges through a gap in the chain and launches himself towards Shinso, only to find that he hadn't dodged completely and his leg was trapped in the chain. Yanking the chain forward, Shinso knocks Izuku off balance as he throws the other end of the chain at Izuku. Leaning back like he was playing a game of limbo, Izuku catches the blade in his hands, looks at Shinso, smiles, and mouths, "Got you." Shinso's eyes widen as he is yanked forward by Izuku, twisting his body around in a circle and yanking the chain toward him as he willingly ties himself up. With a backflip kick to the stomach, Shinso goes flying 50 feet into the air and crashes out of the arena. Well, there you have it, folks. The quirkless monster strikes again, and Izuku Midoriya takes the win in near record time. Present Mike announces as applause rings out from the audience. As Izuku untangles himself from the chain of the Kusarigama, Shinso walks up to him and says, "You know, I wasn't expecting such a bold strategy from you. I figured you'd play it safer. Upside of training, I guess," Izuku says with a shrug. "Though if you had slightly better positioning, you may have won the match." "Don't patronize me, Izuku. I know when I'm beat," Shinso says with a nod as he walks off back to the general students section. Izuku won that quickly. Nana says as she takes a sip of her whiskey. I was wondering how he would take him out without any weapons, Kurogiri says. Seems I underestimated him. The strategy was risky though, Razor says, staring at the screen. In a battle to the death, it would never work. Yet in a battle to the death, he wouldn't hold back so much. That has to count for something, Nana replies, taking a bite of the nearby popcorn. True, but Shinso also held back a lot. He barely used any of the more complicated moves I taught him. Razor replies, glancing over at Nana. That is accurate, Kurogiri says before Nana can reply. Yeah, it may be, but we both know that Izuku would beat the shit out of Shinso, gear or none, Nana says with a sip of whiskey. After all, it's not like he didn't train like hell even after ripping Mind Touch's head off his body. Razor simply nods as she looks at the image of the infamous villain in the underworld walking back towards the observation lounge. As Izuku walks back into the Class 1A student section after being checked out by Recovery Girl, he hears, Izuku over here, as Mina, Uraraka, Momo, and Ida wave him over. We saved you a seat. Izuku smiles as he walks over and sits next to them, hugging Mina before turning towards Uraraka. So you're going up against Bakugo for your first match. Do you have a plan? I have a few ideas, Uraraka replies. If you want, I can give you some tips, Izuku says. No, Uraraka says. I need to do this on my own. I want to prove that I can do this on my own. What do you mean you've been doing a lot on your own? Izuku says. No, I have been on your team for nearly every event that has happened so far, and the only time I was on my own was during the villain attack. Well, that was just too weird of a day for me to count it as an instance of my success, Uraraka replies, glancing down for the last part. I need to do this on my own, if not to prove it to the teachers, then at least to myself. Izuku stares at Uraraka for a second and then nods, saying, okay, but if you change your mind, I have a lot of advice on how to beat the shit out of Kaken. The hell you say, Deku? Bakugo yells, overhearing the conversation. Oh, shut the hell up, you worthless halfwit, Izuku says, turning towards Bakugo. What you say, Deku? Bakugo yells. No fighting among the contestants is permitted unless it's in a match, so save it for your match, Momo says, turning towards Bakugo. I'm surprised you aren't offering me advice, Mina says, leaning on Izuku's shoulder. You don't need it, you're facing Aoyama, not exactly hard, Izuku whispers in Mina's ear, causing her to chuckle. All right folks, here we go with the second match of the US Sports Tournament. Present Mike's voice rings out from the loudspeakers. From Class 1A we have the second place and then first place winner of the tournament so far. Please welcome the coldest person on campus, Shote Todoroki. Shote walks into the arena with an angry expression on her face as applause rings around her. Also from Class 1A, we have the tape man and the person who will unfortunately probably lose this bout, Hanta Zero. You don't have to be so mean, Zero says as he stretches his arms. Now I know I'm going to lose, but I may as well give it my best shot. With those final words, Zero launches out a barrage of tape, wraps Shote up, and tries to launch her out of the arena. Before Zero could react, however, his tape was frozen and he was trapped in an ice wall large enough to go over the wall of the stadium and extend nearly 500 meters into the air. What the hell have you been teaching these kids, Eraserhead? Present Mike says as he stares in shock at the ice wall that formed in front of them. That certainly wasn't my training, Aizawa says, staring at the ice. Zero, can you move? Midnight asks as she shivers as half of her body is coated in ice. Of course not, Zero says, shivering. Then the victory goes to Shote Todoroki, Midnight announces as Shote walks forward towards Zero. For what it's worth, I'm sorry, I was a bit mad and I needed an outlet, Shote says. It's fine, but next time can you do me a favor and miss the first blast or two so I can get a better score, Zero says as Shote starts melting him out of the ice. Of course, Shote nods as the crowd starts chanting nice try to raise Zero's spirits. Momo, can you do me a favor? Izuku says, standing up. Sure, what do you want? Momo asks. Can you make me a sword quickly, preferably one made of heated tungsten, but steel will work in a pinch, Izuku says as he starts walking towards the wall of ice, putting his hand on it as he subtly uses his evaluate quirk to find the weak point in the ice. Here, Momo says, holding out the sword. What are you going to do? You'll see, Izuku says as he holds up the blade above his head. Present Mike announces, sorry folks, but for the time being, we will have to wait until the ice is cleared before we continue the match. Before he can continue, all of the ice covering the upper section of the arena bursts into shards no larger than a fingernail. The crowd looks up in shock as they see Izuku calmly slide down the ice until he comes up next to Shote. How long until Zero is free? Izuku asks, ignoring the stares he is getting from the crowd. About a minute, Shote says, looking curiously at the sword in Izuku's hands. Got it, Zero, do you mind if I work around you to get the ice off the spectators? Izuku asks. SSS, sure, be my guest, Zero mutters out as he tries to not get hypothermia. Izuku calmly walks up on the ice behind Zero, holds up his sword, and says atomic slash. To nearly everyone, it looked as though Izuku had merely moved his sword down in a standard slash. This expectation was shattered as quickly as the ice that quickly transformed into shards no larger than a golf ball. Izuku hops back down on the ground and throws the now very bent and broken sword to the ground. And that's why I try to only use my custom swords. Otherwise, these dang things break way too easily. The hell, Zero mutters, now free of the ice, as he turns and looks behind him at the lack of ice wall. How? Just how? Well done, Izuku, Shote says, ignoring Zero and the crowd's shocked stares. Thanks, though I have to admit I'm slightly surprised you are hardly showing any reaction to this, Izuku says, gesturing behind him. I have gotten very good at controlling my reactions over the years, Shote says, staring up at her now destroyed ice wall. Though I have to admit I also knew you've been holding back since the first day, so this wasn't entirely unexpected for me, though I wasn't ready for it to happen so soon. Izuku asks. For you to show your full potential, Shote replies. Izuku smiles and says, Shote, if you think I would show my true strength this earlier in the year, then you've got another thing coming. Don't worry though, if you pull out a few of these in your fight, you may make me get serious. Shote smiles and replies, I look forward to it, before turning and leaving the arena with Zero in tow. How can he have more strength than that? Zero thinks to himself as he glances back at Izuku. Shote looks up at her father and glares at him as she thinks to herself. I'll beat him when he fights seriously. I'll show you effing a hole. This is for what you did to Toya. I have to admit I wasn't expecting him to use Atomic Slash in front of so many people, Razor says, staring at the screen. He is trying to gain some of the students' trust, and it seems that Shote is one of his prime candidates for turning, Nana says. Seems like an unlikely scenario. Getting the daughter of Endeavor to become a villain, Kurogiri says. Razor chuckles a bit before saying, I've seen Endeavor before. Quite frankly, the fact no one in his family has tried to murder him either speaks to his strength or their very high patience. Wait, are those rumors true? Nana asks. Razor simply nods. Damn, Nana says, taking the whiskey bottle and drinking a swing of it. And here I thought we villains were bad. At least we don't end our own family. All right folks, here he is from Class 1A. It's the man with the quirk who shocks the most. It's Denki Kaminari. Present Mike announces, causing cheers among the crowd as he walks out. And from Class 1B we have the Vine Assassin of the Century. Please give it up for Ibara Shizaki. Present Mike continues. Excuse me, sir, Ibara says. Huh, Present Mike says, looking down at the arena. I don't mean to be rude, but why did you call me an assassin? Surely you don't think I would end my opponent? Ibara says. What? No, of course not, it's just showmanship. Present Mike replies, confused. Good, because I didn't become a hero to be a ender. I did it to inspire people and to make the world a better place. Ibara says, putting her hands together in prayer as she talks as birds fly down and land on her shoulders and start eating the fruit growing from her vines. All right then, anyway contestants, are you ready? Doesn't matter, fight. Present Mike announces. Sorry, Ibara. Was it? I plan on making it to the semifinals at least, so I'm sorry, but when you lose I promise to buy you a drink at Starbucks. Kaminari says as he charges up his attack and launches it at her. Quickly turning around, Ibara raises a wall of vines blocking the electricity as she incapacitates Kaminari in a web of vines. My apologies, but for the sake of my class's honor, I must win this tournament, but I will take you up on the offer for drinks sometime, Ibara says as Midnight announces that she won. Thanks, I guess. Kaminari musters out before entering brain-dead mode. Well, I guess I'm up then, Ida says as he stands up and walks out of the Class 1A area. Monoma's head pops up from over the wall dividing the two hero courses and starts laughing maniacally. Haha, the superior Class 1B wins again. How do you feel about that superior class? Monoma's head slumps to the ground. Kendo's head pops up and she says sorry about that, before popping back down again. Okay, someone needs to do something about that guy, Mina says. Yeah, at this point it's getting ridiculous, Uraraka says. What is? Shote asks as she walks up into the observation area. Monoma, Izuku says, eliciting a nod from Shote as Present Mike's voice comes over the loudspeaker once more. Alright, everyone, you know what time it is. From Class 1A we have the Speed Demon brother of Ingenium, it's TNYA. Causing cheers from the crowd. And from the support course it's the maker of the 10,000 gears, it's Mei Hatsume. And if she has more support gear on the level that she has already used, then it may be a good idea to hire her. One of the recruiters from a support company whispers to another next to him, eliciting a nod. Ida, Midnight says. You know only non-hero students can use gear, correct? Ada nods and says, yes, but Mei Hatsume asked that I wear this and said that it would help me in the fight. Is this true? Midnight turns asking Hatsume. Yep, Hatsume says in an upbeat tone. The other UA teachers walk towards each other and talk amongst themselves before Midnight says again. Well, as long as she approves, it's allowed. As the fight begins, Ida rushes towards Mei Hatsume only for her to press a button and cause the gear to cause him to fly out of the way. As she begins her explanation of all the different gear she gave Ida and the gear she brought with her. She got this far just for a sponsorship ad, Izuku says, staring down at the scene before him. I can't decide whether I should be impressed or revolted. I think I can tell Ida's emotion. Uraraka says as she watches Ida's disgust as he continues to fly around the small arena. He is a stickler for the rules, so it makes sense, Momo says as she sighs watching the scene. I didn't know Ingenium has a brother. One of the heroes in the crowd says to another hero next to him as they watch the poorly disguised sponsorship ad that Mei Hatsune was using. Really, I hear him talk about him all the time. At least before he was driven half-mad chasing this Stain guy, the other hero replies. Ah, that explains it. I only ever met him after he took that case, the first hero says back. Yeah, he's gotten a bit obsessed over it. I mean, he's not even watching his brother's first tournament to chase him, the second hero says nodding. Roughly 100 miles away in Hasu. Section 184. Do you have sights on him? Ingenium asks his sidekicks through a comlink. No sight yet, sir, the sidekick says. We can't let him get away. This is the first time in months we have him narrowed down to one location, Ingenium says. We know, sir, we'll find him, the sidekick says. Ingenium turns off the comm, punches a nearby wall, and screams, damn it. You heroes really shouldn't be talking so much. A voice comes from behind Ingenium. Ingenium quickly turns around to see a man standing behind him, sword drawn. It gives away your location too easily, Stain says, a deranged smile wide on his face as he lunges towards the hero. And that's all the gear I have right now, but I promise I'll have more soon, Mei says as she walks off the stage and loses the match. That felt a bit excessive, Uraraka says as she stares down at the stage. She seems like a bad fit for the league. Way too erratic to be able to be convinced to join. Izuku thinks to himself as he watches Mei leave the arena. Well, wish me luck, Mina says as she kisses Izuku on the cheek and runs out of the observation area and down to the arena. Do not worry, Minami, Aoyama says to the people around him. I will beat the pink one and prove once and for all that moi is the best one here. Pink one, Mina says, an angry tone in her voice. You are pink? No. Is that not what I would say? If not, my apologies. French and Japanese are not very compatible languages. Mina glares at Aoyama and mumbles. Fine, it was a mistake, let's just go. From Class 1A, it's the pink girl who looks like she's from outer space. It's Mina Ashido. Present, Mike announces to the cheers of the crowd. Seriously? Mina mumbles to herself upon hearing the outer space part. Is it that hard to say something not offensive? And also from Class 1A, it's the French man with the dazzling quirk. It's Yuga Aoyama. Aoyama walks out into the stadium blowing kisses out to the crowd. Bonjour, vous des gens merveilleux. Je vous promets que je vais réduire en boule ces petits monstres roses pour vous tous avec mes magnifiques lasers éblouissants. As the match begins, Aoyama quickly fires a barrage of lasers at Mina, who quickly slides out of the way and rushes forward toward Aoyama. As Mina faces the hail of lasers, remember in this universe Aoyama was born with his quirk, so he doesn't have the whole issue of being limited to a few seconds before he gets pain from using his quirk. She starts dodging back and forth using crazy moves that remind the crowd of Izuku's moves from the first match before she lands on the ground and faces Aoyama, who had stopped pelting her with small lasers. Instead, Aoyama had sucked in his stomach and launched a very large laser blast at Mina, which covered half of the arena. Shit, Mina mumbles as she rolls to the side, barely dodging the attack as it slightly nicks her arm. So your quirk produces lasers based on light? Ha, Mina says, smiling, looking up at Aoyama. Why do you surrender after realizing the superiorness of my quirk? Aoyama says, a smirk on his face. No, I feel bad for you. I always wanted to try this thing I saw in a TV show, so let's go espèce de putain de connard. Mina says, spitting out the French curse. You speak French? Aoyama says, his eyes widening in shock. Enough to know what you said, now let's go F.R. Mina says as she raises her arms and summons a meter-thick armor made of acid. H-A-H-A-H-A, Aoyama laughs. You think such a small shield will stop my attack, you idiotic heteromorph? I shall free you of your stupidity. Aoyama releases a giant laser beam at Mina's armor, only for it to be refracted to everywhere but where Mina was standing. Quoi? How did you deflect my attack? Aoyama yells. Simple, acid is a liquid and you are shooting light beams and liquids refract light, Mina says with a smile that quickly darkens as she finishes. Now go to hell. Before punching Aoyama and sending him flying out of the arena, Mina walks up to Aoyama and whispers in his ear, Appelle-moi encore Kameka, je ferai en sorte que tu le regretteras, before walking away back towards the observation area where Izuku is waiting. What did he say? Izuku asks quietly as they walk back towards the observation area. A few racist slurs and insults. Nothing I haven't heard before though, Mina says, looking at Izuku with a fake smile, though not quite a good enough smile to hide the pain behind her eyes. Don't you effing dare go there on me, Izuku says in a slightly harsher tone, causing Mina to quickly glance at him. That thinking that acceptance of your treatment is what makes you a target. When people say stuff like that, go and fight back. Don't take it lying down, Izuku says. Easy for you to say, Mina says with a sad smile. You are one of the strongest and smartest people here. I wasn't always strong, Izuku mumbles as he raises the arm that he used to show the scars to them the other day. If I had fought back just once, there would have been a chance they left me alone. Instead, I did nothing, and because of that nearly everyone I knew treated me worse than dog shit on the side of the road. Izuku stops and turns and looks Mina in the eyes and says, "Don't make my mistakes when people say stuff like that, fight back. You realized I just beat the shit out of him, right?" Mina asks, looking at Izuku. "Yeah, but you didn't go far enough to make him stop now, did you?" Izuku says, gesturing to Aoyama being carried away on a stretcher and mumbling more slurs in French. Mina's smile fades slightly as Izuku sighs and says, "But right now that's unimportant, let's go celebrate your win with the others, okay?" Mina nods, the force of her smile returning as she and Izuku walk back into the observation room. Present Mike clears his throat before starting his announcement. "All right, folks, from Class 1A we have the class representative. One of the class representatives and the girl who got in on with one of the highest recommendation scores in decades, it's Momo Yaoyurozu." Cheers fill the stadium as Momo walks into the arena with a concentrated look on her face. And also from Class 1A we have the emo kid with the darkest soul here, it's Fumikagetokyoyami. A roar of cheers swells as the fight starts, with Takoyami starting by releasing Dark Shadow and sending him spiraling at Momo, causing her to barely have time to create a shield to block the raining hail of blows. "Okay, I just need to roll quickly enough away to create some gear," Momo thinks to herself as she rolls to the left to try to avoid Dark Shadow and get an opening on Takoyami himself. This, of course, doesn't work as Dark Shadow quickly reorients himself and launches another string of attacks that don't give Momo any time to do anything other than dodge left again and again until she is only a few feet away from the edge of the arena. "Damn it, I can't let him force me to dodge again. Come on, Momo, think of something here. Is there anything you noticed in the previous fights that you can use against him?" "Well, when we were in the ice cavern it seemed that Dark Shadow was slower and weaker than when we were outside, but why would that be? Does he not like enclosed areas or light? He's a shadow, of course he'd hate light, just need to." Before Momo can form a flashlight, however, Dark Shadow hits her with one last strike that sends her spiraling out of the arena and causing Takoyami to win. "Did I just lose?" Momo thinks to herself as she just slowly stands back up as she and Takoyami walk back to the observation area. "I barely even did anything," Momo says as she sits next to Izuku and Shote. For what it's worth, Takoyami probably has one of the hardest quirks to counter in the whole class, Izuku says, patting her on the back as the sounds of Kirishima and Tetsu's fight, which for the sake of ease the author has chosen to not put in this story because I'm getting tired of writing fight scenes, because 8 fight scenes is a lot of fight scenes to write. "I didn't even stand a chance though," Momo says as she stares down at the floor. "But you still put on a good showing. You managed to dodge and get out of the way enough times to where I guarantee you'll be viewed favorably. After all, you did well in the last 2 rounds as well," Shote says, comforting her. "I only got through the second round because of you though," Momo says, looking up at Shote. "I'm going to tell you a secret, Momo," Izuku says as he stands in front of Momo. "I don't think I could win against Takoyami without my gear." "What?" Momo says, quickly looking up at Izuku. Izuku nods as he continues, "It's true, trying to beat Dark Shadow would be very difficult for me without my gear, plus based on the fight with Shote he has better reaction times than I do. At least without letting on I have the perception quirk." Izuku thinks to himself before continuing, "Without my sword I wouldn't be able to cut through Dark Shadow, and Takoyami could just block all of my attacks until he finds an opening and punches me out of the arena." "How would your sword help exactly with that?" Shote asks. "A magician never reveals all his secrets. Anyway, Momo, the fact you lose shouldn't get you down. Everyone loses sometimes. It's just about learning from those losses so you can win the next time. So what did you learn while fighting Takoyami?" Momo looks up and thinks back on her fight and says, "Well, if I ever fight him or someone like him, I need to get to cover so I have enough time to get a weapon to counter them." "Exactly," Izuku replies with a smile on his face. "Take the losses and learn from them. It will make you a better fighter." Momo looks up and nods her head as some of her confidence seems to return. "Okay, I'll do that." And it's a tie, folks. Kirishima and Tetsu have both been knocked out simultaneously. "I guess we should go watch Uraraka's match," Izuku says as looks towards the observation area. "I just hope I get to watch Bakugo get his ass beat again." "All right, ladies and gentlemen, you know what time it is. From Class 1A we have the kid who survived the sludge monster attack. It's Katsukibakugo. Also from Class 1A, it's the one I'm personally rooting for. It's Ochako Uraraka. I need to get in close, otherwise I don't stand a chance." Uraraka thinks to herself as she dashes forward towards Bakugo. "Die!" Bakugo yells as he throws an explosion at Uraraka, causing her to be thrown back a dozen feet and filling the arena with smoke. Trying to mimic Deku. "Huh," Bakugo mumbles as he looks around in the smoke. Bakugo notices the colors of the UA uniform move through the smoke. Smiling, he mumbles, "Got you," as he lunges forward, an explosion in hand. As the explosion lands, however, he realizes that in the shirt there is no flesh and blood underneath the cloth, and he quickly turns around to see Uraraka behind him, hand outstretched. Too slow. Bakugo yells as he throws another series of explosions, knocking back Uraraka another dozen feet. Again and again, Uraraka ran at Bakugo, trying dozens of different feints and dodges, yet every time she was sent hurtling back. Is this allowed? Mina asks Izuku. I mean, the match is basically over and she's getting her ass handed to her. It does seem unfair, Ida replies. Izuku meanwhile is staring not at the ground but upwards as he says, no match is over till it's over, and I have a feeling that if what she's planning works, Bakugo may not make it past the first round. What are you talking about? Mina asks, staring at Izuku. Izuku points upward, and as the rest of Class 1A, minus Momo and Shote, follow it, they see what Izuku is talking about. Hovering above the arena is a ginormous pile of rubble and debris from Bakugo's explosions. I have a feeling this match will be closer than most of you think, Izuku says with a smile on his face. And I for one am all for Kakin getting his comeuppance. I think he's starting to notice. Uraraka thinks to herself as Bakugo starts glancing around the arena and then up toward the sky. Release, Uraraka says as the pile of debris comes crashing down towards Bakugo and herself. All I need is one opening and then I'll win the match, Uraraka thinks to herself as she rushes towards Bakugo, ignoring the throbbing pain throughout her whole body. As Uraraka reaches forward, inches before she touches him, she is knocked back by the shockwave of a large explosion coming from Bakugo's hand, which is raised towards the sky. As Uraraka looks up, her hopes quickly fade as she realizes that all of her debris was reduced to little more than ash within the one explosion. That was a decent move for an extra, Bakugo says, looking up at the sky. For that, I'll let you have one more chance to surrender before I beat the shit out of you. No, Uraraka says as she struggles to get up. I will never surrender, not to a bully like you. What are you talking about? Bakugo says. Izuku told us about what you did to him. We haven't told the teachers solely based on his request, Uraraka says as Bakugo's eyes widen. He may not have the heart to beat the shit out of someone he used to call a friend, but I don't have that problem. Before Bakugo can say anything, Uraraka launches herself at him one last time, barely touching him as he's distracted, sending him into the sky. Before Uraraka can push him out of bounds, however, Bakugo launches another explosion straight down at Uraraka, slamming her straight into the ground, knocking her out and winning the match. But as the victory is announced, Bakugo feels no pride, only a slight feeling of regret as he walks off the field and into the infirmary. Well done, Ochako, Izuku says as he stands beside her in the infirmary with Shote, Momo, Mina, and Ida. What do you mean I lost? Uraraka says as she lays on the hospital bed. You came closer than most would, Momo says. That's right, Izuku says. You did come much closer than most. Hell, closer than most of the class could. I still failed you, Uraraka mumbles. What? Izuku says, eyes widening in subtle shock. I wanted to get revenge for you. For what Bakugo did to you, Uraraka says, her eyes lowered a bit ashamed. Izuku pauses for a few seconds, his mouth agape, before saying, much as I appreciate it, Uraraka, you didn't need to do that. You refused to do it for yourself. I thought the least I could do was help you with your vengeance, Uraraka says. Damn, thank you, Izuku says in a shocked tone. Though I do have to ask, why? Is our friendship plus an opportunity for revenge not good enough? Uraraka asks, her eyes twitching slightly. Potentially, though I feel fairly confident there's something more, Izuku says, pausing for a moment before continuing. However, if you do not wish to share, I will not force you. You remind me of my brother, Uraraka mumbles. Huh, Izuku says. Uraraka closes her eyes and continues. He was quirkless just like you, but he always came home with a smile on his face despite the well-hidden bruises. Sniffing, she continues saying, we just thought he was getting into fights, you see, because that's what the school said. Fights. I'm sure you know exactly what the term fight means for when someone is quirkless and without training. Izuku nods, a sad look in his eyes. My parents, however, had no idea that the term fight for quirkless is just a revised term for bull. So my parents would go and yell at him for hours and hours on end. He of course would defend himself, saying he never fought anyone, the bruises came from falling or something, but my parents believed the school over their child. Uraraka looks up, a sad and angry look in her eye. This happened for years upon years on end. You see nothing but bullying and pain, though I didn't see it. After all, he was my older brother. I thought he was invincible. Nothing could hurt him, for he was incredible. Shote, Momo, Mina, and Ida all stand in silence, simply listening to the story, while Izuku stares at the floor as he quietly asks, how old were you when it happened? Uraraka quietly says, I was 10, tears running down her face. Izuku solemnly nods while Ida looks up and asks, wait, when what happened? Uraraka is too busy with the tears to notice the question, so Izuku says, what happens to nearly every quirkless in this day and age? Turning, Izuku sits down next to Uraraka and starts comforting her as Mina also walks over. What? Ida says, still very confused. Her brother committed suicide, Shote says quietly. Ida quickly turns towards Shote, eyes wide as he says, wait, what? Why would he abandon her like that? Izuku looks up at Ida, anger in his eyes. But as he starts to stand up, Momo steps between them. He was absent that day, remember. He was going to see his brother, so he doesn't know. Izuku pauses for a moment before he nods, an angry look still in his eyes. Right? Sorry, I forgot. Izuku turns back towards Uraraka and says, I'm sorry for your loss, in a quiet tone before he stands up and walks out of the room with Shote. Where are they going? Mina asks. The competition is still going on, remember. I doubt it will be long before they are called upon. Momo says as she walks over and takes Izuku's place next to Uraraka. All right everyone, you know what time it is. Present Mike's voice calls out. It's the first battle of round 2. The Quirkless Demon and the Ice Queen face off in this epic battle. Before we begin, I have a question, Shote says. Yes, Midnight says. It was said earlier that if the opponent agrees, a hero course student could use their gear. Hence, I would like to request that Izuku use his gear, Shote says. Before Midnight can answer, Izuku says, No, I will not use my gear. Why not? I'm giving you a chance to show them what you can do. Shote asks. Oh, don't worry, I've already freaked out at least half of the audience who used to bully the Quirkless into wondering whether or not their victims can do this. Izuku smiles as he continues. Plus, I see no reason to show them all my tricks at once. Fine, Shote says as she prepares herself to fight. Don't worry, so long as you fight seriously, I will too, Izuku says as he puts his hands together behind his back. Begin, Midnight says. Shote quickly raises her hand and launches the same ice wall she used against Zero. However, faster than anyone in the audience could track, Izuku appears behind Shote. Does nothing. Shote quickly realizes Izuku is behind her and launches another ice wall. Time and time Shote launches ice wall after ice wall only for Izuku to dodge and stand directly behind her. Why won't you fight back? Shote yells as she launches another attack at Izuku. You aren't fighting seriously yet, Izuku says as he appears on top of one of the ice walls, hands still behind his back. Fight seriously and I will too. I won't use it, Shote says, coldly punctuating each word with a barrage of ice. Why not? Izuku says. I could have attacked you at any time during this fight and won. Is that what they would have wanted, for you to die because you held back? Shut up, Shote says, launching another wave. It's not his effing quirk, Shote, Izuku says, appearing behind Shote again. And even if it effing was, it doesn't matter, it only matters how you use it. I said shut up, Shote yells, throwing another ice wall. Come on, Shote, would they want this? Would they want you to lose a fight? Come on, Shote, show me what you can do. Fight back, Izuku yells. I won't give him the satisfaction of winning, Shote says, throwing another barrage of ice. You can use it without him winning, Shote, Izuku says as he nearly effortlessly dodges another ice wall as the arena is now nearly fully covered in ice. Really? How? Should I effing only use it once and never again? Or should I effing break my promise and use it all the time? Shote yells. Izuku appears in front of Shote as he says, will it matter if you keep your promise if you join them in the afterlife? Shote pauses before launching another ice wall at Izuku, which he again effortlessly dodges. I won't let the bastard win, so you're just going to let him control your life instead, Izuku says. How is doing something to spite him any better than doing what he wants? Shote pauses, launching another ice wall at Izuku. Yeah, that's what I thought. It doesn't matter, Shote, if he thinks he won or not. Just fight, Izuku says, causing Shote's eyes to widen. 8 years previously. Useless, Endeavor shouts as he smacks Shote on the head, sending her falling to the ground. Cry. Toya was never this bad when he was your age. Please stop, Shote cries. I'm trying the best I can. Leave her alone, Dad, Toya yells, standing in between Shote and Endeavor. It's not her fault, you're just too hard on her. Quiet, Endeavor yells as he launches a barrage of flames at Toya. She should consider yourself lucky to have me as a teacher. Is this the face of someone who considers themselves lucky? Toya says, pointing toward Shote. Endeavor glances over and mumbles, fine, a 2-minute break. As Endeavor leaves the room, Toya crouches down next to Shote and takes out a salve that he puts on her arm. There, that should help you feel better. Thank you, Shote cries as she sits on the floor. I don't know why he's always so mean. I think he just wants to toughen us up so when we become heroes he doesn't look bad, Toya says with a smile. Easy for you to say, Shote cries. Your fire is impressive, meanwhile I can barely get a quarter of the output you can. But you are even more amazing, Toya says with a smile. You can use ice, which means that you are the perfect elemental hero. You think so? Shote says, crying. I know so, Toya says with a smile. They both look up as they hear Endeavor's footsteps coming back towards the room. Look at me, Toya says as he draws Shote's attention back to him. Just remember what Mom told us about being heroes, okay? It doesn't matter if you win. Just fight. Toys and Shote say in unison as Endeavor walks into the room and starts yelling at them. Present day. Izuku's eyes widen as he throws himself backward to avoid the explosion of flames coming out of Shote's left side, evaporating nearly all of the ice in the arena. Finally, Izuku mumbles under his breath as a smile begins to tug on his face. A challenge. Holy shit, Kirishima, who won his tiebreaker fight with Tetsu, mumbles, staring down at the fight before him. You're telling me? Kaminari mumbles as Shote launches a wave of fire at Izuku, which quickly dodges under and launches himself forward towards Shote. How the hell are we supposed to be able to beat this? I don't know if we can, Uraraka says, eyes still slightly bloodshot from crying. And I think that's one of the things we'll have to learn here. No matter what we do, there will always be someone we can't beat. That's depressing, Mina mutters as she watches the fight. I just hope neither of them hurt each other too much. For some reason, I think that's the last thing on their minds, Momo says. Izuku smiles as he dodges another wall of ice from Shote, quickly using it as a platform to launch himself toward her, only for Shote to launch another wave of fire, forcing him to dodge again. But before Izuku can hit the ground to regain momentum, Shote manages to hit him with a wave of fire. Present Mike starts announcing, "Oh, it looks like Izuku is out of..." "What the hell, Shote? How much flame did you hit him with?" Izuku looked down and noticed that the UA uniform covering his upper half was nearly completely burned off of his body, exposing his treasure trove of scars and burns for the world to see. "Don't worry, none of these are from her," Izuku says, looking at Shote. "Quite a few of these came from the training I went through, and the rest came from bullies before I started training." Up in the stands, a certain person's eyes widen as they begin to think about the past. "Don't worry though," Izuku says, turning back towards Shote. "I'm nowhere near done yet." But before Izuku can launch himself forward, a wall of fire slams into Izuku, burning off most of the rest of his uniform. "You wanted this, Izuku, remember that," Shote says as she pauses the flurry of flames. "Fine then," Izuku says, looking down at his now burned arm. "Let's at least make this a day they won't forget." Izuku launches himself at Shote but is pushed back by the barrage of flames, burning his skin off his flesh. Thrusting his foot down into the concrete, he halts his backwards momentum. Slowly but surely he moved forward through the flames, peel his skin from his flesh and singe his hair off of his entire body. The crowd leaned forward as they watched what would be described by the media as the quirkless demon walking through the flame. Ignoring the rampant pain as he slowly pushed forward, thrusting his feet into the concrete with each step until he got within arm's length of Shote. And then the flames stopped, and the ice came. At the last second, Shote switched from flames to ice, launching an ice wall that Izuku was unable to dodge due to the fact he was dug into the concrete, and launching him back and out of the arena. Well done, Shote," Izuku says as he concentrates for a second and shakes his body at a fast enough speed to where the ice completely shattered and fell onto the ground. "That last attack surprised me. You kinda on your head," Shote says. Izuku pats around the top of his head until the last bits of the flames went out. "Dang, it's going to cost me a fortune to get my hair fixed," chuckling a bit before coughing up bits of smoke as he falls onto one knee. "Izuku," Shote says, rushing over to Izuku, finally noticing the third-degree burns littering his body, keeping her flames on around her right side because the uniforms are not fireproof and she didn't feel like flashing the entirety of Japan. "I'm fine," Izuku says between coughs. "Nothing I haven't had before." "You call this fine?" Recovery Girl says as she quickly uses her quirk on him before putting him on a stretcher. "What the hell, kid?" Present Mike yells as he rushes forward with the rest of the UA staff. "What happened to you? How did you get all those scars?" Midnight asks, for once not in a sexual manner. All of the members of the staff except for All Might, Nezu, and Aizawa start asking about what the hell happened to Izuku for a solid 2 minutes before they finally are stopped by Izuku starting to chuckle. "Why are you laughing?" Present Mike asks in a concerned tone. "It's funny, it just shows how little you heroes know about the quirkless," Izuku says as he stands up now sans the new burns due to Recovery Girl's quirk. "Though I take it at least you three managed to figure it out." "I was hoping it wasn't the case, but that pretty much confirmed it," Aizawa mumbles. "What?" Present Mike says. "Figured out what?" Nearly 20% of the population is born quirkless, however only about 2% make it to adulthood. Do you know why? The staff stood still, largely because only Aizawa and Nezu had ever heard this statistic. "It's because we get bullied every single day till either we die from our bullies going too far or because we commit suicide." This, Izuku gestures to his scars as his skin slowly starts reforming as Recovery Girl's quirk accelerates his healing process, is what that bullying looks like. "Why don't you ever say anything?" Vlad King says. Izuku looks up, a glare on his face. We get ignored at best and at worst get bullied even more because of it. Most parents who have quirks just don't understand or even bully their children themselves. Hell, it isn't that uncommon for a parent to murder their child once they are discovered to be quirkless because they're a failure. "Wait, what?" Snipe yells. "What the hell are you talking about? That would be reported on." Izuku starts laughing as he says, "By who? The people who ended them. They're non-existent friends. They're bullies who are now sad they don't have anyone to pick on. No reports ever come in, and quite frankly, even if they did, I highly doubt many of the police or heroes would do a thing about it." Snipe blinks under his mask as Izuku continues, "This is the life of a quirkless, and this is what I fight against now that I'm healed. Thanks, by the way, Recovery Girl. I'm going to go grab some clothes and watch the rest of the matches. Do any of you have a problem with that?" Most of the staff shake their heads, but one of them steps forward. "Beat me in the teacher's law." "Why the F would I do that?" Izuku says, glaring at All Might. I want a word about what you said. All Might responds. I also will be joining in on this meeting, Nezu says. I want to see if this is true. Fine, Izuku says as he follows the two staff members inside. I'm surprised he lost, Nana says. I mean, I know he was trying to get her to trust him, but it seems like she had a lot of training with using her ice and fire simultaneously. She was trained by Endeavor, Razor says. Despite being probably the most evil hero besides Mind Touch and an all-around a whole, no one has ever been able to argue with his skill or efficiency. That is true, Kirigiri says, nodding. There's a reason he's been number 2 for so long, even with his minimal popularity. True, though I imagine it would take that much to end him, Nana says, causing Razor to spit out her drink. Yeah, no, Razor says between coughs. His flames are the hottest that we have ever been able to find. His only weakness is collateral damage and overheating, neither of which happens often enough for anyone besides maybe Izuku to figure out the exact limits of his abilities. Personally, I would only avoid him more than All Might because at least All Might has that stupid time limit now. Dang, Nana says. Explains why he's number 2, I guess. Yes, he is one of the most powerful heroes. I imagine it would take quite a lot for anyone to end him, Kirigiri says. Razor just nods as Nana says, hey, should we be worried about that? Pointing to the screen of Izuku walking in with All Might and Nezu. Probably not, Razor says. He did just show off to the world his myriad of scars. Even heroes can't ignore that. Who did this to you? All Might says as he sits in a room with Izuku and Nezu. Did what? Izuku asks with a glare on his face. Don't play jokes, Izuku. Who gave you those scars? All Might says. Which one's a solid quarter of these are from my training? Izuku says, gesturing to a few of the scars on his body. Then where did the rest come from? Nezu asks. From a variety of bullies, Izuku says, looking calmly at Nezu. Who specifically? All Might asks. Oh, why now you care? Izuku says with a sideways glare at All Might. I always care about others, All Might says. No, you don't. You care about the ones with quirks. And to answer your question, I don't know half their names. After all, a solid amount of bullies don't allow you to look up off the ground to see their faces or ask them politely for their names. Izuku says. Why didn't you report it to the authorities? Nezu asks. Didn't you hear what I said out there? The authorities don't give a shit. Hell, some of these scars are from my old teachers. Izuku chuckles as he continues. But that's how this world works. People only respect the strong. The weak are left with nothing but scraps and an army of the strong trying to break them. That's not true, All Might mumbles. Izuku glares at All Might as he says, oh, what do you know about the weak number 1 hero? You have one of the most powerful quirks in the goddamn world, only behind Star and Stripe and maybe a handful of villains. Trust me, I know, All Might says. Really? Izuku says sarcastically. Tell me, oh, number 1 hero, unless you inherited your. You got him, mother effer. Izuku, All Might asks in a concerned tone. You weren't born with a quirk, were you, All Might? You mother effing inherited it. Izuku says. What are you talking about? All Might says. Oh, it's so goddamn effing obvious once you know the pieces, Izuku says in excellently faked surprise and not at all faked anger. That's why you have a time limit. It's a limited supply per day since your fight that left you with half of your respiratory system was destroyed. That's why you came to UA, not to teach. God knows you are horrible at it, but to find a effing successor. You mother effer, you were a effing quirkless once, weren't you? And you never once checked on your own goddamn people. Well, shit, Nezu says. I think the cat's out of the bag on this one. Izuku, All Might starts. Stop, Izuku interrupts, holding up his hand. Just effing stop. F off, All Might. No, All Might says. You may hate me, but this is important. We need you to promise you won't tell anyone. Who the F would I tell? Izuku says. My mom is dead. I don't have any effing siblings, and none of my friends would believe me even if I said it. Your secret is as safe as it was before. The only other people I would tell who have any authority already know. No, only me and Recovery Girl know, Nezu says. The rest of the staff does not. Fine, I won't tell anyone else who doesn't already know, Izuku says. Fine, you may go. Though we may call you in here later to discuss more things, All Might says. Fine, Izuku says, standing up and entering the hallway. Hopefully the fights aren't over. F you, Izuku hears Shote yell. I'm not following your mother effing teachings. This is despite you, you mother effer. As Izuku watches Shote storm off, he watches Endeavor lean up against a wall in frustration. So I'm going to take it to join me and together we shall rule the galaxy. Speech didn't go well, Izuku says as he walks up behind Endeavor. The what? Endeavor asks, turning towards Izuku. Right, pre-quirk references rarely get understood anymore, Izuku says. But I'm guessing that Shote is still pissed off. That's one way to phrase it, Endeavor mumbles. I don't suppose you would be willing to help convince her to accept my teachings. Entirely depends on 2 things, Izuku says. Which are? Endeavor asks. What are you trying to teach her specifically and who died? Izuku says. She told you about that. Endeavor asks with a curious look on his face. More, I overheard you 2 before and I asked. I have no idea who died or anything, just her side, so I'm going to try to hear yours before I make any promises or anything. Izuku replies. Endeavor sighs as he starts. Well, to start with, I'm trying to train Sho to be more powerful than All Might, so she can be the #1 hero and bring glory to the family. Unrealistic, but a goal I can get behind, Izuku says, nodding. And for the other question, the person who died was the Fail, her brother, Endeavor says. He died in a training accident in the woods. He couldn't stop his flames and the whole forest went up in flames. He didn't have enough heat resistance to survive. The most we ever found was a fragment of a jawbone. I'm taking it you two have different opinions on what happened, Izuku says. She thinks it's my fault for pushing him too hard, Endeavor says with a stone-cold look on his face. I view it as an unfortunate accident. In that case, I will try to get her to accept your training if in exchange you answer one more question, Izuku says. Which is? Endeavor asks, a slight glare on his face. Just want to know if you've ever seen All Might hurt. Izuku asks. Why do you want to know that? Endeavor asks. You aren't the only one who's aiming to beat him, Izuku says with a glance upward. Endeavor nods as he replies. From what I have seen, no. The most I ever saw was a nosebleed when he overextended himself in one fight and got hit in the face because of it. Izuku nods as he says, good to know. In that case, I'll do my best. Endeavor nods as Izuku walks up the staircase to the viewing area of Class 1A. Izuku, Mina says, running up and hugging him. You're okay, I thought you would. Oh Jesus, what happened to your hair? Fire and hair don't mix, Izuku says with a smile as he notices that a solid quarter of the class is now looking at him with more fear than anything else. So did I miss any of the fights? No, not yet. They just cleared the ice and fire from your guys' match, Momo says. I take it Ada is preparing then, Izuku says. Correct, Shote says, out of curiosity. What was with All Might and Nezu taking you inside the teacher's lounge? Mina asks. They wanted to ask questions about what I said down there, Izuku says. Oh yeah, Shoji gave us a basic rundown of what you said, Momo says. Izuku turns and asks, so they didn't even effing let anyone else hear it? Momo shakes her head as everyone else glances down at the ground. Typical effing heroes, Izuku mumbles. Ignore the problem. And eventually it goes away. Shote nods slightly upon hearing the mumbling as Momo says, you lucky Ida wasn't around to hear that. He would have yelled at you about disrespecting heroes. Hence why I didn't say this while he was here, Izuku replies. They all sit down as they see Ida and Ibara walk onto the stage. Oh, by the way, Shote, Izuku says. Yes, Izuku, Shote says. Your dad talked to me as I was walking back here and tried to convince me to convince you to join his way of thinking, Izuku says. Shote glares as a small bit of ice forms over her left side as she asks, and what did you say? I lied and said I would try to convince you to join his way of thinking, Izuku says. Good, Shote says. But I do think you should still accept his training, Izuku says. What? Shote says in a dark tone. Hate him or wish him dead. He still is the #2 hero and a very skilled fighter, from what I've heard. Even if you don't agree with the effing thing he says, it still would be advantageous to at least listen to his advice on fighting. It's what I do with All Might every day. All Might is a terrible teacher though, Shote says. True, yet occasionally he gets a small bout of wisdom, Izuku says. But that's not the point. He may be a effing a hole. But at least let him be a useful effing a hole rather than just a deadbeat effing a hole. Cheers interrupt the conversation as Ida forces Ibara out of the ring. Just something to think about while we watch the matches, Izuku says. Well, I'm up. Wish me luck, Mina says, kissing Izuku on the cheek. Good luck, Momo, Shote, and Izuku say. Oh, by the way, Takoyami, Izuku calls out behind him, causing him to sense a solid chunk of the class twitching back in fear. Yes, Izuku, Takoyami says. Don't worry, if you beat her I won't hold it against you, Izuku says, turning with a smile. I also won't hold anything against any of the rest of you for what you have or will do while we're at UA, so you all can stop twitching back in fear whenever I move because it's getting a bit annoying. Izuku's smile quickly darkens as he continues. But I still very much so will hold resentment for things done before UA. Izuku's smile quickly returns to normal as he says, but only one of you has to worry about that, so the rest of you just stop worrying so much because I'm not going to end any of you while you sleep or anything. The members of Class 1A nod as Izuku turns back around to watch the next match, trying hard not to smile as he hears the muffled whispers among his classmates about who the person who has to worry. As Mina and Takoyami both enter the arena to start the fight 100 miles away, an ambulance drives a certain hero to the to try and keep them in a stable condition. Come on, sensei, one of the myriad psychics says as they sit in the ambulance trying to keep the blood on the inside of his body. Don't die, you have so much left to teach. I don't understand how he got jumped, a second psychic says as he rushes and hands one of the EMTs a tourniquet. He was one of the fastest heroes in Japan. Maybe Stain has a speed-based quirk or one that removes an opponent's speed, the first psychic says as he moves his hands as the tourniquet is applied to stop the bleeding of the artery. I don't know, but whatever it is, we need to warn the rest of the heroes in Hasu to move in groups, otherwise they'll be at risk. The second psychic says. That we do, though. For the moment, call Tensei's parents. They need to know what happened to their son. The first psychic says as he washes off his hands and takes out his phone. And the winner is Fumikage Takoyami. Present Mike announces as the crowd cheers as Mina is knocked out of the arena and spins onto the floor. Dang it, Mina says as she gets up. I almost had you at the end there. Indeed, though I am curious how you figured out how to counter Dark Shadow, Takoyami says. I just did what I did to Aoyama, but on a smaller scale. Mina smiles as she and Takoyami start walking back towards the Class 1A section. It worked well, Takoyami compliments before pausing and saying, May I ask a question? Sure, what is it? Mina replies happily. About Izuku. Do you think he is the type of person to hold a grudge for me beating you? I know he said he wouldn't, but then he went all dark there at about a certain person, and now. Takoyami trails off. He does hold grudges, Mina says, causing Takoyami to look up in a slight panic. But only for major things. You beating me in a match is not something he will hold a grudge against. If you ended me in the match, that he would hold a grudge against. Do you know who he was talking about then? About holding a grudge against? Takoyami asks. Yes, honestly, I'm surprised you haven't figured it out yet. Mina says. I had a feeling it was him, but I just wanted confirmation, Takoyami says. Do the teachers know? He has asked for no one to tell them, Mina says quietly. I will respect that decision even if I don't agree with it, Takoyami replies as they finish their walk back to the viewing area. Congratulations, Takoyami, Kaminari says as Mina keeps walking forward and sits down next to Izuku. I'm sorry you lost, Izuku says as Mina sits next to him. It's fine, Mina says with a smile. I knew I was going to lose. Takoyami was too good. I knew I was going to lose when I walked in. The important thing was that I put up a fight. Izuku opens his mouth as if to say something but thinks better of it and just says, well, as long as you did your best. That was impressive, Razor says as she mutes the commercials to turn to talk to Nana. I can see why Izuku is trying to recruit her. That is true, Kurogiri says. It seems as though she is a very agile fighter. I imagine she also agile in other places too. Nana snickers. Wait, what? Razor says. I didn't know you were a lesbian, Nana. Huh? Nana says. What? No, that's Izuku's girlfriend, and that's gross. I'm 5 years older than them. That makes more sense, plus it means I don't have to end you, Razor says. In all fairness, if I was a pedophile I'd end me too, Nana says. I think nearly everyone would, Razor says. Or if not, they should just be murdered in painful ways by others. Or just rip out their reproductive organs while they're still conscious, Nana says. That works too, Razor says as she unmutes the TV to watch the next match. Yes, last bit was a call out to the several reviews for this story that are just advertisements for CP, to which I say to the ones leaving those ads, Jigoku no Naka de Ian Nai Motsudzuku Masu Yo Nai. Kirishima raises his arm as he blocks one of Bakugo's explosions and attempts to punch Bakugo with little success. Bakugo quickly twists his body around Kirishima and hits him with a full power blast on his side, causing him to stagger him and cause the next punch to miss. Is it just me, or does Bakugo seem to be fighting differently? Mina asks. No, he definitely is, Ida says. He seems to be trying to copy the moves Izuku used on him in the first battle trial. Makes sense, Izuku says. He may not seem like it, but he is adaptable when it comes to one-on-one fights. When working with a team he absolutely sucks, but in terms of straight-up fisticuffs, he is a very good fighter. Better than you? Momo asks. Izuku smiles as he shakes his head. No, not better than me, but in all fairness, I had a very strict training routine that forced me to fight many different opponents and find their opening quickly, or I would risk losing. So for someone without any of that, I'd say he's doing well. He is leaving several openings that you did not during our fight though, Shode says. I imagine it won't take long for Kirishima to land a blow on him. That is true, Izuku says. Though the real question in this fight is how long will Kirishima's quirk hold out more than anything. That is also true, Shode replies, nodding. As long as Kirishima gets one hit in, I'll consider it a win for him, Mina says. Why do you know him? Momo asks. We grew up together. We live a few apartments down from each other, Mina says with a smile. That's cool, Uraraka replies. Thanks, Mina says happily. A very loud boom from an explosion fills the air as a blast of wind pushes back most of the attendees. I think I underestimated Bakugo's explosion strength, Izuku says as Kirishima lies on the ground on the other side of the arena. Most of Class 1A nods and murmurs in agreement as Bakugo stands over Kirishima and, much to Izuku's surprise, pulls him back up off the ground as they walk into the locker room. Okay everyone, are you ready for the first match of the semifinals? Present Mike announces to the cheers of the crowd. Alright, here we go. It's the icy hot queen of Class 1A at Shode Todoroki. And it's the speedster demon of Class 1A. Please give it up for Tenya. Now then you two, let's have a memorable fight. go, go, go. Upon the last word, both Shote and Ida quickly rushed into action, with Ida quickly dodging to the side to avoid one of Shote's ice walls, only to have to dodge again to avoid a second one on the other side, boxing him in. Surrender. The match is over, Shote says to Ida. If my brother has taught me anything, it's that no fight is over till only one is left standing, Ida says as he rushes towards Shote. As Shote throws another ice wall at Ida, he quickly leaps off the ground, and with a yell of reciprocal burst, he slams his leg down into Shote, slamming her to the ground. Got you, Ida says as he quickly grabs Shote and runs towards the arena's edge. I have 10 seconds to get her out of the arena before my engines stall, Ida thinks to himself. But I can make it in that time and make my brother proud. Before Ida can make it more than 10 feet, however, he notices that he has stopped moving. What? How did my muffler get plugged? Ida says. It was fairly simple, just a small sheet of ice, Shote says as she stands up from the ground, small shards of ice falling off of her back where Ida had hit her. I told you the match was over. No, it's not, Ida says as he tries to move forward, only to find that his feet are stuck on the floor. Yes it is, Shote says with a finality to her tone. The upside of only showing my ranged capabilities throughout this whole thing is that you seem to forget that I can attack at close ranges too. You never really stood a chance. After all, I learned how to defeat you the second that you joined my team. Shote shrugs as President Mike finishes his announcement, declaring Shote the winner before she leans down and melts Ida's ice cocoon. Congratulations, Shote, Izuku says as she walks into Class 1A's viewing area. Hey, where's Ida? He had a phone call that he said he had to take. It shouldn't take him more than a few minutes to get back here, Shote replies. Hey, icy hot, Bakugo says, walking up to the group. You better not hold back during our fight. You do first have to beat Takoyami, Izuku says, his previously pleasant tone falling to the wayside. Bakugo's eyes twitch, but uncharacteristically he doesn't respond with a yell or a threat of violence towards Izuku, instead just ignores him as he continues. If you don't go all out, I swear I'm going to pound you effing skull in. Not very hero-like behavior, Bakugo, Momo says. Perhaps you should have tried to join that league of villains who tried to attack the school. The hell you say? Bakugo yells. Some people really don't know how to take a joke. Momo mumbles under her breath as Kirishima starts dragging Bakugo back as he tries to throw explosions at Momo. Yes, Mom, I'm sorry that I lost the match, Ida says as he stands in the hallway with his phone. That's not why I'm calling, Ida's mom sniffles out. Something's happened to Tensei. Ida's eyes go wide as he listens to the call and quickly rushes out of the building to get a train ride to Hasu City Hospital. Okay everyone, it's time for the second match of the semifinals, President Mike announces to the cheers of the crowd. From Class 1A we have the Amo with the bird head and a dark soul, it's Fumikagetokoyami. And also from Class 1A, we have the angry Pomeranian who somehow got a human body, it's Katsukibakugo. The hell, I'll show you an angry Pomeranian. Bakugo screams as the crowd cheers as he tries to throw an explosion at the announcer's box, only for nothing to come out due to Aizawa's quirk. I told you he would respond negatively to that announcement, Aizawa says, glaring at President Mike. Oh, take a chill pill, Eraserhead, President Mike says. It was a joke. He pauses and looks down at Bakugo, still trying to angrily throw explosions at the announcer box, and he mumbles. Also, it's kinda accurate. Yeah, a bit accurate, Aizawa mumbles back. But that doesn't mean we're allowed to say that. President Mike nods as he goes back to his announcing voice to say, anyway, let the match begin. Takoyami quickly sends out Dark Shadow to try to attack Bakugo while he's distracted, but he quickly turns and starts releasing a small barrage of explosions as he holds out both of his hands and walks towards Takoyami. Unlike that quirkless's girlfriend, I can easily counter your quirk, Birdman, Bakugo says as Dark Shadow starts recoiling from the light of the constant explosions. Takoyami starts backing up as he tries to think of some way to get Dark Shadow to get past the light, but before he can think of a solution he runs out of room to back up and Bakugo rushes him and sends him sprawling to the ground, a rain of explosion going off in one hand to keep Dark Shadow restrained. Give up, Bakugo says. You know you can't win. Takoyami pauses for a few more seconds trying to think of a way out, but he just sighs and says, I surrender. And the angry Pomeranian is the winner, President Mike announces. Hizashi. Aizawa scolds. What? President Mike says, a smirk on his face. Well, it seems that I'm up, Shote says as she walks forward towards the exit. Do you want some advice? Izuku asks. No, I'm good, I already know most of what you'll tell me, Shote replies. Really? Izuku says with a smile. Shote holds up her hand as she starts talking. 1. He always starts with a right hook, so be prepared to dodge that at the beginning of the match. 2. The more powerful the explosion, the longer he needs to charge up enough sweat, so I need to keep him constantly on the defensive. 3. The best way to take him out is either to make him dehydrated so he can't sweat or to freeze him enough to where he can't ignite the sweat. Did I miss anything else? Izuku looks at Shote impressed as he says he favors his right foot slightly more than his left so he can be knocked off balance, but besides that, no, you got everything. Shote nods as she says, "Don't worry, I got this. I may not have whatever training you went through to make you able to analyze others' weaknesses so quickly, but I was still trained by the number 2 hero, and, much as I despise him, he did a half-decent job at training." Izuku nods as he watches her walk down to the prep room with a smile on his face. Maybe Bakugo would get some comeuppance after all. "How did you convince me to do this again?" Aizawa mumbles as he looks over at Present Mike. "If you did this, I would get you coffee every day till the end of the month," Present Mike says. "It better be good effing coffee." Aizawa mumbles as he clears his throat and says, "Hello everyone and welcome to the final match of the US Sports Tournament." Aizawa quickly breaks out into coughs as he glares at Present Mike. He continues, "In one corner we have the Ice Queen. Seriously, that's what we're going with. Fine, of Class 1A, please welcome Shote Todoroki. God, I'm going to need a vocal surgery after this." And in the other corner we have the Explosion King of Class 1A. It's KATSUKIBAKUGO. "Don't worry, that will only be on the internet forever," Present Mike says. "It better be good effing coffee," Aizawa mumbles again. Let the fight begin. As Aizawa breaks out into a coughing fit, Bakugo rushes towards Shote, blowing up the ice wall that Shote threw at him. "Die!" Bakugo yells as he throws a right hook at Shote, which she quickly dodges as she throws another ice wall at Bakugo, pushing him back a solid foot before he blows up the ice wall. As Shote gets pushed back from the shockwave of the explosion, she quickly throws up a barrier of ice to slow down Bakugo's advance as she quickly tries to freeze the floor to make it more difficult for Bakugo to rush her. Not happening. Bakugo yells as he breaks through the ice wall, but as he hits the ground he slips and falls to the ground, giving Shote an opening. Bakugo closes his eyes as he is nearly fully encased in ice. Aizawa leans forward and says, "And the match goes to." An incredibly powerful explosion interrupts Aizawa as Shote looks up shocked as Bakugo stands free of all ice. "Thought you could freeze my sweat, huh?" Bakugo says with an evil smile. "That's a smart strategy, unfortunately not smart enough." Shote quickly turns and activates her fire quirk, but as she's about to launch an attack at Bakugo, her mind flashes to that day in the woods. The day Endeavor ended Toya. Shote's flames go out and she freezes for a moment, but a moment is all Bakugo needs to launch a large explosion that sends Shote flying out of the arena and into the wall. "The hell, icy hot!" Bakugo yells. "How dare you not use your fire quirk? Do you think you're beneath me?" As Bakugo continues yelling, Shote just stands up, brushes off her clothes, and walks away. A few minutes later, Shote, Takoyami, and Bakugo stand, or in Bakugo's case, muzzled and chained to the podium. Present Mike Aizawa has gone to Recovery Girl to get his vocal cords repaired, announces. "All right everyone, it's the moment you've all been waiting for. Have no fear, for I am here." All Might's voice comes all around the stadium as he lands heroically in front of the stadium. Usually there are more people on the third place podium," All Might says as he walks up to the third place area. "Ida texted and said he had to leave because of a family emergency," Takoyami says quietly as All Might walks up to him. "Ah, thank you, young Takoyami," All Might says as he puts on the third place medal on him. "You did very well, Takoyami. However, you must also train your body so that you may have more options when you fight different types." "Thank you, sir," Takoyami says as he bows his head and accepts the medal. "Young Todoroki, you did well. I don't know why you rarely use her flame, but it will be a useful asset if you choose to use it," All Might says, eliciting a nod from Shote. "I hardly think this is necessary," All Might says as he walks up to Bakugo and puts his hand on the muzzle, breaking it off despite the protests of the other students and teachers. "All Might," Bakugo growls. "First place like this is not worth anything. Even if the world recognizes it, if I don't recognize it myself, it doesn't mean shit." All Might chuckles slightly as he says, "In this world where people are being compared to each other by the public, there are few who can aim for the top of this harsh world. So here, take this medal so you never forget this wound you have faced." "No, I don't want it," Bakugo yells as All Might tries to put the medal on his head. "There we go," All Might says as he forces the medal onto Bakugo's neck. "Well, there are this year's winners," All Might says. "But I want you to know that anyone here could have been on these podiums. It's as you just saw, you need to fight and keep on improving each other. That way you can become the ideal hero. The next generation of heroes are definitely sprouting," Present Mike says. "Now everyone say it with me," All Might says. "Plus ultra," he and the crowd call out simultaneously. "It's saddening, really," Nana says. "If we weren't going to end him, it seems that Bakugo would have made an excellent villain. I'll say," Razor mutters as she watches Bakugo strain against the chains holding him as he accepts the medal. "Okay, got it," Kurogiri says as he hangs up the phone. "It seems Jiren will be coming over today with one of his assistants." "Got it," Nana says as she turns away from the screen. "When are they coming over?" "Around an hour after we pick up Izuku, Toru, and Shinso," Kurogiri says. "Are we sure it's fine for Shinso to be around the other members of the league?" Nana asks. "He completed his mental training better than Izuku or Toru, so I would say yes," Razor says. Okay, just checking, Nana says. Should we get takeout or something to celebrate them getting that far in the fights? I will prepare a meal, Kurogiri says as he walks towards the kitchen. Good. In the meantime, I need to start practicing, Nana says. Practicing? Razor asks. Don't tell him I said this, but Izuku is getting way too good at playing Cloud and Smash Bros. I need to practice against the AI to see what I can do to win, Nana says. Razor shakes her head as she walks off and mumbles. If only the heroes could see what the famous League of Villains is doing now. 30 minutes later, Izuku, Toru, and Shinso walked through one of Kurogiri's portals and back into the LOV headquarters. I still don't understand why no one said we had a third spy at UA, Toru complains. You two are in charge of finding people in the hero program to corrupt. I was put in charge of the other 3 courses, Shinso says. And I take it you didn't find any, Izuku says. No one trusts the person with the villain quirk, so I figured best that the best course of action was to go up the proverbial ladder and get into the hero program, Shinso says. How do you figure you'll get in? Toru asks. He managed to fight me for a solid 2 minutes before I launched him out of the arena, and his skill with a Kusarigama should make it so that he gets recruited to join one of the classes, especially since mine to quit, Izuku explained. I suppose it would make sense, Toru says. Though next time it would be easier if we knew if we had more assets. I could have used someone to stand guard in front of the teacher's lounge should one of the teachers have come back. Wouldn't have worked. I can't erase people's memories, Shinso says. Wouldn't matter once they saw me, the cover would have been blown. Toru narrowed her eyes, though only Izuku noticed as she said, fair enough, though next time I want to know all the potential assets beforehand. Asset, Shinso says, a touch of anger in his voice as his stance moves to a slightly more defensive position. Toru, chill, will tell you next time, and don't use the word asset, it's degrading. Use something like ally instead, Izuku says, de-escalating the situation. Toru's eyes narrow for a few more seconds before she sighs and says, sorry, just spent a while with Razor, you know how she likes phrasing things. Shinso's body relaxes as he nods and says, yeah, I know how it is. Hey, don't badmouth your teacher when she's standing right here, Razor says, her voice causing Shinso and Toru to straighten up slightly. Didn't think you'd be back from assignment for another week, Izuku calls out to Razor as she walks over to her students. Managed to finish up quickly enough to watch my students' tournament, and I must say I'm very impressed by all 3 of you. Thank you, Sensei, Toru and Shinso say simultaneously while Izuku just bows his head slightly. Now then, we can review your fights later. In the meantime, Kurogiri made dinner and Nana is trying desperately to figure out how to beat Izuku in Smash Bros, so let's go celebrate, Razor says in as joyful a tone as she is capable of. Come on, Izuku says. Let's go celebrate. Both Shinso and Toru follow Izuku into the kitchen where Kurogiri made wagyu steaks and fugu sushi for the group. I wasn't expecting such a layout, Shinso mumbles as he walks forward. I take it you never had the luxuries that the League is willing to lay upon a successful mission, Toru says. I think this was my first successful mission, Shinso mumbles as he looks down, takes a plate, and puts on a few things of sushi. Makes sense, I've only gotten this level of reward 3 times and I've been here longer than the rest of you, Izuku says. Fair enough, I guess, Shinso mumbles as he takes a bite of the fugu. So what's this I hear about you dating? Razor says, looking at Izuku as they all sit and eat. Izuku sighs and glares at Nana. I'm going to end you one of these days. Why can't you just let my love life be? Because it's entertaining to watch you suffer, Nana says as she takes a bite of steak. Izuku sighs as he says, it's going well, I took her out on a few dates. A few, Nana yells, turning to look at Toru. Why haven't I heard of these? Because he paid me in leftovers not to say anything, Toru says with an invisible smirk on her face. Betrayer, Nana says, glaring at her. Anyway, Razor says, bringing the conversation back on track. That's good to hear. I thought you would never back to that level of normal with all this happening. If it wasn't for the BS training every day, you could almost call it a normal high school, Izuku says. That hard? Razor asks. I'd call it less hard, more tedious in the way that they are still going over such basic concepts. Though I will say that certain people are also well prepared for it, mainly Ida and Shot, Izuku says. Any hope on either of them joining? Nana asks in a more serious tone. The Ida kid has about as much of a chance of joining as Nana becoming a hero, Izuku says. He is so indoctrinated into hero society by his brother that I doubt even if a hero ended someone right in front of him it would change his position. As for Shot, Izuku pauses and takes a sip of his wine before continuing. From what I can tell, the only reason that she's still on the side of the heroes is because of her brother. She hates Endeavor nearly as much as I hate Mind Touch, and she seemingly blames him for the death of her brother. That's simultaneously good and bad because while it may be only one simple reason she works with the heroes, it also is a very personal reason, and while I can hope to try to turn her, it may be exceedingly complicated. Anyone else you can turn? Nana asks. You know, if you actually read the weekly reports I write, you may not need to ask so many questions, Izuku says, giving a playful glare towards Nana. Where's the fun in that? Nana says with a smile on her face. Izuku just sighs and turns and changes the subject as they all continue to talk. Roughly an hour later, GODDAMNIT. Nana yells as the announcer says game. On the Smash Bros. I don't understand how you're so good at this, Toru says as she sighs slightly. I mean, we gang up on you and yet somehow you still beat us. Never doubt my ability to win when Cloud is a possible character, Izuku says, a smile on his face. Is this a regular occurrence? Shinso asks. You don't get to talk, Mr. Second Place, Nana says. How did you get so good at countering him anyway? I just played video games, Shinso says with a half shrug. Nana narrows her eyes slightly as she says, I'm forcing you to teach me later. Sure you are, Shinso says with a smirk on his face. Why, you little. Nana's voice is cut off as she stands still, her eyes going blank. Shinso, Razor says. Hold on, I feel like there are some opportunities here, Toru says with a smile. Much as I would like to see my cousin do the chicken dance or something, she'll probably end you if you force her to do anything, so I recommend letting her go, Izuku says. Shinso sighs as he walks over, taps her on the shoulder, and wakes her up from the trance. Did you effing put me under? Nana says, putting her hand on Shinso's shoulder. Oh, lighten up, cause it was just a harmless prank, Izuku calls out. Nana glares at Izuku and then back to Shinso and says, don't do that again or I'll turn you to ash. Got it, Shinso says with a slight smirk on his face. The doorbell interrupts any potential retaliation from Nana for the snarky comment as she says, you two wait here, Izuku, get your mask on. Jurin's here with the new batch of cargo. Izuku nods as his smile quickly fades, and he quickly taps the side of his ear and Deku's nearly trademarked demon mask forms in front of his face. Deku looks over and sees that Nana has put on the hand that covers her face, completing her transformation into Blight. Let's go. A distorted voice comes out of Deku's mask as he and Blight walk out of the back room. Took you too long enough, Jurin says as they open the door to the bar, taking a seat near the back of the bar. I take it you have our merchandise, Blight says. I do. However, the payment first, Jurin says. Blight looks at Deku and he takes out a briefcase and slides it across the table to Jurin, who quickly opens it and confirms its contents. All seems to be in order, Jurin says as he pulls out a walkie-talkie and presses a button. Okay, bring them in. Jurin sighs and says, well, now that uncomfortableness is over, can you get Kurogiri to bring me a shot? Blight nods and says, of course, though I hope you excuse us if we keep our masks on. By all means, I have weirder things that clients do, Jurin says with a smile as the cargo begins getting pushed into the room by his assistant. Holy shit, Izuku. A shocked voice rings out from the doorway. Izuku blinks, quickly turns around, and with wide eyes and a shocked tone says, you're Raka. As they both stare at each other in shock, Blight says, is it just me or would this be an amazing opportunity for that dun-dun-dun sound effect? Hello, class, Aizawa says on the Monday following the sports tournament. Today, we will be doing something rather important for your future careers. The entire class twitches back slightly in fear. I, of course, mean choosing your hero names, Aizawa continues. A loud chorus of cheers fills the room as the Class 1A students celebrate. This is going to be awesome, Kaminari says. I will finally be able to show the world my sparkles, Aoyama says. Enough, Aizawa says, stopping the conversations. You will be doing this because you will all be participating in internships for a week starting tomorrow. This is a very important part of your education because it will allow you to have first-hand experience on the front lines against crime. Now then, everyone, please welcome our PR specialist, Midnight, who will be helping you with choosing your hero names. The class all looks to the door as Midnight walks into the classroom wearing a variation of her first uniform. I told you to wear something normal today, Aizawa groans as he puts his hand on his head. What? It's educational, Midnight says, a coy smile on her face. Go get changed. Aizawa groans as Midnight sighs and leaves the room. Might as well reveal the other bit of news come in here, Aizawa says. Shinso walks into the room and stares down at the other members of Class 1A. The hell is he doing here? Bakugo growls. Due to his performance in the sports tournament, and there being an open spot due to Mineta quitting the hero program, it was decided to let him join the hero program since that is what he originally applied for but didn't get in, Aizawa says. It is logical, Momo says. After all, he did well against the person who is widely perceived as being the top of the class. The hell you say I'm at the top of the class? Bakugo yells, quickly turning around to look at Momo. No, you aren't, Momo continues. The simple fact is we fought when Izuku had a handicap of not having any of his gear, and even then he almost beat Shote, so it would be illogical to assume that you are the top of the class. The F you say extra, Bakugo yells, starting to get out of his seat towards Momo, but a hand stops him from moving forward. If you want, I can prove that I'm on top right now, Izuku says, glaring up at Bakugo. Enough, Aizawa's voice calls out. If I see you two fighting again, you'll both be expelled. Bakugo growls slightly as he spits out, fine, and sits back down. So he always like that? Shinso asks as he sits in front of Izuku. Yeah, pretty much, Izuku replies. This better, Midnight says as she walks back into the room now wearing a slightly more normal outfit. Yes, that's fine, Aizawa says. Now then, students, I am sure you picked out your hero names a long time ago, so we will be going by last name for you to come up and reveal your hero names. Midnight, I trust you can take it from here. Midnight smiles and says, of course, Aizawa, you can go take a nap now. Aizawa turns, walks out of the room, grabs a sleeping bag from a dispenser on the wall, and goes to bed in the middle of the hallway. I was thinking more in the teacher's lounge, but that works too, Midnight mumbles before turning towards the class and saying, all right, to begin with Mr. Aoyama. Aoyama walks up to the front of the classroom and says, hello Amizet Salids, for my hero name I choose, I can't stop twinkling. Well, I don't think anyone can do worse than that, Izuku mumbles to himself as he glances over at Mina, who has a dark glare on her face directed towards Aoyama. Perfect, Midnight exclaims, clapping her hands. Though it could be a bit shorter, so why not can't stop twinkling? It will make it better for commercials and such. That works, Aoyama says. Perfect, Midnight says with a smile. You can go sit down. Next up is Mrs. Ashido. Mina gets up and walks up to the podium, being purposely bumped into by Aoyama as he walks past her, and with a smile says, for my hero name I choose Pinky. An excellent choice. It will be good, especially if we can get some makeup lineups based on your skin color, Midnight says, causing Mina's eyes to widen slightly as Midnight waves up the next person. Alright, what's your hero name, Mrs. Asui? I choose Froppy the Frog Hero as my hero name, Asui says. Somewhat unoriginal, but I like it. It will be good for kids, Midnight says with a smile on her face. Just a quick warning, the Japanese alphabet is confusing when the names are translated into English, so this will not be following the normal ABC alphabet format. A rather depressed and angry-looking Ida then stands up and starts towards the front of the room. 3 days ago, Tenya, his mother's voice calls out from across the hospital. What happened? Ada says as he and his mother rush towards the Tensei's room together. Stain managed to sneak up on him while they were trying to arrest him, Ada's mother says hurriedly. Irangenium's family. A doctor leaving the hospital room asks, yes, is my baby going to be okay? Ada's mother asks as she quickly grabs a mask from a nearby dispenser. I wouldn't bother putting that on, the doctor says. What? Ada says. He has at best 3 minutes left to live, the doctor says. I would recommend saying your final goodbyes now. Tenya and his mother quickly rush into the hospital room as Tensei says in a sorrowful tone, I'm sorry, Tenya, I lost. I take the name Ingenium, Ada says in front of the classroom as he looks up with anger in his eyes. Honoring a fallen family member. I can respect that, Midnight says as she waves Ida back to his seat. Uraraka stands up and walks up to the front of the room. And remembering the warning not to use their villain names as their hero names, says, I would like to choose the name Uravity. Ah, a play on your name. I like it. It should do well in certain markets, especially if we can get your costume right. Accepted, Midnight says as she waves the next person up. I choose the name Tailman, Ajiro says as he reaches the front of the room. Simple and marketable, perfect, Midnight says. Charge Bolt will be my hero name, Kaminari says in a happy tone. I will honor one of the greatest heroes and choose Red Riot as my hero name, Kirishima says with a grin. I choose Anima as my hero name, Koda says shyly. I will be Sugarman, Sato says. Tentacle, Shoji says plainly. I will be Earphone Jack, Gyro says in a confident tone. I will be Cellophane, Ciro says. Where did you get that weed? Midnight says, pointing to Ciro's pocket. Do you want some? Ciro asks. No thanks, I prefer roofies, Midnight says, waving him back to his seat. I choose Tsukayomi as my hero name, Takoyami says formally. I don't think you can do that, Midnight says as she looks at the newest person on the podium. Why not? Shode asks as she holds up her whiteboard with the word Shode on it. I don't think we allow you just to use your normal name as a hero name, Midnight says. Why not? It's not like heroes' names aren't public knowledge, Shode says. I just don't think that's allowed, Midnight says. It technically is, Aizawa's voice calls out from the hallway. It's just few people want their name on even more of a public display than it already is with this job. Huh, didn't know that. I guess that name is fine then. Next, Midnight says. Toru walks up to the stage, glancing over at Izuku before saying in an upbeat tone, I choose Invisible Girl as my hero name. Slightly on the nose, but I like it. Next, Midnight says. Shinso walks up to the front of the room and says, I choose Mockingbird as my hero name. Sounds like a fun hero name. Next, Midnight says. Nearly the entire class turns and looks as Izuku walks up to the podium and says, Goka to Hametsu. For my hero name, I choose Goka to Hametsu. That's a little dark, don't you think? Midnight says. I don't have powers to rely on like most people. For me to be the best hero I can be, I need to inspire enough fear into my opponents. I need the whisper of my name to cause fear in all who hear it, hence why I chose that name. Can we at least make it slightly less threatening? Midnight asks. It would not fit with the theme, Izuku says. Let me rephrase then. Change it to something less threatening. Midnight says. Fine, Izuku says as he quickly erases the board and writes down a new name. Better. On the board is one simple word, Avrium. That works for me. Your new hero name will be whatever that is. What does it say exactly? Midnight asks. It's from a book series I read once called Spells, Swords, and Stealth. And as for what it means, that doesn't really matter, Izuku says. It means vengeance, Bakugo says from the back, causing everyone to quickly look over at him. What? We were neighbors. Our parents would have us trade books to see what the other person liked. Slightly dark, but whatever, good enough. Next, Midnight says. Bakugo walks up to the podium and says, King Explosion Murder. Well, on the plus side, I don't think yours is the most violent anymore, Shinso whispers to a chuckling Izuku. Okay, if I was concerned about what Izuku put for his first one, what makes you think this one is okay? Midnight asks in a serious tone. Fine, Bakugo says as he quickly writes down a new name. Explosion King of Hell is even worse. Midnight shouts. Okay, look, once you have a name that doesn't involve the term hell or murder or anything else I'm not thinking of that's too violent, you can come back up and tell me. What? That's not fair. Everyone else got to stay up here when they picked names. Bakugo yells. Theirs weren't so violent, now go pick a non-violent name. Midnight says as Bakugo mumbles under his breath as he goes back to his seat. For my hero name I choose Creati, Momo says as she gets up to the front of the classroom. Sounds good, Midnight says. All right then, now that you all have had that, here are the number of hero internship offers each of you got. A board lights up as the number of internship offers for each student is revealed. Shoto Todoroki, 4,123. Katsuki Bakugo, 3,556. Fumikage Takoyami, 360. Tenya Ida, 301. Denki Kaminari, 272. Momoye Urazu, 108. Ijiro Kirishima, 68. Achako Uraraka, 20. Hantasiro, 14. Itoshi Shinso, 5. Izuku Midoriya, 1. I'm gonna be honest, I was expecting you to get more than me, Shinso says to Izuku. Honestly, I'm surprised that I even got one, Izuku says, staring at the board internally counting down how long it would take for Bakugo to start screaming. What the hell is this? Bakugo yells. How the F did Icy Hot get more effing internship offers than me? Off by 2 seconds, Izuku mumbles to himself while rubbing his ringing ears. Maybe it's because she doesn't act like an angry Pomeranian, Shinso chuckles. The F you say, weird. Bakugo suddenly goes quiet with his eyes blank as Izuku starts laughing at the sight. How much would it cost for me to just have you do that every time he speaks? Izuku asks in between laughs. I'm sorry, but there's not enough money in Japan for that, Shinso says. What did you do? Midnight asks as she walks up to Bakugo. Simply made it easier for us to concentrate, Shinso says with a smile. Well, can you take him out of it? Midnight asks sternly. Fine, Shinso says as he takes a 5-pound weight out of his pocket and gently tosses it backward, smacking Bakugo in the head and sending him sprawling to the ground. The hell just happened? Bakugo mumbles as he lays on the ground. Anyway, Midnight says, those of you who didn't get any internship offers, don't worry, all hero students will get internships. They will just be assigned by the school and hence are generally less well-known heroes. Now then, class, you are dismissed for lunch. We've barely been here a half hour, Momo says. Yes, and I'm already hungry, so go to lunch or something, Midnight says as she walks out of the classroom. So Shinso, what is your quirk exactly? Mina asks as she sits with Momo, Izuku, Shote, and Uraraka. Why do you ask? Shinso asks. Oh, definitely not because me and Uraraka have a bet, Mina says. Shinso shrugs and says, if someone talks to me I can have them enter a state of hypnosis where they will do whatever I tell them to do. Damn it, Mina says as she hands over a 5,000 yen note to Uraraka. That's a cool quirk, Momo says as she takes a bite of her ramen. Thank you, Shinso says. So where does everyone think they're going for their internships? Shote asks. Easy for you to say, you have options, Mina says. I mean, I got to the second round and I didn't even get one offer. I'm sure you'll go to a good internship program, Izuku says. UA is many things, but they do care about their students' education. Who'd you get for your internship offer anyway? Uraraka asks Izuku. No idea, Izuku says as he reaches into his pocket to pull out his phone. I haven't checked yet. In all fairness, it matters less for him since he is stuck with whoever gave him the offer, since the school doesn't allow for those with offers to go to other agencies since it would make it harder for those without any, Shote says. So says the one with the most offers, Izuku says. Probably mostly because of my father, Shote says, a dark look quickly going across her face. I would recommend signing up with your father's agency, Izuku says as he opens his phone. If nothing else, he can help teach you to use your flames. Well, I'll be damned. What? Mina asks. The hero who sent me the internship offer, Izuku says. Why? Who are they? Momo asks. An old friend, Izuku says, a touch of the smile he once wore before that day coming back to him. On the plus side, I think this may be a fun internship for me anyway. Shinso mumbles. Who's this hero? It's not Mirko, is it? Mina asks. What? No, why would it be her? Izuku says. You're sometimes as clueless as Shote, Mina says with a smile on her face as she leans into Izuku. But that's why I like you. She leans into Izuku and kisses him. In case you're wondering. Yes, this is very uncomfortable for the rest of us to watch, Shote says. Mina glares at Shote before leaning back into her seat. Thank you, Shote says. Now then, who is it you are interning with? An old friend, Izuku says. Don't worry, I'll tell you when we get back from the internships though. Fair enough, Momo says. After all, we don't want to intrude on your privacy. I suppose that makes sense, Shote says. Be sure to remember to tell us though. I will, Izuku replies with a nod. Several hours later. So I hear you're going away for a week to intern with a hero, Nana says as she sits down next to Izuku. That is correct, Izuku replies as he finishes up his math homework for the week. Know who you're interning with? Nana asks as her eyes narrow slightly. Stop looking at me like that. Just because he's an old friend doesn't mean I'm going to betray the league, Izuku says, looking up at Nana. Nana's eyes widen slightly as she sighs and says, I know you won't, but it doesn't change the fact that you knew him before. I know, Izuku sighs. He was one of the few people who didn't treat me like shit. I just want to make sure nothing happens while I'm there. Nana sighs and says, we'll try to avoid the area you're in, but you do know. Yes, Uncle no longer controls the whole underworld. I know, it's just, I don't want to see him die, Izuku says. Don't worry, with you there I highly doubt anything could end him, Nana says. And what about later, Izuku says, staring at the table. I'm a villain. He's a hero. We will eventually fight, I just don't want to end him. Don't worry, if it comes to that, we can just knock him out or something, Nana says as she puts her arm around Izuku's shoulder. Izuku looks up and smiles slightly as he says, yeah, that should work. Thanks, Nana. You're welcome, Izuku, Nana says. 3 years ago. I can't believe I'm really here, Izuku says excitedly, standing before the entrance of the annual All Might Festival. I take you here every year, Izuku Midoriya says with a smile. It doesn't change how awesome it is I'm here, Izuku says, shaking from his excitement. Izuku smiles down at her son as she says, well, Izuku, you know the deal. Don't talk to strangers, and don't spend over my allowance, Izuku says, his excitement dimming slightly. That's right, Izuku says with a motherly smile. Now go have fun. I will, Izuku says as he rushes towards the gate. Izuku calls out. Yes, Mom, Izuku says, turning back around. I love you, Izuku says with a smile. I love you too, Mom, Izuku says as he rushes into the festival area. Should I do the All Might wheel or the villain shooter first? Izuku mumbles to himself before he bumps into someone and falls to the ground. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there, a female voice says. Present day. Train to Numazu will arrive in 5 minutes. A voice comes over the speakers. Well, it seems like my train's almost here, Izuku says as he walks alongside Ada, Momo, Mina, Shinso, Shote, and Uraraka. That it is, Shote says. Please be careful, Mina says. I should probably be saying that to you, Izuku chuckles at Mina. Well, I guess I'll see you all in a week, Mina says after a short awkward pause. That you will, Shote says. I wish you all the best of luck, Shinso says. Farewell, Ada says as he quickly walks towards his platform. Quickly glancing back at Uraraka, she and Izuku walk forward and catch up to Ada. Hey, Izuku says, you're interning in Hasu, right? That is correct, Ada says. You're not going after Stain, are you? Uraraka asks. And if I am, Ada says darkly. Don't, Izuku says. It will only end poorly for you. I can take him, Ada says. He's ended or severely wounded over 40 heroes, Uraraka says. What makes you think you can beat him? If you aren't going to be helpful, leave, Ada says. Uraraka blinks slightly and looks over at Izuku, who just says, fine. But don't say we didn't warn you about what would happen. That could have gone better, Uraraka mumbles. He'll probably be fine, Izuku says. What are the chances he'll come across Stain during his time there? Don't underestimate fate's ability to screw people over, Uraraka says. Fair, Izuku says before smiling and continuing. Well, I wish you the best of luck in your internship. Thanks, you too, Uraraka says as she turns and goes to her train station. Izuku nods and turns to the train to Numazu and boards it. Toru sits on a train going towards Karia when a voice calls out, Toru, you're going towards Karia too. Toru looks up and smiles as she says in her practiced happy tone, yes, I am. Who are you interning with, Mina? Mina sits next to Toru and says, Kesajiri man, who are you interning with? I'm also interning with Kesajiri man, Toru says in faux excitement. I guess we'll be working together the whole time, Mina says with true excitement. I guess so, Toru says as she tries to think of something to bring up small talk. So since we're going to be working together for a week, we should get to know each other, Mina says. So, have you ever heard of Kingdom Hearts? Toru quickly looks up and says, yes, it's one of my favorite video games. The other passengers nearby had not heard of Kingdom Hearts, but by the time they got to Karia, they would. Oh, they definitely would. It's good to see you, Kendo, Momo says as she and Kendo walk towards the Uwabami agency. I do feel the need to apologize for the sports tournament last week. Why? Both classes did their best. It just seems your class's best is better than mine, Kendo says, a slight thread of anger entering with the last few words. I do apologize that we didn't mean to embarrass Class 1B during the tournament, Momo says in sympathy. It's fine, Kendo says. Competition is part of being a hero. Class 1B won't be upset just because of one loss. Well, at least everyone in 1B besides Monoma, though he has been less of in a hole since the tournament. Yeah, he hasn't bothered 1A that much since then, Momo says. Well, let's make this a productive experience for both of us, Kendo says with a smile. As they enter Uebami's agency, they are quickly greeted by a sidekick. Ah, you must be out. 2 new interns, come quickly, you are needed upstairs. Why is there a villain attack? Momo asks. What? The sidekick says as he continues rushing them forward. No, of course not. This is far more important. You two need to get dressed for your shoots. Kendo and Momo share a look of confusion before they are both shoved into changing rooms. So you're Uraraka, correct? Gunhead asks. Yes, Uraraka replies. So I take it you want to lean Gunhead martial arts? Gunhead says. Yes, the sports tournament showed me that I need better fighting skills to become a better hero, Uraraka says. Fair enough, Gunhead says. So what exactly do you know? Just a few tips one of my classmates gave me on fighting during the first combat trial, Uraraka says. Which were? Gunhead asks. Try to push your opponent into a corner to limit their dodging. When using a knife, go for fast, sleek movements while trying to switch hands so that the opponent can't block every hit. And look at your opponent's movements so you can try to predict their next move, Uraraka says. Those are all very good tips for people with a higher level of fighting prowess. But here we will just go over the more basic fighting skills, Gunhead says. You know stuff like how to properly throw a punch, dodge a blow, and disarm an opponent. Got it, Uraraka says. Good, let's get you in the gym to see what you can do, Gunhead says as they both walk into the dojo. So you're best genist, huh? Bakugo says. That I am, and you're the incredibly violent one from the sports festival, Best Genist replies. What did you say? Bakugo growls. Oh, be quiet, Best Genist says. It's that attitude that got you an internship with me. We're going to force the jackass out of you. Bakugo growls as Best Genist throws forward his strings and forces him into a chair. Bakugo's screams lasted for many hours. I am happy you have decided to intern under me, Shote, Endeavor says. Shote says nothing. It's good to know you have finally returned to the proper way of thinking, Endeavor continues. Shote again says nothing. We will make you much stronger over the course of this internship, I guarantee that, Endeavor continues. Good, Shote says simply. Endeavor glares at Shote and says, don't give me that attitude shit. Shote's eye twitches as she says, I told you not to call me that. The second you are strong, I'll stop calling you shit, Endeavor says. I hope this training is worth jack shit. Shote thinks to herself as she continues to walk forward and be berated by the one she is forced to call father. You must be Shinso, Edshot says. That I am, Shinso replies. I was impressed by your skill with a Kusarigama in the sports tournament and I wish to see those skills improve. However, I believe it is far more important to test the exact limits of your quirk since it will be very hard to hide it from villains once you use it enough times, Edshot replies. Fair enough, Shinso says. Good, now then I managed to wrangle Kamui Woods into being our test subject, so let's begin, Edshot says. Yes, sir, Shinso says as he walks with Edshot into a room. Now arriving at Nemezu, a voice comes over the train's speakers. Finally, Izuku mumbles as he gets out of his chair, picks up his bag from the floor, and exits the train. You must be our new intern, a girl with blue skin says as she meets Izuku off the train. That I am, Izuku replies. In that case, follow me, the girl says. As they start walking, the girl continues. You know it's rare that sensei offers an internship to anyone. You must have impressed him with that sports tournament performance. He watched it. Izuku asks. Yes, he watches it every year, the girl replies. Ah, that makes sense, Izuku says. So, you use swords, that's cool, the girl says. It does help a lot in combat, Izuku replies with a nod. That is the purpose of them, the girl says. So, anything interesting I should know about before we arrive? Izuku asks. We've been tasked with reconnaissance of a criminal organization. But we may be getting reassigned soon, so that may not be all that important for your time here, the girl replies. Fair enough, Izuku says. Though I have to say, given the reputation I had heard from the agency, I was expecting you to act more light-hearted. You know about that? The girl asks, a concerned look on her face. I do, but don't worry. I won't share, Izuku replies with a conspiratorial wink. The girl sighs in relief as she says, Good, I don't want another trip on the machine. The what? Izuku asks. Well, it seems we have arrived, the girl says as she gestures to a building coated with silver chrome paint. It looks nice, Izuku says. Come on, let's go, the girl says. Who's this? A man who looks like a centipede asks as they walk in the door. Our intern for the week, the girl says. Ah, in that case, Sensei is in his office talking to our other work-study student, the man replies. Okay, you want to go to your room first or talk to the boss first, kid? The girl asks. I'll go talk to him first. I assume his office is labeled? Izuku asks. It is, the girl replies. In that case, I'll meet him there, Izuku says. Fair enough, have fun, the man says. As Izuku walks towards the office of the leader of the hero agency, he gently flicks microscopic cameras and microphones onto the walls and pauses for a moment to listen with them. You're doing well, Mirio. As long as you keep training, you will be the next All Might, a stern voice says. Thank you, sir, the other voice, presumably Mirio, says. Now then, we are having a new intern come in, and I believe you two would get along nicely, the first voice says. That's good, I was tired of being the new kid all the time, Mirio says in a seemingly joking tone. I'm not finished. Based on his performance in the tournament, I believe he would be able to teach you a lot in terms of combat skills, so I want you to try to learn from him, the first voice says again. Really, I thought he was only a first year, Mirio says. Yes, and one who was very quick to sneak up on you, Izuku says as he appears directly behind Mirio. The heck, Mirio says as he jumps away from the magically appearing Izuku. Good to see you again, Izuku. A tall man with perfectly parted green hair, a white suit, and glasses says, smiling. Izuku smiles back with just a touch of the power behind it he once had as he says, It's good to see you too, Sir Night-Eye. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.